To get everybody's attention, we'll go ahead and start this budget hearing at 8:35 a.m. And this is Wednesday, April the 12th, 2023. El Morro Event Center. And we'll start with a roll call. Alfred, will you take roll?
Counselor Garcia.
Here.
Counselor Trout.
Here.
Counselor Piano.
Here.
Counselor Pelichick.
Here.
Mayor Bonaguidi.
Here. This is a work session. Proposed budget for the fiscal year 2024. Mary Ann, the city manager, and Patty Holland, the chief financial officer, is leading this. And I guess we'll start with Patty. Did you want to be the first speaker?
Patty wants to make an introduction, then I'm going to make a few comments.
Oh, okay.
To kick the morning off, I have a great announcement. We finally filled our vacant accounting position that was vacated when the school stole one of our former employees. Thank you very much. Lacey Sam comes to us with a bachelor's degree in accounting. He's been working at the casino for over 8 years. He intends to pursue a master's degree. And we are really excited, elated to have him. And this is week number 1, so it is initiation by fire.
And Mary Ann?
That is a good way. So did you want to go ahead and
Yeah, I
make a
just wanted
comment?
to say thank you, and I hope to work with everybody, and I look forward to working with you all.
We are delighted to have you. This is a great way to start the day with new staff. So I just wanted to make a couple of comments just generally. First of all, I wanted to thank the budget committee. Would you all raise your hands? And we have been meeting weekly for seems like eons to work on the budget with the new software that you saw a demo in your other session. And so it's been a real challenge for staff to work with the new software and still get through the process. Particularly want to thank Alicia Santiago and CB that had to take the whole CIP process and convert it into a new process. Just a couple of comments. Patty's going to actually do a quick PowerPoint presentation. They're going to go through the budget. But I wanted to tell you that we as the budget committee have been through every budget. And other than fuel and some other kind of obvious things, supplies for emergency response, there really aren't many increases. We actually looked at the past history. We've looked at past usage. We made just a few challenges, but there aren't really a lot of things to do. Basically, it's a pretty flat budget. You'll see that when you go through. We've done a lot of work to try to do that. There's a couple of specific departments I think you're going to want to talk about, which is golf. We've gone through and made, with JM's help, some cuts in that budget to try to continue to move ahead with the project and yet still reduce the budget since there's no revenue coming in for a while. And then water and wastewater, we've been through that, but I thought you probably want to talk to Adrian about how we deal with his capital as well as his O&M. So they will actually be here. And then lastly, I just wanted to mention, so in the budget already is an adjustment to fund the new pay and classification. We did an across the board estimate. Some positions may go up more than others, but that's in there already. So it won't be an empty promise. When that gets done, there's money in there. So you'll see that. And then Patty has also put in with the budget committee's recommendation a 5% COLA on top of that. I talked to Anthony last night when we were just chit-chatting and when we were eating, and we have employees that still make the minimum wage, which is $12 an hour. The county doesn't have that problem. I think their lowest maybe almost 15. So we have to do this if we're going to get and keep employees. And so that's in this budget, and that's probably the most important piece. And then the other issue is that you'll see a lot of overtime, but that's because we have vacant positions we can't fill. Once we're able to attract and retain employees in all these departments, then we think we can go back and reduce overtime. But right now, we have no choice. So I wanted, those are kind of the highlights from my memory on the budget. Patty's going to do a PowerPoint presentation. We're going to go through each budget, but I honestly say there's not much to see here. It's pretty flat, except for the comments I made. Yes, please go ahead.
We don't have, since we don't know what the state, I mean, we think we know what the state's giving, but we won't count that in the budget until we actually receive it, correct?
You
Like
mean
in terms of like the money that they're possibly giving us for water?
Yeah, I mean, and Patty has a policy in our budget that if we don't have it, meaning committed from the state, like a grant agreement, then we don't budget for it. But I think when we look at when we look at the water rates, need that elderberry. When we look at the water budget, we're going to have to consider that for capital. We just are, because it's coming, but it's, yeah.
Okay.
All right. Right. Patty, go ahead.
All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Budget Workshop 2024. We really have a full packed day. We are hoping to be done by 5 o'clock. We're going to do this format a little bit differently than we've done before. We are going to start at the front of your books. We're going to go page by page to the back of the book, not through all the details, but in order, we're going to go front to back. We have all of the departments online, so that if you want to speak to anybody specifically, they can chime in, they can answer questions and fill us in on whatever else it is that we need to know. And we do have, as she mentioned, the golf course should be here in person when we get to his, and the same thing with utilities when we get to Adrian's parts, just because they have some of the different challenges that we felt that was necessary. Just a reminder, because of the sound in here and because of the short time we actually have to get through all of this, we're reminding everybody, if you're online, please mute yourself unless you need to speak. Silence your phones. Let's keep the side chatters to a minimum. If you need to take care of something back at the office or whatever, just step out in the other room so it doesn't interrupt, because it does interfere with the sound, and all the departments that are online need to be able to hear what's being said, particularly when it comes to their department if they're asked a question. Be courteous, listen to everybody, but speak up, be clear when we're speaking so that everybody, including those online that are participating, can hear us.
And if I could just make a comment too, in your budget, you also fund priorities, policy measures, you can run decision. And then based on some discussion, Tasha also included balance of discretion. Those are sorry.
So one of the first things we got to get out on this books is estimated cash values. This was done as of a couple of days ago. Remember, this is a moving balance. Almost every meeting, we add 5 or 10 new budget adjustments, so it's never exactly solid. It's a very fluid process. General fund has 376,000 available. Correction fees 647. We have a small discussion on that coming up. Environmental surcharge has 400,000. State fire has 21. Law enforcement is, which is the police, all their operations, has 144,000. Lodgers tax has 1.2 million. Gas tax 400,000. Seniors have 75. Navajo Gallup, we have pretty good balances in those. We anticipate being out of that cash possibly by the end of fiscal 24 or 25. We have a little bit of money in cannabis, detox. The bid has some cash in there. That one's a pass through. It's not really money that we have, but we do contribute to that. Infrastructure GRT, that's used for streets and police. There's almost 500,000 in there. Vehicle replacement fund is very healthy with a little over 5 million. And utilities, these are the ones that are going to require the most discussion today. Is solid waste has 200,000. The Navajo Gallup fee has 7 million. That's for future operation and maintenance of the Navajo Gallup. So that's going to help to offset some of those costs when we do start the water. Water department technically is underfunded by $1.5 million. Electric has 6 million. Wastewater is underfunded by almost 4 million. Airport has 162. Fitness center, 271. We have a discussion coming up on that one. Risk management is at 0. That's by policy. He's funded for every dime he needs. He keeps a $2 million balance. For the airport and fitness center, we do not have a policy that requires a set minimum balance. This would spin them completely to 0 where we utilize the funds. So you have this particular spreadsheet in your information. It should be, I think, on page 1 or 2 of your budget book piece, because this is going to be a focus today of everything.
One or the little one?
What is that?
Okay.
This is the capital budget, so you're going to be looking at this one here. What this is, while you're looking for it, is it shows cash available. That's the estimate at the end of this year based on current budget.
Thank you. They'll be there.
Can you tell who that is?
All right. All right. Okay.
Somebody needs to mute online. Please make sure you're on mute if you're viewing this. After the cash available, then we show for the new year, we're showing the anticipated revenues coming in, the operating expenditures currently requested, capital currently requested, and the ending cash value. I had the system automatically highlight in, it's supposed to be red, it looks more pink. Those that just based on the basic math and the current policies would be in the red if we were to do this. Obviously, we can't do this. There's a couple options here. We could change the cash policy in general fund, but that'd be a one-time fix. So I need you to understand that, and we'll talk more as we go through general fund. State fire, he's requesting $400,000 to be added for his new fire truck, but he doesn't have sufficient funds for that. So we'll have to determine what we'll do with that one. Most of the others, based on what's in the budget right now, you can see they have positive ending numbers, so there's not a major concern yet. But we do have some options to help fund some things there that we'll go over. On your page, it's one page, but on here, my next page, all the 400s, those are just debt service, not a major concern. The money's funded in there to make the payments as the payments are due, and we take care of that. But they are budgets that you do have to approve. The last piece of this is the utilities. And again, solid waste shows they have sufficient funds. He does not have enough funds to buy his 2 new trucks this year. He has enough to buy a vehicle for the department, but not the new trash trucks. This is the first year since in at least 10 years that we haven't been able to buy at least 1 truck. So he is going to come forward to you to talk about a rate increase at some point so that he can continue buying trucks in the future. The Navajo Gallup fee, that is for future operations where we aren't touching that yet. You'll see water is underfunded. We have trimmed it back enough this year that he can fund what he has, but he'll still be under the 180 days cash on hand. And that's still going to be a concern. And that's super, super minimal capital for him. Electric is just about right. We've been tweaking this, but we've had a couple of minor changes here and there, and he's had to request some additional funding in the current year. So he's almost even. He's got about $30,000 that we'll probably trim out of his budget before this process is all done. Wastewater, just their operations is a little bit over their current revenues. So we either have to figure out how to increase their revenues or decrease their operations to at least have a balanced budget, but he's still underfunded by almost $400,000. The airport is one that we have the new service at the airport, but we're having expenditures that come in that are exceeding the revenues. So he has enough for the current year request. He will not have enough cash for the future year after that. So we need to look at that and determine what our options are and how to fill that gap. The fitness center, this one is one that right here, it's all in the black. It looks fine, but if you please look at this line, the revenues are $260,000. His operating expenses, no capital, exceeds that by over $100,000. That is not sustainable. After 24, as is, we would have 1 more year of operational money, and then they're out of money. We do, as a committee, we are recommending this fitness center be closed. All the equipment be moved to our existing facilities to expand the offerings there. Some of the things that are impacting this and that brought us to this decision is it's an older building. It's going to need a lot of renovations. We don't have a revenue stream to fund that, but there's also, we believe, 3 new facilities opening in the next few months that are competition against this. So if we do anything to move rates to make it a self-sustaining operation, we would most likely lose customers to our competition. The one on the east side has already opened. There's reportedly one on the west side going in, and also one, I believe, somewhere on the north side.
I don't think the one on the east side is opening until June, and actually, so I'm friends with the owners, and they actually said that they like that there's numerous ones, because if others close, then it's going to overwhelm them, and they don't have the manpower to do that either. So they have told me themselves that they don't want things to close. They want to stay open because otherwise it's just too. Because right now the fitness center is like, look, I mean, it is so busy. There's so many people going there.
So the options there
But I
are, we
think-
need to look at their 10-year capital, and we need to figure out how to get money in to pay for it.
I have always wondered why we are in the business of fitness, charging people to do it when you have parks, rec, and everything. On the north side, we have Harold Reynolds, to me, that's underutilized, that to me, it has never in my whole life made sense that we were competing against Wowie. When he was the only other fitness center, he protested to the max to the previous councils that said the city is competing with his business. And I agreed with him as a citizen because I thought, why is the city involved in a revenue, pay for fitness program? When that's an enterprise that somebody should open, it to me, it just thwarts competition and good. It doesn't make, it's not good practice to be in competition with the private industry businesses.
We need to have this conversation. But as she said, they have a cap, you don't have to make a decision. That's something I want to consider. But
Okay, so let's go ahead and move on. So one of the things we want to focus on in this upcoming year is employee retention. As you know, coming out of pandemic, a lot of things have hit us hard. We've had a history in the past where we went 4 years without COLAs. As Marianne mentioned, the county is far exceeding our baseline pay. We've been implementing the minimum wage for a few years, but only at the bottom levels. So now we have supervisors making at or barely above those that they're supervising, even though they're responsible for more of the load as far as managing that group of people and that workload. So a couple of things in here. First of all, we want to talk about holidays. Juneteenth is a new holiday that the state and the federal government have now started recognizing that we have not yet discussed. If we recognize that holiday, there will be a little bit of added cost due to a couple of the union contracts, but a lot of the employees, it doesn't affect our overall cost because they're still paid for the holiday, but they would be paid if they were working that day as well. It's an employee morale is my approach at this point on this slide is it's employee morale. The county overall has 3 more holidays than the city. What they're doing is they have a spring recess, which happens to fall on the Friday before Easter. They are recognizing an additional day at 4th of July rather than Juneteenth. They recognize 4th of July. My recommendation is we embrace the Juneteenth holiday if you so choose. And then they also recognize Indigenous Peoples Day. So that's food for thought. And I'm not going to jump off the bridge just because the neighbor does. But in this case, we do have employees that may leave us just because the county is paying better and because they do have more holidays. So it really is a factor that we need to consider, and we could implement those at any moment and then work with HR to get them into the policies. And then we're fixing to open the union negotiations. I don't know, Al, if we could implement those in this round or if it has to wait till a regular opening, but we would work with the unions on that as well. Fire does not do the holidays because of the way their schedules are and the way we've got their contracts set up, but the police and the UMWA do. Moving on, she mentioned 5% COLA July 1. We're also working on the compensation study. The goal is to hopefully be done and ready to implement that in January. We do have funds set aside to try to implement it because last time we did this, it was a sticker shock and we're like, well, we just can't address that. We're trying to make sure and embrace that right now because employees are hard to get, they're hard to keep, and we want to recognize our employees. We want to reward them for the hard work they're doing and continue to do. We are also bringing forward that we want to start reviewing or have the option as departments to review staffing schedules. 410s is the biggest schedule that's been discussed that employees like. I did happen to hear from my audit team yesterday and I mentioned some of what's coming up and he said, yeah, that as an audit firm, they've been researching it and they found that it does not impede productivity. It is great for morale and they're implementing it themselves as well. So this is very common. It works out well. It would be with the caveat that the office will still remain open 5 days a week, that they work with their staff to make sure it's staffed and that the employees are able to, they'll still be here working at least 40 hours. We want to continue to promote staff development and education. The reason I put this on here is because travel is usually one of the places that we target when we do cuts. And that's probably going to be a very careful balance that we have to come up with because we want to continue to develop the staff. We want to continue to keep them up to date, to keep them engaged, but we need to find a process to not cut that too much and still have some funding in there. And then we want to continue to promote health and wellness. And, you know, this one's kind of an oxymoron that goes against what I just said, but some employers and WACE's former employer, they actually pay for their staff to participate in gym memberships. And we may be able to even work with our HR staff and work with Blue Cross Blue Shield, because I know at one point they would reimburse us if we join gyms. So we just need to work on the options there, and especially if our insurance covers it, make sure we educate our staff to embrace that and to participate fully. Next steps, as we go through this, I would like you guys to be considering these things. These are just options. These aren't what we're necessarily supporting, embracing, or trying to direct you to do. This is how this works. We need to consider our revenue streams, because as you see, and as you will continue to see, there are some funds that we are a little bit underfunded on. GRTs could be changed. Your mill levy, which is a property tax, could be changed. Fees could be changed. JPAs could be changed. We need to definitely update the enterprise revenue forecast and consider the rate ordinances and make sure that they're sufficient, and to make sure that they're fair and appropriate. We want to review our commitments and the cost of ongoing commitments. When we take on a new, I don't even have a good example in my head at the moment, maybe like the boxing club, we embraced that one and we've taken it on. We now have a building that we have that club in that's utilized about 1 day a week, a couple hours a week, but we pay the full expense of maintaining that building, keeping the utilities on, and supplying that particular activity. So embracing that at the moment has an ongoing cost to it, just something we always need to consider. We want to review all our MOUs and JPAs. We have JPAs where we share the costs with the schools on the swimming pool. We share the costs with the county on animal control. We share the costs with the county on the jail. We may want to review these and see, are the splits appropriate? Are they fair to all involved? Do we need to revisit any of them? And do we need to reconsider anything on those? These are things that would happen during the upcoming year. There aren't things we can immediately do, but they're food for thought and items that we need to consider. Mark had been challenged with reviewing buildings. We want to look at the use and the cost. Keep in mind, any building we sell that now goes to a private owner, that's new revenue for us, not only in the sale, but ongoing in property taxes. So we get those back on the rolls. The county and the city both benefit from that. We want to study staffing patterns and achieve savings in overtime and maybe reduce FTEs. One way you can do that is with your staffing. If you schedule them differently than a standard 8 to 5, Monday through Friday, you can achieve a little bit better service, because you don't have to always have the guys on overtime working extensive hours, and you don't necessarily have to have as many people here at a time. That requires a little bit of thought, a little bit of work, but I've been in entities where we were able to do that and lower the required FTEs just by doing the scheduling different. And we also want to be evaluating operational cost to identify possible reductions, look at redundancy, look at areas that maybe we've extended ourselves a little bit further than what we're going to be able to sustain. It's really hard to pull back once you've started creating that, but there are going to have to be some changes, as you'll see with the cash flows. And as we keep discussing these, we can't continue as we are in many of these funds. There just is not sufficient revenues to do it. In lieu of raising the revenues, we cut costs. We can also look at balancing it by doing both. Okay, are you guys ready to start looking at budgets?
No, I mean, yeah.
She's on.
Right, we'll look at them, but we don't have no money. It's always the same story. We have no money, we have no money, we have no money, but we have no money.
That's probably, but that's.
Okay, let me get switched over to our software.
How does the employee retention ideas, with like the 410 stuff, is that gonna be, like a, not a motion, like a forward movement to ask the staff departments and staffing themselves, like surveying them to see where that decision would be made?
You said that would be optimal, and because I worked in cities where they have closed on Fridays, and that the service,
Right.
the service fee is for, and for some departments, like Vince, he doesn't do that work, but in
Okay.
others it would. So it would be a flexible schedule that might help some employees, but we would keep it.
I see, okay. So
It would be optional.
Okay.
And even within the department, it's optional to each employee, because it's really important that we, sorry, I'm challenged here. It's really important that we recognize some employees would embrace that better than others. One thing I failed to mention on that is that it saves 20% fuel. If there's 1 day less you come to work, it saves 20%. We have employees that come from the Burnham area. We have employees that come from Zuni. They come from Rama. You know, it's long distances. And so I know in my department, we've discussed it, and I think I may have one that would not want to participate, but everybody else is really enthused about it. And they're really energized about it. And that's what we want. It's not about trying to get that extra day off. It's about trying to excite the employees, saves them a lot of drive time, and gives them the opportunity to utilize their time differently.
No, I'm in favor of it. A lot of companies, not just governmental entities, are actually moving to 410s. They have to be more productive. You essentially just tack on an hour to each other workday.
Mhm.
I mean, so I don't really have a problem with that. I mean, a lot of entities are moving towards that and found it to be more productive. You know, so.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, you know, it also, for all of those that are using city vehicles, it's going to save the city fuel costs. Because that's one more day that we're not paying for those city vehicles to drive to town. It may not, I can't tell you how many people or who that would be to really give you a cost. But the theory is that, you know, if I think Amanda has a vehicle, if she was able to work it to where she doesn't have to come in on the 5th day, that saves the city money. And the same with several other departments. Before we start on the general fund, one of the things I want to mention, the hardest lesson I had to learn when I started working with the city, which George Kozlowski sat me down and he explained to me, according to statutes, that I don't own the budgets. They are not mine, that they are under the direction of the city manager. And I still struggle with that. And what we're here to do today is to try and pull all of this together and get you to know where the hot spots are and where the troubled spots are, so that we can move forward with not only the 24 budget, but some direction that you can give the new city manager on how we're going to approach the budgets for fiscal year 25 and forward. We'll be able to come up with a 10-year projection out of this year's budget, but if we continue to use the reserves, which a couple of these will be, that's not sustainable, and you'll clearly see that on there. So we need to start getting some plans in place on how do we curb that need for those reserve cash funds when they don't exist. So let's go into general fund. You have your books. You can also see it on screen. Just a second to load. We did try to ask everybody to stay flat. A few of them are actually showing slight reductions, but in general, they are up a little bit because of the change in the fuel costs, the change in what we're proposing on the wages. We're not proposing any benefit changes other than we're asking you to consider today the option to do the alternative work schedules. And those we could implement. We don't have to wait till July on those. So if you support those and give us direction today, we could start getting with the departments to see what we could do.
We're in the capital, right? Capital budget or the regular?
This is the regular budget. We'll go through the olive general fund through the regular budget, and then we're going to jump on a capital, and
Gonna
CB will
give us
do
a
that.
page
That's the
number?
capital book. The
This
big one is capital.
Oh, that this one was the capital. Okay.
So what page are we on?
It'll be page 1. Right behind the cash worksheet that you have.
That part of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
First few pages.
It's the little red number. Little red number. Tiny.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what we have right now for the proposal is we're showing about $35 million in revenues. If you look on the screen up here, you can see that it was, or on your screens, that in the current year we had 35,710, very slight difference. There's the current figure it shows here was starting last year, actually, is where we started fiscal year 23. So there's a couple slight changes here. We've dropped the request on expenditures down a bit, but this is before capital. So right now, just operational, we're looking at a use of cash reserves of 574,000. If you flip back to that cash worksheet, that amount of money is not available unless you make a policy change on cash reserves. And that is an option, but it's definitely a one-year option. So keep that in mind. Basic revenues, since they're pretty flat, I'm not going to go through them line by line, but just so you can get an idea, it's a franchise tax, it's GRT, property taxes. The state actually doesn't have our new figure for that yet, but they usually stay pretty flat. So that'll change slightly when they get that ready.
So then built into that is the hold harmless that you guys are supposed to be getting.
Mhm.
Is that counted as income?
Yes, that's counted as income and that's up here in the GRT. So, and they didn't do anything in this current legislature to impact that, but there were discussions at some of the committee meetings that some of our leaders in the state didn't appreciate that we were getting it. So it may come up in the next year or two where they try to change that. And that would very negatively impact us.
Hopefully I'll be out of council. And you guys can-
Those are the major components of the revenue. So we're pretty steady on that. We're pretty flat on that. And we use a 5-year average and a 3-year trend to kind of come up with those numbers. And we're pretty comfortable on them. We did adjust the golf course revenues down because of the closure. So we don't anticipate receiving very much there. At a department level, we're showing city councilor's budget at about $260,000, tiny increase. One of the things we tried to make sure to include was some of the travel because of the Washington DC trips and the work for the Navajo Gallup that we're trying to do to get our cost savings or our cost capped so that we don't get that blown too far out of proportion. City manager budget has some increases there, primarily due to some of the contracts and still minor travel in there. Legal is up a little bit. There's been a few changes in here overall. And I can't even think of what all we've got in here.
We changed our professional services, removed a lot of that. And those are for our contracted vendor cost. And then
Okay.
we did it all. I just put it
Oh, okay. So the big change in legal is moving the, and this was done during the year, we moved the half-time administrative support position to full-time.
Yes.
So that impacted that budget.
Some of your people online can't hear, so if you don't have a mic, you need one. They can't hear what you guys are saying.
Maybe
Yeah.
you could change that.
And her too. Do you
So
have
on
a
the
mic?
legal, what we've done is it's professional services changed a little bit, but the main increase in here is due to changing a staff member from half-time to full-time during the current year. And so that affects the future.
Be approved by council before we advertise.
GIS is pretty flat, slight increase because of wage changes. All of these that have a slight increase, it's going to be because we're adjusting the wages to include the COLA and the wage compensation study. Meters and billing, that one still shows here because it's got historical numbers, but that's been moved under Fund 507. So you'll see it there. And it's not its own department. They've just been incorporated into the electric department operating costs. The finance department, we have a slight increase here, mostly because of wages. And then we've got a couple contracts that we have to keep up with and they have slight increases each year. That's the new budget software and the audit contracts are the primary pieces that are in there. IT actually shows a slight reduction. Human resources has a slight increase in theirs. They've added back in, and one of the costs you'll see is the annual recognition event for employees.
We've also got the fund now.
Purchasing has a little bit of an increase on theirs. And we can see, since that one's 10%, let's drill down into her lines. Most of it's in her wages and benefits.
Okay, they said Patty and Councilor Palachuck are coming in clearly, but no one else.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the feedback on these.
I have it loud.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was trying to speak to her.
If I can hear me across this.
Since purchasing is over 10%, we're going to drill into each of the ones that are over 10%. The majority of their increases are in the salary and benefits because of the cost of what we're doing. Their travel is up to 6,300, which is more than it had been. And their other operating, they're pretty flat. So theirs is primarily that they've increased a little bit of their training and they're looking at succession planning because we do have the director that's eligible for retirement. So we want to make sure that as best we can, we plan for succession within that department.
Who's coughing yours?
City clerk, this is one that next meeting, you will be making a decision on. His primary increase in city clerk is because of the election. If you choose in the next council meeting to follow the state elections and let them run them, that saves the city $75,000 every 2 years.
Change in that figure, we would have to budget for a runoff, which would be 30,000 that we would have to budget for, but we would be saving about $43,000.
43.
Right. They'll cover the main election, but if we have a runoff, then we have to pay for that, but the county will run it.
So after the next meeting, depending upon your direction and your choice on what we're doing with the elections, we stay at either about 75,000 or we go to just 30,000 for an election. So besides the date change and all of that, that'll be explained when Alex brings that to council, there is a cost consideration as well. But for this year, he's got it in there, and then we'll adjust it accordingly once we know that information. Warehouse minimal increase. Golf course, we did, Matt was supposed to be here because we wanted to go through the golf course in a little more detail.
Is he coming?
Is he close? And we'll just jump back to him. So we're going to jump back to golf course in a minute.
Yeah, I'm on my way. I thought I was looking at the budget. I thought there was going to be another person in front of me. So I'm coming down.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so you're going to jump back to that one. Special activities, this one we actually have a decrease in. This one is kind of our catch-all for all other. And we put some of the things that we put in here is we put your discretionary money in here. We put the cost for the jail, our anticipated contribution to that in here. Transfers to debt are in here. So let's look at that in a little bit more detail because this is things that not necessarily one individual's in charge of. So we want to make sure that they're highlighted and everybody's on board.
And let's go through the nonprofits too.
Okay, so the first line in here, we have it under maintenance, grounds and roadways, and then we move it according to what your selections are. Right now, we've got $150,000 in here for the new year. This is your special project funding of $30,000 per elected individual. So this money's there. It is added to the existing money if there's anything remaining in the current year when the year ends, and you continue to have that available for your use.
And Patty, if I could, when you, these sheets that are in your book, if you look down to the right hand, you can see the balance in your discretionary fund. So not the top number, but the bottom number here shows you what you have left after you commit to the projects you have. Okay, I just want to.
No, that's great. So under other contractual services, these are the type of things that as we take on new, just keep in mind that it does have recurring costs. We do have two current agreements. We have the youth center, and that I believe is on the north side. We pay $8,400 a year for that management agreement. Then we also have the Veterans Center. We're paying $8,400 a year for that agreement. Moving down to the other costs, this is going to be care of prisoners. This figure is kind of just our best scientific guess as to what we think it's going to be. We usually don't know until about the 1st of June what the amount's going to be, and the county wants it paid before the year end closes. So if there's any big variance, then we're frantically coming before you to adjust that amount should it need to be. We pay 30% of the cost of the operations of that jail, and that's based on a previous JPA that's been in place for many years. Back when they used to have a lot of prisoner contracts, we didn't pay any cost. The prisoner contracts covered all of the costs. So that's something that's changed over the past 5-ish years. And so we pay anywhere from $600,000 to $750,000 a year for our portion of that agreement. Grants to subrecipients. Why does it?
And can you click that so we can see it there? There we go.
And just while Patty's looking for the grants and recipients, bless you, we held everyone, all the nonprofits that we have service agreements with flat. I did send to you, we did get a request from Gallup Arts to increase theirs from 10 to 15, sorry. We kept everybody flat, but I just wanted you to be aware that no one else has sent us a request. I know that Gallup Express does an amazing service for us and they ask us for $85,000. They've not asked us for more money because I think they have access to some federal money. But I just want you to be aware of that. We did not increase any.
So continuing on with that, it's 383,000 for the upcoming year. That includes Gallup Arts at 10,000, Gallup Main Street at 50,000, Gallup Rural Transit, which is the Gallup Express at 85,000, the Community Pantry at 25, the COG at 68, and that one's actually a membership fee, I believe.
Right.
Southwest Indian Foundation at 20,000 and the Gallup bid at 125,000. And that's a match to their revenues. We match it at 100%. During our lean years, a couple years ago, we dropped it to half of that for a year or two. And then we've moved it back in last fiscal year to full funding.
And one other comment I want to make on the SWIFT contractual maintenance obligation, that was in the lease clause. And what that is we budget 20,000 in case there's a major maintenance issue. They have in their lease, they have to do minor maintenance. It's specified what they do. But if something big came up, then we would have that available. But it goes away at the end of the year. And so we budget it every year in case we need it. If we don't need it, it just goes back into the fund balance.
This insurance cost, this is a shared cost. This is JM's revenue line. It comes from general fund and each of the utilities. It's prorated based upon anticipated revenues. And we fund 100% of the cost of operating risk management because they're an internal service department and that's how their revenues are achieved. So this is our portion for the upcoming year is a little over $900,000. We do only transfer exactly what's needed. We true it up in the end of the year audit work. Subscription and dues, we've got municipal league at 65,000. They sent a new list yesterday. Is this changing?
Yes,
Let's do it right now.
the cost is $56,650 for our dues.
57,000.
Yes,
Perfect. Okay, so that's a minor change to the good.
to the good.
I just didn't have a chance to go through the email. I saw that came in. Bad debt expense, we've got that at 250,000 for the upcoming year. We are working, we have not written off bad debts for about 3 years now, and this is miscellaneous revenues. And what it is when
This is not utilities.
this is not utilities. These are other items, like when we used to do those old sidewalk agreements, a lot of it is clean and lean. And, you know, we habitually have some families that we have to go in and clean their property and we do the lien. They're just amounts that after 4 years, after legal's going to review them and we do write-offs on them. This is one reason that when it comes up every 2 or 3 years about, let's do the sidewalk program where they pay 50%, we pay 50%. We rarely collect that money. It usually is a really hard deal.
We could get out.
We aren't doing that anymore, but we still have a little bit of that on the books. And you'll see the list when we do get it finalized with legal. We might be able to get that brought forward before June 30th. That's actually my goal. But if not, we're going to have to budget it and do it in next year.
Patty, is the bad debt from all past years or is the 250,000 you're anticipating more bad debt for this fiscal year?
It would be the write-off of getting caught up for about 3 years of not doing it. Normally, we write off, it'd be about 75 to 90,000 each year. And now that we're not doing the sidewalk type programs, this will reduce going forward because you have to wait 4 years. So after we get past all of those timeframes and get all of that off of there, we shouldn't have anything more than the basic clean and liens. And, you know, you do have to lien the property because we're not allowed to just go clean it for free, regardless of their family situation or whatever. They're the homeowner. It's a private ownership. We're not allowed to just go in and clean it. So we're doing our duty on it and fulfilling our obligation that we help to fulfill the city has to have clean. We can't leave the weed hazards and we can't leave those things there, but we do have to try and do something. And then we end up writing some of it off. And this thing, no.
Well, we
don't
don't
bill
lien
anybody
for
for
encampments anymore. Remember, per our policy. We just do it.
This is just if like someone has a lot of property or like, I know I reached out recently to CD to her property. So she put a lien on that and then they don't clean it up, then you guys have to, after a certain amount of time, you go clean it up and then you incur the cost of that. So then that goes into this, right?
And we
It
lien
goes on in here, yeah. Now that we have a new city attorney, he's got a different approach to this, and I anticipate our collection rate to be better on these things. And so this is kind of a one-time cleanup. I really don't anticipate it to be this high going forward.
How do you mention you mentioned the encampments? This does not include the encampments?
Let me just mention that because we got a team together to deal with the encampment issue because it was becoming so prevalent and it was on public as well as private property. And so Curtis Hayes actually drafted a kind of a public health oriented policy that basically said, when it's a public health issue, needles, human waste, potential fire hazards, the private property owner really didn't have the wherewithal to be able to do that, hire people in hazard suits to go in and do that. So we have a policy that for encampments, we're actually using our environmental surtax fund to do that, and we're not leaning them if we determine it to be a hazard, which they all are. And so that was a new approach. Because what was happening is these horrible encampments with all these public health hazards, needles, stabbings, crime, were not being cleaned up because we were going against the property owner. And they didn't know what to do. I mean, it was a very difficult thing. So we are doing those. And it costs a lot of money and it's being charged to the environmental surtax.
Patty, I got a question on that sidewalk program that you were talking about, that was continued 4 years ago, the 50-50 process,
Roughly 4 years
Yeah.
ago. And
years ago, okay.
And what we found, there were two major issues with it is, one was the participants that could participate in it, that would agree to pay the 50%. We're usually not the lowest income people. So it seems like we still had a challenge and we weren't able to provide it for everybody. And then we also found that collecting those funds has proved to be a huge challenge.
Mhm.
And it just, if you're going to do there's one on the current list that we need to probably, that I'm going to recommend we write off. It was for a new water extension for a new house that got built. And there's really no reason this individual never got it paid. It's just our processes and because of the way we are, that we're a municipal government, we haven't actually really roughly pursued these individuals. And that's a policy action we need to work with because it just takes something away
We
from us.
need to get a third party to do this for us because
Collections.
we do not have the people that do it in-house. And and then we let everybody
I
slide.
did bring
There
that,
we
I have
are.
looked that up and there's a pros and cons to that. In other cities, I've used a collection agency and it's much better for us to do the customer service and let somebody else do the collections, but sometimes it does irritate citizens. So we should talk about that. But one comment I wanted to make on sidewalks, you can use your discretionary funds to do that.
Yes.
And so that's kind of what's taken the place.
Yes. Now I forgot my question.
I'm sorry.
Collection agencies usually charge a huge amount of, I mean,
Oh, yeah, they take a big portion of the revenue, but
It's better than letting everybody slide. That's ridiculous. You want the 80-year-old lady on fixed income to pay her stuff and the person making way more money can slide. That's wrong. That's really wrong. I'm sorry.
My-
I have a
My
problem with
question is, so when they were doing the sidewalks, wasn't the agreement that they would be taken out from the utility payment?
No, it's a separate system. It's two pieces of our system. So
The agreement was just to pay.
they were just billed and then they were supposed to just take care of the bill. And it's just not, it doesn't work.
Yeah, I think.
So unless you support and want us to really do these pursuits and to hire and pay up to 50% for collections, it's not something we're recommending at this time. And right now, we really don't have the funding to go into a lot of these agreements. I mean, we need the funding we have for other projects and for the basic core of what we have to do. And you'll see that as we get into these. But once we get to a point where we do have funding, we could go in and do these partnerships. We need to have that collection piece of it already in place and already planned and how we're going to pursue it.
Well, I would like to know how much money we've lost by not having a collection piece because I get sick. I've been a counselor for 8 years. And every time you bring me a list of write-ups, and I know those people, it just chaps my cheeks. That there we go.
Yeah.
Let's give the business away. You know, it's awful, but I know that you don't have the staff to do this because Well, we already got into that issue on the electric department or utilities for one entity that owes over $1 million. So don't even get me started. And I understand the list is gonna be more than that on write-offs.
Yep.
So what the hell is going on with this city? What is wrong with this picture?
We're too nice.
That's why we don't have anything, because we give it all away.
In services too.
So legal and I can start working on that. We can put a pause on doing a write-off at the moment. We'll figure out what we can pursue at the moment. And the ones we can't will have to be written off, but going forward, we could definitely put a program in place.
Just to be clear, we have a 4-year statute of limitations. Statute is treated as though we have an account, the person, the property owner, whoever. And the statute does not begin to run according to another statute until the last item is entered on that account. Conservatively, that would be the last bill sent unpaid. We have 4 years from that date to either assert a lien, bring up a case to enforce that, or both. The clean and lien, we've got a pretty efficient ordinance for clean and lien. We need to, strictly speaking, we need to only give one notice. There is a 15-day period during which the property owner can protest or oppose. If nothing happens, or they can clean up. If nothing happens, we go in and clean up. And then, as a matter of the ordinance, we have a lien that is enforced pursuant to state law, which says that that lien is the first, prior, and superior lien to every other lien against the property, the exception of a lien for general tax. In my view, while you might exercise discretion in the case of someone who just can't pay, they're impoverished, they simply can't do it. With everyone else who is simply, thumbing their nose and saying, I don't want to clean up my property, I don't want to take care of my weeds, I don't want to get rid of my trash, whatever it is, you enforce that lien. And they will have very little choice but to pay, because in almost all cases, they will have some form of mortgage, form of deed of trust. They won't want to lose their property over $1,000. Nobody's going to do that. So I see no reason why you can't have a far more effective collection regime in place. And as soon as that can get routinized, and we can have somebody watching it, calendaring it appropriately, and sending out the appropriate notices, et cetera, I would expect that those write-downs come down significantly. So that's what we're, with Patty and others, we're going to try to do. And we'll try, and
Well,
hopefully
I
we'll do it.
appreciate you at least trying, because
Can some of them be put on the utility bill? I mean, not as a, as a utility, but I mean, as a bill.
a monthly charge, prorated.
I mean, a monthly reminder, I think, would probably be more impressive than, send a statement every 3 months or whatever. Well, we can look at, obviously, the more you're in somebody's face with a very clear message. You've got to take care of that, or we're going to.
Because how much is a half of a sidewalk? I mean, how much?
Oh, Robert could answer that. It's gone up because, it's gray gold now, and not just concrete. I'd have to get that from
I mean,
Robert.
is it
Actually, if Robert
5,000,
is here, could you
1,000?
tell
I
us
mean, I
what
don't know.
a sidewalk would cost in front of an average property? Or at least for a block? Are you here? Are you?
Robert,
I
wake
guess
up.
I'm here. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
We're having a really hard time hearing you folks, some of you folks. What is the question again, Marianne? I'm sorry.
Robert, I'll hold my mic up. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
The question was, how much does a new sidewalk that meets code cost just approximately in front of an average house?
With the cost of concrete now, it's upwards to $200 a yard. So I would say for a curb gutter and sidewalk in front of a average size home here in Gallup would run, if we did it in-house, I would say upwards to about $30,000, $20,000 to $30,000.
$30,000?
Too much?
$30,000.
Holy Christ.
That's not,
Pay 50.
Robert, that's not a block. That's just,
That's just in front of a house.
just in the front footage of, say,
I'm sorry, ma'am.
yeah, 80-foot frontage. How about that?
I would say it'd be about $5,000, about $5,000 if we did the work in-house. But you gotta keep in mind, I only have 4 carpenters that do that type of work, so it's very difficult for a small crew like that to get it done in a timely manner.
Okay, we don't want you to do it. We just want to know how much
Right.
it's gonna cost.
And that's kind of why we do
So
the
it's
whole block
contracted
program
out
now,
at-
because we do the whole block, right?
Thank you. So I think if you, they could have put it on the utility bill and it's only $125 every month, then they include it on there. I mean, that's much more manageable than you getting a bill for $2,500.
I don't know that our system is capable of that. I just made notes, follow, and we're gonna look at that and see what our options
So
are.
it's called a workaround and you ask.
Yeah, let me just make a
Put in-
comment that we have a whole billing utility system for utilities. And I think that would be very cumbersome to try to do these unique billings. I will say though, in other cities I've worked, we actually did assessments for those kinds of things for front footage improvements. And we did bill those on a monthly basis. It was almost like a payment plan. One city I worked in, it was actually 8 years, but it was a whole separate system for that. But, and that's something I think we could do if we wanted to get into that, but I wouldn't combine it with the utility bills.
Well, we just want it to be paid. I do. You guys might not. but I do.
Well, a constant reminder is a good method, Neil. I mean, it's easy if they're doing, once every 3 months, easy to forget it.
Oh, yeah.
We'll work on that. We can create statements and send them out for these items. And so we'll work to get that set in place at least as a starting point. We'll also work on our collection processes and what else we can do to make this stronger. But I agree, even if we use an outside collection agency, getting some of it's better than none of it. So definitely got it. Okay, so moving on, the next item down on this particular, and this is the only one we're going to go through in this much detail because there's so many large components in here. We've got a transfer out of $300,000. That's our match to the senior center. That's what they need to help fund their budgets. She's pushing hard, saying she still doesn't have quite enough money, but we take what the state's given her. We give another 300,000 and ask her to operate within that, because for every dime more we give her, we're taking directly from general fund. Many of us, as you're realizing, we are all competing for these same dollars. So regardless of which departments or which functions or what entities within our city you hold with the highest regard and that you want to make sure they have everything they need, we're competing against each other for all of our needs and wants. Debt service, this is a 2012 bond that we've got $1 million payment this year. I should have brought my list. We've got 2 NMFA loans that are general fund obligations that are also coming out of this. So almost $2 million a year is going to debt service out of general fund. So moving on down, detox is kind of a new department it's not a new department, but we have a new expense in here. We're now funding an employee in here full time because the PARD grant is kind of iffy. We are taking the expenses we have now and we're submitting them for eligible reimbursement up until the end of the current PARD grant. If we do get funded on the PARD grant again, then this particular expense will move back over to Fund 290 and be fully grant funded. But it's a position that is necessary. It works with all of our drug and alcohol issues and mental health issues, trying to get money in, trying to coordinate services, among the different areas of the city. So that decision was made to put that expense here to continue the employment. Facilities management, that one's actually dropped a bit. That's Mark Lujan's charge, and he takes care of all the buildings in the city. He's trying to bring this number down by trying to find buildings that we can bring off the rolls that we could sell and turn them into moneymakers because they'll bring in taxes. It'll also reduce JM's costs for insurance, which reduces that $800,000 a year we're transferring to them and the utilities is paying into him.
So will council get a list of those buildings that are being recommended to
Have
be
we been
sold?
asking and asking for?
Because I'd like to know.
I'd
who
like to
they-
know how many
Yeah, they're-
buildings we have and.
He's got
what
that
we're gonna
list.
do.
We used to be at 67.
Yeah, we've been asking for that. We've been
Yeah,
asking
yeah.
every meeting we have.
He's got the list of what we own now, which is stunning. And one thing, these are all things for you to consider. You would have to approve that. We do have an offer, Jan, we can talk to that on a building that will have to come to you. We're hoping to move the Parks Department into the Alpine property. Again, it'll never be redeveloped in the next 5 or 10 years. So, and then the Maxwell property, which is get rid of. That's the one that I think we'll work on that this year.
Mind you, on this doesn't, some parts, we have 47.
147?
What, building?
I'm building.
Okay.
This is the problem. Buildings.
Oh, property.
It used to be 60.
Yeah, I need. I
But
wanna
it's
see the
around 70
buildings.
buildings.
Buildings too.
Wow.
What is, I'm trying to use the mic. What does property mean other than buildings?
Land.
Parks.
Oh,
Land.
parks. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's not, that's.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's not so scary then.
Yeah, but I,
It's kind of scary.
but I think it'd be good to see the 70 something buildings. And then,
We're gonna get that for you.
I think it'd be good to see all of that.
and
Yeah.
why did it decrease by almost 12% just recently? Did we offload some buildings recently?
Is that that burn building?
Here, would you like to answer that? Go ahead.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Why is it lowered by 12% in this budget now?
Because we're doing a lot of preventative maintenance to kind of keep things at a minimum. I mean, trying to work some magic with the numbers we're given. That's basically it.
But you didn't offload any buildings yet.
Yeah.
He did cut the budget by what, was it over 100,000?
Yeah, we took 100,
Yeah.
I think it was 165,000 out of my budget.
Oh,
But if we sold some buildings, it could be more.
An interesting note with our new budget system, if you look over here on the far right, facilities management, which is kind of one of our larger departments, he's 4.4% of the entire budget. If we can reduce our number of buildings that we own and maintain, we could drop that cost.
That's what we want to do.
And you know,
One thing we have a habit of doing, and I'm not saying good or bad, I'm just saying we have a habit of doing, when we vacate a building, we find another use for it.
Mhm.
And we need to consider not doing that and see, do we really need that other use in there?
Did we ever sell that First Financial building right there by the police department?
No, we have not. We have not. We certainly have taken offers on it. Curtis was working with a couple, but it has challenges in terms of,
It's currently being used for parking space.
Yeah,
right.
So
yeah,
you don't
until we
wanna
get
sell
through.
it now?
Yeah, not right
So-
this moment, but yeah, but we did receive some offers, but nobody followed through. Just a comment though, I just want to reiterate what Patty's saying and give you an example. The boxing program. It used to be kind of under PAL. Remember the days when there was PAL? And then the new police chief that came in, no one here now, wanted it out of the police department because he didn't want all these people wandering around the police department at night. So then we had to find a place for it. And then we realized that we were kind of anti-donation, providing money to someone who was just doing this. So Parks and Rec took it over, and then we had to give them a building. And so what we're doing is we're expanding our services, and actually a boxing program could be done by a private gym. So that's another service that you need to think about. Do we really need to have a whole building for one program that the private sector could provide? Those are the things you need to think about.
How many buildings are we utilizing where we're giving them, not giving away, I know we charge like $1 or whatever to get away from the anti-donation, but it feels like there's a handful of those where we're paying for the building in terms of contract for services. And it's sticky because I'm not saying that, like Boys and Girls from the North Side, I think they do good work. I'm not saying that none of these people do the work, but when we start giving away buildings for $1 and we start having to pay the cost, it just seems astronomical.
Oh, we.
that's not again, I want to
The
go.
veterans, we paid
No
them.
worries.
That building.
Right.
I don't know how I'm listening to it too. Okay, well, I don't know if the Drew.
That's all right.
Let me know.
Folks on Zoom, please mute yourselves. Don't have side conversations. Thank you.
So just on the boxing program, we took
Mayor.
that over and moved it into recreation. So that's a city program. You know what I'm saying? So that's a city program. We can't lease a program for $1 to a nonprofit with no exchange of value. That we actually solved that problem by taking it under recreation. So it actually is a city program. The question is, does it need a whole building for a couple hours a week? And do we need to provide it if there are other options available? But for the ones like the Veterans, Boys and Girls Club, we actually pay them to manage, and they provide services in exchange.
And the veterans, in defense of them, they let a lot of people use that
And they
building.
do, yeah.
I know they let you, they let
Yeah, they do.
Toastmasters, they let
Well, they're always there, and we are the most patriotic city, so I'm not against the veterans or anything. I'm not really against any of them. I'm just asking, how many of those do we have? Is what I'm asking.
So we don't have any more $1 leases because they're not legit, they're not legal. So what we did a few years ago is got more creative and we pay. Right now, there's only two that I'm aware of, and that's the Veterans Contract and the Boys and Girls Club. And so they're taking a building and they're occupying, particularly with the veterans, they're occupying a building that we would have otherwise been able to dispose of. And we're paying them a management fee to take care of that building. That's how we provide funding to them. And that's how we're allowed to have them in the building, because in theory, they're managing our building. And I'm not going to argue the merits of good or bad program. I'm just saying it is at a cost. So we pay them $6,800 a year on each of those contracts. They occupy the building. We pay the maintenance, we pay the insurance, we pay the utilities. So it's just the way that works.
What about Lexington?
We own that building and we actually we lease it to Heading Home in exchange for their services, which they provide, and bring in money to do that. So there's an exchange of value. We provide that lease at $1 or no cost, and then they provide these services that we didn't have in the community before, like a family shelter and those kinds of things. So there's an agreement where they provide that.
So it's not a monetary exchange, it's a like-kind exchange.
This is what I was asking. How many buildings do we do that have the in-kind exchange where we provide, they provide a service to the community, and in exchange, we don't charge them a full rent or utility amount like we normally would? That's my question.
Honestly, I don't know. Sign those contracts.
Well, we'll get you a list of buildings, then I'll go through them, but there's not that many.
Okay,
There's
that
not
would
that
be
many that
helpful.
we do that. Most of them are just our buildings for our services.
Okay, but if you could let me know, that'd be great.
I need to add those to my lease report. PMS is another one. I do know of that one.
PMS, actually, that was a very complicated lease. We assessed a fair market value for that lease, and in exchange, and we track it, they provide physicals for our new employees free of charge, and we track that. They actually give us a statement, and then they actually keep account of how much indigent care they provide. In other words, they keep a record of, because they have market rate, they have sliding scale, and then they have indigent care, and they actually provide that data to them. And then we do that in exchange for the lease amount.
Yeah, I guess we all need that list.
So after facilities management, we have planning. They're down slightly. They're at $850,000. Engineering is down quite a bit. They're at 421,000. Let's look and see what their major decrease is.
Yeah.
Capital purchases. That's what changed in that, because we don't have capital in here yet because it's yet to be approved, so we haven't imported it. So his major change isn't in operations, it was just in his capital that he got current year. Construction and maintenance is down again. That's going to be capital. Vehicle service center is down quite a bit. Let's double check that was capital as well.
Probably. Yeah.
Capital as well. Okay. We no longer have separate departments for police investigations and LEPF. The police sworn, this is just their wages, and they are up because of the changes we're making in pay. They are just their wages are 20% of our general fund budget.
And then that has to be negotiated again with the contract?
It does. So typically what we do is once a budget is approved, then that gives the negotiating team the authority of what they can negotiate with.
Yeah, because last time we had this conversation with them, they wanted to be in negotiations before we had our budget hearings.
Right. They are, Al, I think they've opened negotiations.
They have requested, so we are in the process of scheduling those meetings.
So we kind of, you already have money in the budget. It's a certain amount that we are able to negotiate with them. And this includes, now union is just officers and sergeants. Then the lieutenants and above are actually separate. And whatever you determine for employees, COLA and those kinds of things, they get without having to negotiate.
But to Counselor Palachuk's point, yeah, that's what we talked about last time, so that if they come back to us and then we say, oh yeah, we want to increase, then we say, well, it's not in the budget. And we had said, well, let's have the negotiation before the budget, because that makes sense. It's a step by step. And now, once again, we're not doing that.
Well, it's on them. They did an economic reopener. They negotiated in March, correct?
Of last year, yes.
Yeah, but they negotiated to do it in March.
Right.
And so it's kind of on them now to set this up. But there is money in the budget to give them a substantial increase.
Okay.
Because I remember they wanted 10%
Well, there you go.
when they came and we had said, but we only budgeted 5 or
Right.
3 or
But
whatever.
this time, I think we're ready. As I mentioned, it's in the budget. But we'll see. I mean, yeah, and you can go, but if you go back and want to increase it more, and then the other interesting thing is they're getting that 3-year subsidy, that retention fund from the state. They got about a 22 or 23% increase this past year with that money. Now, when you add a COLA and the proposed budget for pay and class increases, which we already have that information, plus what they're going to get from the state, it's going to be a substantial amount of money.
So then when that state money ends, then they're
Right,
thinking.
but if you
they're
keep
not
doing,
getting
but if
paid.
you keep doing COLAs and we do this one-time adjustment, then I think they're gonna be okay. I really do, because, and we're looking at comparable
I mean,
cities.
that money from like the feds, the state, I mean, that gives them a false sense that they should always receive that, but that's just okay, that 3 years, that's a one time or
Right, but
3-year time.
that's why we said if we budget for this pay classification increase, which we have, and they get a COLA, and that's another year and another year, by that point, they'll probably be caught up to what that was.
Okay, well, we'll see. You'll have to. do
But
that.
we'll keep you posted. Al, we're gonna have that meeting, I hope, soon.
Yes. All, as a side note, all 3 collective bargaining units have requested reopeners. So we're working with.
Because they know there's money in the budget.
Well, because they think
Not
they
technically.
deserve it. It's not because
Well,
there's
right.
money in the budget, because they want an increase and they deserve one. So there you go. I'm just saying, the city pays very low. They gotta raise it up. It's a fact,
I think they'll be.
like it or not.
I think
it's a
they'll be,
fact.
I think they'll be okay. That's just me, but I am worried about our other employees.
I am too. And that's why I asked for this rate study a long time ago, because I didn't like that a lot of them were making their minimum wage.
Absolutely.
Just saying.
So someone asked if you're still sharing the screen, which you are, but I don't know if they can't see it or
They should be able to see the same thing you're seeing here.
somebody asked in the chat.
Tasha, are you able to verify as MIDI?
I'm not logged in. I didn't want to create interference.
It says I'm sharing.
And I'm picking it up too, so you're on.
I'm on, okay, okay. So the other ones,
That's
the
from-
follow next after the police, just their wages again, is animal control. This one is down a bit this year because, as you know, we were able to purchase the building, so we no longer pay rent on the building, so that increased or created some savings. This one is one we split with the county 60-40. We pay the 60% and they contribute to 40% for operations. They do
Yeah.
not contribute towards the capital, which we learned this current year. And that's another reduction. We had a couple of vehicles in here and we don't have those in here this year either. The police building is the secretarial and that group. That's a slight increase, mostly because of wages. Protected custody, those are our 10 officers. I had to remember the FTE count. 10 officers that go out and help with the streets and with some of the intoxicated individuals and other items there. Fire services, this is mostly their wages. They're at almost 14% of our total budget. Theirs is up a little bit.
You approved 3 more firefighters for them in the budget last year, so that's why that's going up.
Okay.
ARCS, he's pretty level. His FTE count staying the same, but the cost of them is proposed to increase a little bit. YCC, although we have the contract, we have grant, we have everything in place, that's all grant funding. We don't budget that at this time, so that takes care of itself. Cemeteries, he's requesting 40,000. We had money in here to try to buy land during the current year, and that did not occur. And we'll have to double check and see what he's got in his capital if he's requesting that funding again. I believe he is, but that's why it shows a sharp decrease. YCC supervisor match, this is the cost of our full-time year-round employee. And this is it's a full-time supervisor for the YCC program, and it's, as it states, it's our match towards the grant because we
So
have to.
let me ask
provide
you, go
matching
back to
funds.
cemeteries. I don't know if you're gonna go line by line again, but
If you can.
Yeah.
we had budgeted money for them to buy more property for the Gallup City Cemetery. Is that money still there somewhere?
So for current year, it's there. I believe he has it. Alicia, is it on the CIP list for the new year?
It's not on the CIP list, but I know. That we did put aside. There is money that was put aside for the purchase of land.
Yeah,
Vince, are you on the line?
25,000. You approved it last year and
Yeah.
budget, and there's just some issues with the acquisition.
But is it in a project?
I believe it is.
It isn't a project, it'll roll.
Because I thought that, yeah, the seller didn't want to sell after all, right there.
It might have been the price.
Vince, can you explain that situation, please?
Or something. Yeah, you wanted
Vince,
more.
are you with us? I don't want to requote him incorrectly, so we'll keep going. When he chimes in, we'll let him tell us.
The last report I got from him is the seller had decided
That's what I
not to
thought.
sell.
That's what I thought.
It might have been, I don't know, but I thought it might have been that the appraisal came in lower than what we had budgeted and what they wanted.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Tell us what happened with the Gallup City Cemetery property again.
Well, first of all, yes, the money is still in the budget. I've asked Lynette to roll it so that we wouldn't lose it. What happened with that was the appraisal amount came in way under the asking price. We had talked about making an offer of a little more than the asking, than the appraisal price. For some reason that amount changed, so we offered only the appraisal price. And at that point, the seller said that the property is no longer on the table. So that's what happened.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Vince.
Yep.
Okay. Moving on. Next, we have the recreation. They're up almost 10%. Most of it's in the wage section, so no concerns there.
Which they need.
Right. Harold Reynolds has a pretty big increase. A lot of it's in this system's now actually capturing all the cost of all these employees better than the old system. So his is tied to wages as well. We also increased across the board all of the regular part-time employees to 25 hours rather than 20 to try to provide better support to the departments and to reduce some of the other overtime. So that affected his departments negatively. Economic development, this is kind of a new department. Last year we budgeted for a body. This year we've got a body plus a few expenditures. El Moro is up a bit, I believe. Theirs is partly because of the change in wages as well as the hours. And municipal courts. There is a new piece of learning on the municipal courts. We've checked into their Fund 206, which is the fees they collect, correction fees they're called. And the amount that we've got budgeted in here for the monitors for bracelets, we could charge to that fund. It's a new expense this year that they were requesting for $12,500. We can move that over to the 206 fund, and that's my proposal today is that we want to move that amount of money. And that helps alleviate a little bit from the general fund because the 206 fund is built up a little bit and it's so restricted. This is the first use we've been able to identify that we can use some of our piece of the money for. I will take care of that. I'm seeing nods, so we'll move that.
Yeah, that seems like a good idea.
Couple small changes.
And was there legislation in the state that actually prohibited them from collecting certain fees that have been done in the past? I can't remember if it passed, but I don't know if it got signed by the governor.
Not that I'm aware of.
But that would have an impact on revenues.
Yeah, that would impact it. And their revenues are pretty minimal. And a lot of those fees that they collect have to go straight to the state.
To AOC.
Yeah, and now they do have, and it's really, they changed it and it doesn't work in our favor anymore. the AOC used to pay for stuff for the courts and but you would ask in advance saying, hey, we want to do a new computer system. Can we have $20,000? They'd say, yes, you do it, you get your money. Now you do things and then you submit and say, can you reimburse us for this cost that we've implemented? So we have to front the money, not having any indication whether they're going to reimburse us or include us in that. And that's an unfortunate change that they made because it makes it really hard for us to plan. And so.
To charge, they were attached to statute computer fee. And so that's how they were doing the equipment. And I don't know.
I don't know how it changed, but yeah. Okay, did Matt make it in? We're done with general fund.
No, he's not gonna be able to make it.
Oh, no.
He's okay.
I guess you're up.
Yep.
So let's
Tell him
go.
we'll just, whatever he gets, he gets, so.
Well, that was nice.
That's unfortunate. Okay, so on the golf course, we can go through some of this. We can go through some of these items then. We'll have JM go through it. The salary and the benefits, we didn't change any of his people. So we're not gonna worry about that.
When you say his people, there's only 4,
Yeah, go back.
there's only 4 when there should be 8 at least. For golf course.
Just get
So are
this.
there vacant
There's a
positions there?
misunderstanding
4
about that.
vacant positions, I believe, right?
This is the first.
Yeah,
I've
we're gonna
heard
give you the
question
list
on
of all
this.
the people, because it's not just.
It's right here. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 full-time people budgeted.
Budgeted.
Budgeted?
But, oh, okay, but there's 4 actual bodies working there, right?
No, he meant, when he said that to us, he meant 4 on the maintenance, but not 4 total.
Right, he has people that run the pro shop, that he has a person who does all the office stuff, and so he wasn't counting those. He was saying 4 in the field, basically.
Wow, it was kind of misleading.
And then that didn't include the part-time.
So
I
he's
see that.
got 7 regular full-time bodies that are budgeted that he could fill. He's got 2 seasonals. And then he's also got, well, he's got a total of 6 seasonals. So those should be 25-hour-a-week employees that he can hire.
So will those get filled even though they're closed? Matt?
I'm
JM?
That too. Yeah, he gave up 2 during this process, but I'll let.
We have a part-time laborer and a part-time park ranger person that are still
Available.
that are open.
They're not filled, but they're
Not
filled.
Out of
They
curiosity,
close on, well, they closed on April 10th, so they'll be reviewing those applications.
Did you get
Those
some
two hires.
applicants?
Yep.
So the intent is to fill all of these. I think that's the question.
Yes.
I'm just curious as to why we're filling, when you gave us the presentation, it said that one of the reasons he wanted to close 2 is because he didn't get people, he wanted to get the golf course up to par, okay. But then why are we filling a bunch of positions when one of the main reasons was that he couldn't get enough positions? And then why are we having, I understand part-time labor, but a part-time what did you say?
Cart range.
Cart range person
Yeah, right
when nothing's open. So what is that person doing? How are they
I'm
getting
sure
the
they're
balls
part
off
of-
the
I'm sure they're
range?
part of the
They're
maintenance.
probably the
Yeah.
seating.
Working on seating and everything. It's not just to go around in a park.
Okay, so they are gonna be doing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's not gonna get a position and let him sit around and in the car doing nothing all day. I'm sorry, they work their butts off over there.
I've been there.
I know
twice.
you don't like them because your husband is a golfer and he used to work there and, but.
That's entirely not true,
But
Fran.
they're
actually.
but they are working. They're all working. He's sending little films every
Yes,
week
I like that. he's
to
bringing us
everybody
up to-
showing what he's doing so that people don't think he's just sitting around.
Yes, but I'm just asking questions as I'm allowed to do.
Yes, you are, but
I don't have anything against Matt, so please don't say that.
Could we
I'm
get back to basics here?
Yeah,
I mean-
yes, but like, I'm just asking a question, which I'm allowed to do. So
Okay.
I'm literally asking about the positions.
And we
and-
appreciate the question. I don't have a problem with that. Let's just keep
Thank
on
you.
going though.
Yeah, just a comment though, during the budget process with JM, we did reduce, so they're not showing here 2 additional part-time workers that was agreed to. But he thinks he needs all of these to get the golf course reseeded and open. So we cut 2 and then we left the rest, but that's up to you. That's up to you.
Yeah, that's great.
But the 2 that we cut don't show.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So let's move on down. Jim, do you just want to talk a little bit about each of the lines? I can expand these to see what all we've got in here.
And you can see the negative, but that were cut.
Mhm.
Any questions on any of these?
Let's just leave them summarized.
I didn't go cross-eyed
All of
watching the
the
arrow
ones-
here.
Can you see you can see all the reductions that were made.
So is the affluent line, the one above ground included in this?
Actually, that's a great question. Where is the temporary effluent line? Because we talked about funding it for 2 months. And I just, we talked about that quite a bit. I'd like to show you that. Is that in
No, it's not
other,
under that line.
which one's that?
Yeah,
I can't remember. It's a contract.
Should be,
Pick up temporary pipeline, that one. 50.
that's just the final thing. I don't know where he's got the contract.
Oh, yeah, but that's to take it up. What's in there? I'm sorry.
It's 90,000,
Yeah, right. It's 90,000 for 2 months estimated.
correct.
Maybe if they pick some up, then
Yeah,
what Kurt said last night, he's hoping as they lay the pipe, they pick that up, they reduce it. But I'm concerned about this amount. I just need to find it. It was,
Right there.
there it is, right there, 90,000.
So when we were counting the days out the other day, it sounded like he needed one more month. Oh,
he said 2
he said 2.
months, yeah.
One changes to 180.
No, he said
No, we
90
changed
for
it.
two.
No, it's 45 a month.
Yeah, it's 45.
Okay, so we're good.
So we'll leave it and pray.
Right, because that could decrease if they pick up the, like last
Yes.
night, if they pick up the.
I don't think
temporary-
it's likely to decrease.
Okay.
I'm just hoping that they might be able to extend it another month by reducing the amount because they don't have as much of the
Yes.
temporary
much of
pipe, right?
Right.
So,
There's still gonna be pickup.
So the way Courtney explained it last night is we've got the 50,000 in there to pay for the pickup portion of it. As they pick up, they're gonna have them pick up pieces of it as they make progress. As they pick up pieces of it, the monthly cost goes down, which is gonna allow hopefully the opportunity to
Maybe another
stretch it
month,
one more
right.
month without having to do a budget change.
that's the plan.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Pablo working against the rock.
All comes together.
We have a plan and everything has to work.
Guys,
Like that, working against each other in opposite
Yeah,
directions.
they're coming towards each other like this. That'll be good.
That's
Who's the fastest?
that's our longest fun that we're gonna have to go through this morning, but let's do 10 minutes and then get
Mayor-
back. to
Mayor,
moving on.
Council, this is Kurt.
Oh, hey, Kurt, uh-oh.
Yeah, just to clarify, that's the plan. If everything works out, that's the way it'll work. The one factor in there, just to be clear, is material, right? Availability. So, but everything's shaping up to put us in a good position, but that's the one thing we have not been able to completely verify yet for the plan I laid out last night.
Kurt, when will we know for sure? Because the preliminary budget gets approved in May and the final budget gets approved in June. Do you know? when-
I'm hoping by the end of this month for sure. We should have we should have leads on all materials by the end of April. For
So
sure.
we'll know For the preliminary budget.
Yes.
We do need to go over the capital for general fund before we take our 10 minutes, and then that way we can complete the fund entirely. We have a spreadsheet for that,
That's in,
and you have your books.
tell us your acronyms. GSB, IND. No, I mean, tell us, we need to go to capital for the general fund.
General fund, where do you want to go?
Just give
Tell
us-
me and I'll go to
give us
that
the
line.
count.
That's,
Where are you?
don't you want to go numerical? No, well. As long as we cover all of them.
Beginning, maybe that'll be quicker. Start with
IND.
Yeah.
And IND stands for.
Depending.
the- oh,
So the spreadsheet's not in the same order, or it is in the same order? This is the one you sent this morning? This is a spreadsheet.
Number on it? 12. Oh, yeah.
Page are we on?
Page 11.
All the independent departments.
Okay, so page 11. In your book. What we're
The
looking at.
spreadsheet's up, it's just not. I don't know how to get there because it's not in right order that I thought we were doing.
It's all right. Page 11. Economic development.
Of course.
On the very top, we're looking at fiscal year 2024. We're just gonna look at 2024, not 10 years out.
Page 11,
Page 11.
economic development.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I had to get you a red rock too.
2024.
The economic development, this year they're requesting capital.
I'm sorry, what page? We were.
Now, when you say economic development, is this Patty,
Are you?
the girl,
Parker.
the girl that does the housing, Tammy Parker?
Yeah.
This economic development.
What page are you on? I'm sorry.
11.
I had a side conversation, which we tell people not to do. Sorry. Got it. Okay. I might be able to answer questions.
So this one is Tammy Parker. So maybe we should change this to housing and whatever she calls herself now. Housing
Guys,
and
can I just say
community-
that none of that stuff is my stuff. I think that's like tourism.
Counselor.
Counselor.
Let me just add, this it says economic development is an old name for this department. If you look at the number, it's 214. 214 is lodger's tax. This is
Okay.
actually the lodger's tax tourism budget. But for whatever reason, back in the day, tourism and economic development were combined in one department. So that's why it's called that. And so if you have questions on that, Matt can probably answer them.
So this isn't general fund. We're trying to go over general fund
Right,
capital.
yeah, so why don't we get to?
So this is,
Not gonna separate just general fund out.
so this is lodger's tax then? that
Yes.
would pay
Yeah,
for
if you
this.
see 214,
Doug, I asked multiple times yesterday, how you guys want to present this? Do you want to do this? If you're going to do the whole capital, then we need to wait till the end. By fund.
10-minute break so they can figure it out.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
The way this new system. We've had,
Don't we, like lodger's tax, doesn't he just, I mean, we can approve this, but he has his own money, so.
You still have-
to figure out what we're doing with operating versus special funds, so you guys can talk to each other during the break.
All right, let's do 10 minutes, guys.
Yeah, that way we can get it.
But the answer is, yeah, even though it's lodger's tax, you still have to approve that budget.
For that is. And with this 900,000 is more likely gonna go down. In fact, it is gonna go down because, he and the judge, and we're significantly decreasing the 80, stuff in there. They had a whole lot of things that they don't spread out. So they cut a bunch of it.
Is that for a year while they're building the police department?
Yeah, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and run all the conduits and all the hookups to accommodate the equipment. So in a year or two, when they can start affording to buy more equipment, and this is like big screen TVs and audio things like that they had in conference rooms and offices and things like that. They don't really need those now, they said. So they were able to cut a bunch of that out. And the other issue is the asbestos abatement wasn't included in the bid. And that's a big expense there. So that's one of the issues. But we are working on bringing these numbers down. But for now, we want to leave it there until we have a solid number to go by. So more likely, we're not going to need all the 900,000. If you go down the page, that's actually it for that page that impacts general fund. Turn the page, start at the top. Golf course, they have a $50,000 ask out of general fund, and this is for a service of pump house pumps at the golf course. I don't know, James not here, but I don't know if this is a regular, just a one-time only maintenance thing, because he doesn't have anything in the out years.
Equipment cost.
Is Matt on?
He's on the card. Oh, that's fine. He said he was back.
Yeah, this is an on course.
There's,
Yeah, I seen that profile, so I know what
We
you're
have
talking
a
about.
question, Jane.
JM, we had a question on the service of pump house pumps, the golf course.
Golf course?
Is that just a one-time request?
Yes.
Okay, that's just to take care of the new effluent line that's coming in?
Yeah. The pump to deal with it at the court.
Next 101, if you go down, it's for IT. It's on line 12.
We're
Look to
pulling
this.
both of those off. She's gotten them funded in current year. She had some-
Okay, so disregard that one. IT. And the next one as well, you said, the
Yes.
16,000. So the 8,000 and 16,000 are coming off.
Did you say put it off?
They're being removed.
Okay, good. Good job. Thank you, Miss Susan.
Okay, going down, library would be the next one. We're looking at the $17,250 from general fund, and that's for a Momentum Interactives train table and exhibit for the Rex. Learning Center. Do you have any questions on that one?
Will that be at the library or at the rec?
It's in library.
For rec.
It's under the library budget, but she manages the library and the recreation, or the Rex Museum building under one budget.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
Gotcha. Okay.
No clarification needed on that one? No? Okay. Next line down is $5,850 general fund indoor imagination playground equipment for the Rex Museum. Good there?
CB, did you get her 51,000?
That's the next one. So the next one down is 51,000 at a general fund, and it's new regional library and museum construction and design. It's the design for the new library, which is kind of cheap, 51,000. Okay, it's conceptual design.
Is this for, do we already approve for it to be on the north side or is just to?
What was the site that council picked? I'm assuming the designs for that site. Yeah.
That's correct.
I turned the mic off during break. So the site was tentatively selected, but I think council wanted to see how it would look. So this is to get input from this community team that she put together and then do a conceptual design on that site and then make a final decision.
And
That's
how
correct.
is it gonna affect if we zone, you know, how we're gonna zone that piece now?
There is that, and we are going to come back to council. CB and I were talking about this. It's going to go to the planning commission to make changes to that northern redevelopment area, northern downtown overlay district, which would allow cannabis manufacturing and cultivation, again, subject to your approval, and then also would take out that kind of obscure requirement that 50% of the building has to be used for retail or food beverage. Or in other words, we would allow out in total building to be used for either warehousing or distribution. So those changes are going to be made, and it wouldn't just apply to the property Rick Murphy owns, it would apply to any property that was north of the railroad tracks. So that is a consideration, how that would impact that area. I mean, it's going to change that area.
Because to me, it's gonna bring more industrial
Right.
force to that area, and it's really that where you're gonna want the library with industry around.
The good
now-
thing is, I'm sorry, the good thing is that a lot of those properties are already developed with buildings, like the Mr. Murphy's building, so it's already existing there. So we'll probably be able to control it better with the new buildings coming in, but it'll still be, the use will still be, if he goes that route, it'll still be cannabis and it'll be next door to a library. Now, the way the law reads, and I think we have in our
That's
protected uses that you can't have it next to a library, but the way the law reads in general is if it's there
They're there
before the library, then the library could come in after.
Okay, well, I guess they can decide that later.
Conceptual design that will
Okay.
aid you in making it a final
They
decision.
don't want it on the north of that spot, right?
It's not my business.
Okay, going down the list, we're in Vehicle Service Center now. Line 29. $75,000 for concrete replacement, repairs and shop. Amanda's here. If you have any questions for her on that.
This is for the whole, Amanda, is this for the whole, this is the entire shop? Replacing all that.
We have two concrete leaks east of the west side of the building. The issue is that been there so long that the water is starting to penetrate the concrete and it's starting to go towards the foundation of the building. So
And that's it for general fund on page 12. Go to page 13, that's starting Parks and Rec. The page is the Aquatic Center, line 1, $25,000, general fund for surge pit equipment.
It's a surge pit.
Vince, could you elaborate on the surge pit, what it does and what it is, please?
It's kind of like a water, a lot of water detention pond where it holds water, and currently it's got some cracks in it. And it's gonna need to be repaired. We're not losing a lot of water through the cracks, but the longer we put it off, the worse, the more we are gonna lose through there. It's a circulation pit. I'm sorry, I can't, if there was a question I couldn't hear.
So we can actually look at the detail. Okay. let's
What'd
do
she
that.
say?
I'm gonna try and bring up photos for you.
Thank you.
Change my share, John. Yeah, hang on.
So is that 25,000, that's total cost for that surge pit? Is that correct?
Yes, that's to rehab the surge pit.
And don't we go with the schools on something like this, or is just the rental?
That, I don't know if they're paid a percentage or not.
No. For equipment?
What would be the school share, right? Anything over 10,000?
No, they share 20% of all costs.
Right, but I thought, and repairs over, major repairs, that's on separate.
And repairs also? So,
That's the surge pit, and you can see the plasters deteriorating, so it's to replaster the surge pit.
Okay, yeah,
Picture's worth 10,000 words.
yeah,
that's
sure.
helpful.
Wow.
okay.
Don't know what that is. I think that's his finger.
CB, are you able to hear me?
You need to speak up a little, Vince. It's hard to hear you.
Okay, anyway, yeah, thanks for showing those pictures, but since we are talking about aquatic, I want, first of all, Mayor, Council, we need to realize that this particular facility is only 17 years old. And the issues just keep, there's so many different issues that are coming up. But this is just a tip of the iceberg.
Any more questions on search pit? We're good? Okay, moving down to line 4, cemeteries, courtyard square, courthouse square, I think it's supposed to be. $6,000 for a lowering device, and that's cemetery
Right here.
at a general fund.
Well.
Kind of need that.
Since I guess we need it.
Yeah.
I don't see very much either for your cemetery.
Okay, moving down parks, line 9, $60,000 for Christmas decorations.
We need new ones.
The ones we got are only 30 years old.
We need some new decorations. Come on.
They're vintage, guys.
Vintage, that's what I say.
Come on. There's no more glitter on.
Okay, moving down to line 17, $40,000 for fence replacement on all city parks.
Is that enough?
I don't think so, but I think this is more fixing what we have.
No, you know what, CB, again, if you go through the 10 years, I'm asking for repairs
Oh,
every
50.
year.
Every year. Okay.
This was just 40,000 because I didn't want to hit the council with too big of a hammer, but just so you'll know just how much fencing costs, because we have to contract it out. Just to do the foul lines on one ball field at Indian Hills Park's costing me $18,000.
Yeah.
So this might take care of one park. I've got over 2,000 miles of 50-year-old fence that needs to be changed. So just keep that in mind.
So
Okay.
just a clarifying question. So it's not every year, right? That 40,000 because it skips 2 years and then goes to 2027.
Correct, he staggered it out.
Okay.
That is it for Parks and Rec for general fund. Turn the page to page 14. Starting with fire. Line 4. Oh, no, never mind. On page 14 for general fund. Next page.
If they have other stuff in the line item for fiscal year 2024, but it doesn't come out of the general, that means it's coming, or how do you- it needs to come
Either
out of-
third-party funding or grant funding or enterprise funds, things like that. Not out of general fund.
Back and go over those then? Okay, the 375 and
All that other stuff is coming from.
We're just trying to bundle all of general fund together so that you can see we've got over 1.2 million in requests, and the only way we're gonna be able to afford current budget is to change cash policy, or we need to reduce budget. And we'll talk about that as we do the wrap up this afternoon.
Okay, page 15, there's nothing in general fund. Turn the page.
That's all of them.
Is that all of them? Okay, that's it for general fund for capital.
Because I didn't get to highlight it on the library, there was 3 of them, and I got 2 of them, but can you tell me what the others? Really quick, let me see, actually. Giant page, I got the 17,000, the 51,000, and what was the other one?
There was 17,250.
Like 5,000.
The 5,000.
5,850.
Oh, the Imagination Playground. Okay.
Yes. I believe that was it.
Yeah.
That's it for library at a general. Oh, actually, the 51,000 for the design, conceptual design. That was the 3. Got it?
Yeah.
Good, okay. That's it for general fund.
Okay, the next one we want to move on to is Fund 201. These are correction fees. This is under the municipal courts. These are the fees that we just did some further research on to see what we can use these for. We will move in the 12,500 for ankle bracelets into here. I'll just take care of that after the meeting, so I don't want to slow us down. But they get about 57.9 a year in revenues, and those are off of the fees that they charge at the courts. They bring those in daily. And then portions of that, if you read through the ordinance, which is, great bedtime reading, pieces of that have to go to AOC and to the different components at the state level. So even though they get almost $60,000, we're showing about 40 of that as a pass through. So they pass all those through to the state. That leaves us like this year with an additional 17.9. That's just enough to go ahead and pay for those bracelets and maybe a little bit of expansion into the future year. So it's a perfect fit for this fund. So 201 is more than balanced, and that's all you need to know. Any questions on that? Yay. Best one of the day. 202 is our next one. This is environmental surcharge. This one is a little bit more of a challenge because we've had, a lot of uses of this. We had large cash balances a few years ago. We've been able to dedicate and utilize those for a variety of projects. So right now, the 202 fund is showing that we have about 460,000 remaining from current year that we could utilize if we so choose, leaving the 500,000 minimum balance. With the budget we have put together, we're not really planning to use any of that. So we would still have a little bit of cash reserves in there for emergencies should we choose. We've got about 1.7 million in revenues into this fund, and we'll flip over there real quick. Again, we use a 5-year average with a 3-year trend to determine the revenues for this. We show we have a charge for services for clean and lean. We don't really budget anything there. We may be able to start increasing this if we really do start recapturing. A lot of the money that we use out of here for the clean and lean funds, we have not been putting, it's been more of the encampment cleanups. So it's not funds that we're going to recuperate. But if we do get back more into where we're having to do it within the neighborhoods, we'll be able to put a little bit here that we'll be able to capture. The biggest piece of it is the environmental surcharge that goes on to the utility bills. And then we have one piece that comes out of the electric department and one piece that comes out of water. This new system allows really good breakdown of these items. So it's nice to see it this way. We do invest those funds because even though a lot of it is already committed into projects, it's not necessarily spent. So we try to invest that money, and we're hoping to gain about $100,000 this year by investing those funds and letting them work for us.
On the environmental surcharge, are we just continuing to charge that? Because I had some people ask me before I was even on council that years ago, the environmental surcharge was set up for a specific project, and then customers were getting charged, on their bill. But then once that project was completed, they thought that would come off, but it continues to stay on. So I'm confused about that.
I wasn't here when we first enacted it, so I don't know what the meetings were or what the public perception of it was, but it is an ongoing ordinance and it is put in here for basically environmentally related projects. The attorney that was here at the time was Steve Seeger, and I don't know the administration at the time, but I've spoken to him in recent years on this, and they wrote it primarily for like wastewater type projects and things like that, but they also left it a bit open-ended so that we could utilize it for other needs. And we've definitely been able to find and take advantage of those funds, but there is not an end date on that ordinance.
Can I be sent the ordinance?
Sure. Let me make a note.
Good.
I think it was actually, from what I remember people telling me, I think it was initially designed more for solid waste. And then, but as she said, it's written in such a way that
just like we pay on our property tax for the McKinley County Courthouse, which has been paid in full.
Oh, yes.
And that other building addition was paid cash. So we continue on our property tax to pay that assessment. And it's never been removed. And once government gets an assessment, they never give it back. You're paying for the upkeep or whatever. But I know that's a fact. That stays on your property tax.
it's a critical source of funds now, though. We started to use it for cleaning up encampments. and clean and lean to front the money and budget for that. It's very important for us to maintain a clean environment in the broadest sense of the word, but we also use it a lot for wastewater. Because wastewater doesn't have a lot of capital and we do use it for those projects as well.
Yeah, that's helpful. I mean, I think just for me to know, because I have had several people ask me about that, like why the surcharge continues to stay on. And I mean, I just want to be able to give them an answer.
We actually, you gave me a report on all the projects that are being charged to it. Can you just send that to council? I just looked at it as kind of an update and it's very helpful to see all the various things there. And they're all eligible. There's not an issue, but without that funding source, there'd be a lot of critical environmental issues that don't get addressed.
Yeah.
For the operational expenditures for this fund, we've got 2 departments that are utilizing it at the moment for planned operational type spending. We've got the golf course. This is debt service for the affluent line, the $5 million we borrowed. And then planning, this is all of this clean and lean? Or $250,000 is for clean and lean funds. And 1,000 for other operational costs. I'm sorry, I don't remember what those are. That debt expense. We went ahead and built in a little bit of an amount in here. And the reason we did this to start with is because we've had in the current year, utilities had to write off some specific utility account due to bankruptcy. You get that court order, we have to comply. We need to have a little bit of that funded in all of the funds that are affected when we do the write-off, because it affects the 202, 504, 505, 506, 507, 508 funds. So we have to have a little bit of budget in all of those. So that's just a placeholder for those when we do get something from the courts that require us to adjust out those amounts. For capital, we've got a few items, I believe. CB, do we have some 202? I'm going to switch to a different screen here.
You had golf course, but that's the effluent line.
Yeah.
Debt service.
Yes.
Right. Just,
Yes.
it says golf course, but just remember that effluent line isn't just for the golf course. Especially Kurt mentioned it last night, that pipe that's coming from the wastewater treatment plant is actually oversized to allow for other industrial uses. So I wish we could just say effluent line and not.
I said that because we paid for the line through the surcharge, right? So.
Right, exactly right, the debt service, but that, it says golf course, but it's really the effluent line.
We just have a few on 202.
Which ones? do you have?
Okay. for this
These are all mentioned. But which ones these are mentioned? Oh, I just had. I was just gonna ask him. Shit.
Page 13.
All right.
Parks, yes, $50,000. City landscaping and right away drainage improvement.
What is that exactly?
City landscaping and
Sorry, I didn't have my mic on. Vince, could you elaborate on the
Landscaping and right away drainage.
city landscaping and right away drainage?
Yes, sir. These, CB, these are all beautification projects throughout the city that the 202 account has been funding for the last, if we get money this year, the last 5 years.
Can you mention, Vince? Oh, I'm sorry. This is Mary Ann. Can you give an example of the most recent project that was done with these funds?
The most recent project would probably be the frontage of LBM. That we did last year and a half ago.
Frontage on by Larry Brian Mitchell.
Right.
Okay.
that was nice. It's very nice.
Application. Looking at notes.
That's ongoing every year, right?
Yes, sir. That's, well, hopefully that is, Mayor. Like I said, we've been doing it for, I think this is the 5th or 6th year if we do get the funding, but it actually has helped with, some aesthetic improvements.
That answers that.
Thank you, Vince. You do good work.
Thank you.
Okay, the next one is on page 15. Down to line 20. That would be under engineering, whole block sidewalk program, phase 3, construction and maintenance. $750,000. It has 750 out. Through the 10 years, skipping in year 30, 2030.
So what,
Robert, could you elaborate on the whole block
how many?
sidewalk program?
Like 1, 2.
Yes, good
How
morning,
many in
Mayor.
each district? Not this, one. Yeah.
That's for just one block, Counselor Pelichek,
One block.
the Alva Drive.
For each district though, right?
For one district. That's just for one block.
One block period?
Yep.
One block period, 750,000, that's correct.
Oh.
Recall last year, we got
Costs have
approved
gone up.
to design 5 blocks. Those designs will be done this spring. So I'm requesting the 750,000 to actually construct one block. That would be Alva Drive, Counselor Pelichek.
That's, it's right there by Hojo Academy goes up, but it's gonna start at the top. Yeah, because they don't have sidewalks.
It'll actually start by the water tank and run all the way.
By the
to
water tank up on top.
Alva
Yeah.
Drive.
Brother.
This is the cost of this has gone up since Stan conceptualized doing this whole block. Because he didn't like that we would do one property and then the drainage would go to the other property. And so he wanted to do whole blocks at a time. The only other revenue source for this that we talked about, CB's doing something else now, but if you are in a low and moderate income area, we can, once we finish the West Logan project, we funded it with $1 million of CDBG funds, community block grant funds. We can apply again. Chihuahua might be another neighborhood. So that might be another source that we could use in the north side and areas that qualify for low and moderate income. So it's just that we have to finish the one we have. They won't let you apply again until you finish construction on it, but CDBG funds is really the only other.
We could actually apply if we know that we're gonna meet the threshold. And we're gonna meet the threshold on this, so we're actually working on putting an application together for another area.
So, okay.
Okay, next one is page 22. All the way to the bottom of the page, line 43.
What was the page again?
This is in wastewater department, page 22. Line 43.
Can't find it.
$250,000 for sewer collection system improvements.
Yeah, I got it. What line was that again?
Adrian, line 43. Adrian, could you elaborate on the, or Kurt, sewer collection system improvements?
Let me jump in because this one's pretty straightforward. Every year we budget $250,000 in 202 for wastewater line breaks to repair them. That's basically what this is.
Okay.
That's correct.
What area what area is it?
Wherever it breaks, wherever it breaks.
Wherever a line breaks
Oh.
for sewer, that's just budgeted for that to repair the lines.
That would also include replacement of manholes and stuff like that.
Oh, replacement of manholes. Oh, thank you. Okay.
Okay, next page, page 23. On 56, there's a few in that line. It's the first one. And it's $12,389 for Tomato Lift Station designs.
In 25. Oh, right there on top. Okay. Is it?
No, that's in
No.
24.
The one right above that.
The one, okay, tomorrow, okay, thank you.
12,389 for Tomato lift station design.
So Stevie, I'm sorry, so sorry that I completely missed this. So when we're going over all these are not coming out of general fund, right?
We've already done general fund.
Those are the first ones we did. So what is these coming out of?
This is 202.
Environmental service.
Environmental
Oh,
service.
these are 202. Okay, sorry, I was getting myself confused. Thank you.
Did you want just to mention the Tomato lift station, Adrian? Because we've been talking about this one for quite a while.
I would like Kurt to jump in on that, Kurt, if you could.
Sorry, guys, it took me a minute to unmute. Yeah, Tomato lift station, it definitely needs to be repaired. The 12,389, I'm guessing that's likely just for design money.
Yes.
But there's no.
So there's not really a project tied to it. I don't think we've been issued a PO for it yet, but that work does need to be done.
There actually is a project on there, right?
Yeah.
JU 2218. So it's currently tied to a project.
Right, I know it's tied with a project, but I don't think anybody's received a PO to work on it.
Adrian, have you, well, that's offline. Jackie hasn't gotten a request on that yet, but we can work on that offline. That's not part of this. So for capital, guys, that is all we are requesting for currently out of Fund 202. So 202 is one of the funds that is actually a balanced budget. The revenues and the actually slightly exceed the expenditures. So we're comfortable with this one and what's proposed to you at the moment. And we want to move on then. The next one is the State Fire Fund. This is obviously fire department. This is where a lot of their operations lie. Get back to the right screen. He does have another fund, but it's more grant related, so there's nothing to present at this moment till he gets funding into that one. And then he'll bring that to be budgeted at a council meeting. So his revenues, we don't have a solid number yet. So what we do is we budget based on current year. We have him staying pretty flat at that. Sorry, I've got a bar in front of me here.
So when they get reimbursed for their ambulance service, is that going to show up here in reimbursements or somewhere else?
That shows up in general fund. What happens is a lot of those costs are housed in his general fund department as operational expenses. And we've increased his FTEs over the past couple of years to help account for that. So those just go into general fund as regular revenues and they help fund all the additional costs that have come out of his department.
And do you capture that amount? I'm just curious.
Is that about the revenue?
Yeah, it's about $300,000.
Okay, good.
And we're really pleased with that amount. And we hope it continues to grow, but we also mean if it continues to grow, that means the local competition may be not stepping up as much as they could and they're missing out on revenues. It's just kind of a balance. But it took years of work to get to where we're able to submit and get reimbursed on that. They have an outside firm that does all of that work, which is great because it's the expertise that we don't have on staff. And it's doing really, really well.
Great. Thank you.
So his revenues are just showing a tiny change at 667,000. His expenditures are showing a bit of a decrease, and that's because of capital. We don't budget the capital yet at this time. He has a little bit left after budgeting his operations of 143,000. That's because a loan we had to build, I believe it's the Northside Fire Station. The loan is now paid off. So that's 143,000 that goes back into his operations to be able to use for that rather than debt. The only problem we've got is he's asked for $400,000 to fund the final piece of his fire truck, but he cannot yet afford it out of this fund. So we can fund the fire truck at $165,000 to add to that total project he's been building up over the years. And then see what the new revenues are or discuss it further. But he just doesn't have enough money to request the full 400 at this time. Maybe that's the only thing he had in there is just the fire truck. There's 2 items.
Well. Yeah.
Okay. So the capital items he's got are,
Page 14. Then, yeah, ladder truck. And then go down to line 9. He has another 100,000 to replace unit 2, engine 6 fire engine, 1998.
Amanda, would that be, is that enough for a full replacement of a vehicle or is that building up for the next one? Do you know?
So the 300,000 that they're asking for on the 1995, if that gets approved, then we would have to supplement that with an additional 300,000 for 375. So as you can see on your CIP sheet, it looks duplicated, but that's actually for the same fire truck.
That helps, because yeah, okay, I see.
So do the fire trucks come out of the fund?
No,
They haven't been. That's a policy decision that is at your discretion. But it would be more like 500,000 coming out of the vehicle replacement fund if we were to fund the full thing this coming year.
okay.
And then the 100,000,
The 100,000 is just the amount that you budget to build up to purchase the next one.
so maybe we should do just the 600. Because that's going to come out of your fund as well if we did it. And it's to build up, it doesn't.
Out of 209, but
So the issue with the 1985 area letter is that we're having issues with the parts market right now. Anytime anything breaks, it kind of puts them a truck down. So the idea of it was to try and replace it this upcoming year. And cross our fingers that nothing breaks in the next few years, because once we put in the order for that fire truck, it's gonna take about 18 months for the fire truck to be built, if not longer. That was the thought process behind taking the 300,000 from the 375 as well as the 300,000 from the 209.
Just to get the purchase completed before something drastic happens.
But he has insufficient funds, so we would have to move about 250,000 more out of his fund years in order for him to have both of these items in here.
And where are we moving this money from?
It would come out of vehicle replacement fund. He's got it budgeted under his 209 fund. There's insufficient cash.
Right, that's from the fire, whatever.
yeah, the state fire fund, right?
But he doesn't have enough.
Correct.
And what's your balance in the vehicle fund? I know you gave it to us. It's in one of these.
5 million something. Over 5 million.
So we've never helped fire before.
No.
Well, it's not true. A lot of their stuff used to be paid out of general fund. And as we've gotten strapped essentially with general fund and the demands are far outpacing our ability to bring the cash in to meet all these demands, we've shifted more of his operations onto his fire fund instead of it being just for capital and special project type money. So he typically was paid by general fund. We just couldn't carry it all anymore. And so we have made that shift. And, you know, that's where the 10-year plan that we're going to be able to roll out this year is going to help to provide some enlightenment. But it's at this moment, we could definitely shift that over and pay the extra amount out of that vehicle replacement fund.
Well, I would like to see that done.
Yeah,
Basically because they need that.
yeah, I agree. I agree with that. I'm
Go
just,
ahead.
so the 600,000 total is not enough. Is that what you're saying? 300,000 from 375 and 300,000.
Right, if
Or
he
is
takes
it
if he takes the 300,000 from 209, Patty's saying he's not gonna have enough.
Okay, so he doesn't have the 300,000.
He doesn't have 300,000.
Okay.
He can, so we
So
need
you'd have to increase it to 500,000 from 375 vehicle replacement fund.
And we do actually purchase the vehicles for the fire department, just
fine,
not the
fine.
aerial ladders, the fire trucks, things like that. The battalion chief vehicles,
Right.
the fire inspector vehicles, everything like that, we do take out of 375.
Okay.
So the way I recommend we do this, the 100 he wants to start building for the new truck, stay in 209. Then the 300,000 he needs to finish the existing truck is gonna be in general fund, Alicia. It'll be 65,000 out of his 209. And the remaining 235,000 will be added to fund 375. So the 375 ask will now be 535. 209 will be 65, and then he keeps the 100 there. Because that 100 is going to build over a series of years, and I really don't want to put those kind of projects building up in her fund because we've got a good mechanism.
Right.
So it'll be a supplement where we get it paid out of the existing vehicle replacement money that we do have, and it'll finish the funding we think we need for this truck based on that.
I think that would be good. I don't know about other
Council member. But you know, they gotta have these trucks to fight fires, so.
535. Amanda's.
Because we can't just have a hose.
Five out of his
It's
fund.
gonna take 18 months to build it too, so.
No,
yeah.
nothing out of.
By the time we wait a whole another year to do it, then it's gonna cost you.
The aerial ladder.
Absolutely.
The one that he had split 300.
Yeah.
Is split 65 and
The 525.
65 and 209 and move the remainder up to 375.
Correct.
375 is.
And leave the 100 for the
Leave
savings.
the 100 at the bottom.
Yep.
Alone, yeah.
It's good.
65,000.
Oh, yeah,
Actually,
yeah,
yours is
right,
just
right.
funding on, and the rest.
Clear as mud.
The vehicle replacement.
All right, we're rocking.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna move on because that's it. He just has the two capital items.
Yes.
Okay, great. So Fund 211, this one's Law Enforcement Protection Fund, and it's another one that we've had to shift over the prior years. There's two sources of revenue into this fund, and this is one that you need to really understand because this affects streets as well. So we have LEPF money that's brought in, that goes into one of their departments, and that is specifically for, I believe, mostly for training of officers. It's funded based on how many certified officers they have. The state has been really aggressively trying to increase this amount. We've gone from about 67,000 a year to 96,000 a year anticipated for that. So we are including that amount in here in our estimated revenue. The other source of their revenue comes from Fund 311, which is an infrastructure tax. The way that bill is, or that ordinance is written, is half of that money is specifically dedicated to streets. The other half of that money we can utilize for operations. And so instead of all of it going to streets, which we had been able to do in past years, we've moved the police operations to this fund, and we're using that infrastructure tax out of Fund 311 to supplement and pay for the operational cost of the police department. That's why when we went over general fund, you saw that it was only their wages that were in their primary department. So you see the two departments we have in here. We have the LEPF, which is 1-for-1 funding. They get in 96,000. They're expected to use 96,000. And they've done really good with that in the current year. And it'll be the second year out of 10 years that I've been here that I think they're going to get it fully utilized by year end, which is really nothing. Their operational budget, they do show a decline a little bit this year of 699,000. This is just operations. No personnel is in here. And that 905,000 is being transferred in out of the infrastructure tax directly in here to fund this. And so if we're able to trim this budget in any way, that extra money goes to streets. If they need more money, then that money would be shifted here. The way the ordinance is written, though, only or exactly half or more has to go directly to streets. You have any questions on there?
We have been through the police department operating budget though, and we didn't find
anything to.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty basic stuff, supplies, fuel, utilities.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure you guys understand that relationship.
Right.
I'm not supporting or advocating for any particular one or the other. Special library fund under 213, I'm not gonna really go through that. Right now, the only revenue we're showing is $1,500, and those are just little miscellaneous fees that she gets to charge. I think they're like late fees and such. She does have some capital requests, but they're third party.
Lease has capital.
Lease has capital? Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that one. Oh, back up. They have 82,000, I'm sorry, CB.
Yeah,
What line?
page 14, line 12. 7,000 for a drug incinerator. That kind of speaks for itself. And then if we go down to line 16, 75,000 for a virtual reality law enforcement training. And I believe Chief Pablo is on the line if you
Questions
want
on what
her.
that is? It's.
I guess we.
Can you guys all hear me?
Yes, please go ahead, Chief.
Okay, pleased to be here. I just wanted to share some information on that, the training module there. We did have about 3 years ago, a demonstration that came over to the PD. So it's kind of like a, I don't know if you're familiar with the VR, kind of the video games that are coming in. So it's displayed like a theater. You could have a 3-dimensional 3D or just a flat screen, depending on what amount that you want to pay. When you look at this, it goes through scenarios. You can change up the scenarios in there, put the officer in a situation with a partner, numerous people, and having to make decisions. Of course, it comes with the features of a gun, a knife, a taser, any of the equipment that the officer would have. They would be able to utilize that in whatever they grab. And it's basically a virtual reality training. And when you look at it, teaching the officer to go through these scenarios. So kind of the safety precautions of that. Right now, if we do, we don't have those tools. So when we go out to the range or when we do our training, we have to use, we take our guns and we take out the ammo and we put a safety strip through it, which is, a little bit more, how would you say, putting us in a little bit of a more of a situation than having to go through this, and in changing up the decision making of the officer. As you know, we do have a lot of the the House bills, Senate bills that are coming down with use of force and response to resistance. So this is really going to help our officers as far as training and getting them into that next level of decision making. And whether it's not just with an officer, we can put a PSO in there in a situation. And I know we're wanting to bring that back so we can kind of run you all through that to let you guys see the decision making in that process there.
Aaron, I have a question. So, I mean, I think that sounds really good. I like that, we learned about Homeland Security and all of these situations we had to learn if there was an active shooter when I was with the court. So for me, I like that they have these scenarios. So is there somebody that critiques, or does a program critique if they say they shot too soon?
Yes.
It's going to tell them you should not have shot. You need to, it gives them some sort of guidance.
Yes, ma'am. So as you know, we do have trainers here within the department who are certified in response to resistance. Also with our firearms, with TASER instructor, with our K9 program. So those instructors there will utilize what they are taught through the state academy and through their expertise training. They will be implemented into this program where they'll be the ones to be the operators of it. So they can change up the scenarios as the officer steps up, how the officer is responding. Are they too lenient? They will, they can change it up as they do. So it will be our own trainers that will be doing this program.
I really can't stress enough how much we need to have our officers trained at every level. So I'm in full support of this because we just have to make sure that they are ready for any scenario as it comes down. So I'm in full support of that. Just saying, thank you.
Thank you,
Chief,
Council.
this is Patty. Could you also mention the recurring costs that would come with this as well?
I know there is the initial user fee, and I believe when we looked at this, I know numbers have changed. But I think the reoccurring cost, it was about I think 5,000-6,000, but I could be wrong on that. But I do know that we're trying to reach out because these numbers that we got were maybe about 3-4 years old. So we wanted to go and revisit, and I know there's probably more companies out there now that are offering this.
Okay, Alicia, can you update that with maybe 5,000 going out? Thank you. Anything else on police? Okay, now we'll move on.
Are these not all, so these the vehicle stuff that it says, that's just coming from vehicle replacement, so that's not a capital?
It is capital, it's not coming out of this fund.
We'll get to that whenever we get to that fund.
Okay, got it.
So next up is lodger's tax. And we're going to go through the operations on that.
Is there a page?
Oh, no.
I don't know page numbers, but we're going to do the operational first, which is your fatter book that's smaller. So his revenues are pretty flat. There's a slight increase estimated for the year, which we had the departments input a lot of these, and then as a committee, we went through to verify that we agreed and supported the recommendation here. So he's got 1.7 million roughly coming in for his revenues for the upcoming year. He's got a little over 2 million in operational expenses requested. And then he has another set of capital for, let me slide, 92,000 for capital that he's requesting. So he is what's called not balanced. This is not sustainable, but he does have sufficient cash reserves to accommodate everything that's requested in here. This is one fund that we're not allowed to just build up for future. We have a revolving cycle that funds have to be utilized within 2 budget cycles after it's received. And he's scrambling right now to get caught up on the promotional spending piece of it. And then he'll be back into his normal cycle. So what he's got proposed here is definitely ideal. And it's something that we want to try and accomplish. His expenditures, let me get over to that. We can review that slightly. So he's got 3 departments here, and what we're doing is we try to break it out and track it a little bit between the promotional and the operational piece. He's got some updates to me this week that aren't yet in the book, so I didn't put them in here yet. Total ask is not expected to change, just the breakdowns for tracking, reporting to DFA. The big piece in here is you'll see the 450,000 that was mentioned last night about the Red Rock Park contract that we have agreed to help contribute every year towards the operations of the park. That's in here and that'll come out. We're still going to show it as a Red Rock Park department. And then the other 2 departments are his operational components for promotion, marketing, and just overall operations to pay for his staff member and the cost of doing everything that they do within this department.
It says economic development though, but that's really true.
Yeah, I
just want to stress that. That's not Tammy Parker. This is.
Yeah, it is tourism related. It's.
So is that Emily? No,
Yes.
She's
Emily.
Yeah,
I think, Emma.
that was the kind of, I'm not sure, marketing assistant, what her title is, that Jennifer actually had gotten approved, and it was just filled this year.
And if you want him to talk anything about his.
Capital request to come out of that fund too?
CB, do you want to mention what the capital requests are?
Page is that?
Oh, you did that one.
Yeah.
So we go back and do it. That was
214.
214.
Daniel, what page?
Oh, no, we didn't. That's one.
We got-
Sorry. Okay. 214, we're on page 11. Top of the page,
Okay.
it says economic development, but it's not, it's tourism. So very first line, number 1 is $12,000 for media equipment. Next line down, $10,000, digital kiosks.
Yeah, actually, let's speak to that. Matt, I know that this was something that Jennifer started. We have some money this year. You want to talk about where this year's money is going to go and propose for next year?
I'm sorry, Marianne, I didn't hear the initial question.
Yeah, sorry. Okay. So we're talking about the capital for the 214 lodgers tax. You've got the media equipment. I believe that's the camera system that you're purchasing for 12,000.
Yes, there's actually quite a few items there. It centers around the
all
camera
that, but
system.
right,
There's lighting, lenses, equipment to keep it safe, to carry it around safely, that sort of deal.
And the digital kiosks, the question was, I know we already have money for some, and then we put 10,000 in each year going forward. Can you speak to the location of those digital kiosks?
Yes, right now I'm actually in the process of working with Public Works to get one installed at the airport. So that's going to be our first one to kind of model how the installation goes, the setup, and get an idea of how it really is to get it operating. From there, I haven't found any locations that were planned. I've really looked through past files and emails, and I haven't seen where they were planned to be. So what I've kind of thought about doing is having one at the Cultural Center and then trying to get one at Red Rock Park. And then there's a fourth one that's still kind of up in the air that we haven't decided on where to locate it.
And then Matt, going forward, you have $10,000 a year going forward. So you plan to do how many each year going forward?
Well, I put that in there as kind of a fail safe if we need to replace the kiosks. They're about $5,000 each with close to $1,000 for shipping. So I'm just, thinking if we have to replace one every year, we should have enough in the budget to do that, because insurance was not purchased on those kiosks. So just in case they're vandalized or something unforeseen happens to them, I wanted to make sure we had money in the budget to get a replacement unit.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh, Man, I don't know if you've heard, did you put a picture in the budget, or can you explain what it looks like?
Sure. I mean, if I'm able to share my screen, I can show you, but it's essentially, it's about as tall as a person, 4 feet wide or so, and there's a large screen on the top half. And if you can kind of remember the monolith from A Space Odyssey, at the beginning, it kind of looks like that, tall, black, wide, and then we can order wrappings for it if we want to give it a different look. But for now, they're basically just kind of like a rectangle, and about half of it is a screen that's a touch screen that you can interact with.
And yeah, and you load it with information?
Yes, the plan is to have the Visit Gallup app on it. So when you go to it, you can just immediately get into our app, which has all of our assets, and you can build your trips and get information about murals, the different tours we have, all those sorts of things. The nice thing about the kiosks is they're designed to be really flexible, so you can essentially operate them like a normal computer. You can have Android on it, Windows, different operating systems. I believe it's Linux based, but you can use drivers for those different things to get what you want on the end. So it's very customizable, and there's a lot of flexibility with it.
Whoever you are, that's. I feel like I'm talking to my kids. Mark and Matt.
I can't hear anything. I'm sorry.
Oh, you can't hear me?
No, ma'am, not now. I can't. A little bit. I can hear you very faintly.
How about now?
Oh, and I've got my volume all the way up on my computer. I'm sorry. Let me see if I can pick a different set of speakers.
Matt, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you very well.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Matt.
Yes, ma'am.
Matt or Mark, whoever you are, Matt.
Matt.
So these kiosks have to be inside though, right? They can't be outside.
Yes, they're designed to be inside. That's what I've been able to gather looking through the past materials and emails and things from Jennifer.
Okay, so your plan is to put them inside a building? Because I thought some of them could go outside. I thought that was the vision in the past, but perhaps I'm wrong.
Counselor, I've done a lot of reading and her, basically emails is what I'm having to go off of because there's not a lot of files that were left. So reading through her emails, she makes it clear in there that they're for inside locations. And she didn't actually spell out what those locations were planned to be. So that's kind of what I've been going with.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I was wondering if, is it gonna have like a map on the kiosk that's like, kind of like you are here and then this is how you get to this business? Kind of like, if you're at a giant mall and you look at all the stores, they have those kiosks inside and then it says, has the map, you're here and, here's Macy's of where you want to go, here's Target, whatever's in the mall. Like, is it gonna be similar set up to that?
Yes, it will run the Visit Gallup app and that has a map built into it. So you can get on there and plan trips. You can build custom destinations. I mean, you can say, I want to go to Red Rock Park and then I want to go to the climbing wall and then I want to go downtown and check out the art murals. It's very customizable. But yes, to answer your question in short, there is a map on it.
Council and for everyone that's online, this again, when we do the capital request next year, this year was our first attempt at it. We will require pictures and photos to be uploaded, just like when we wanted to see what a surge pit was, we were able to glance at that really quickly. So our process improvement next year, everybody will have those photos on there so that we know what each of the gadgets and all of the requests are, because I really think that's going to help. And we're also working more towards getting some type of, not necessarily formal quotes, but some type of screenshot or something to show that the prices are realistic so that we make sure we have what at the time is going to be appropriate funding. And so that will improve with this new software, but that's just one example of exactly why we want to have those, is so everybody understands. Any more questions on Lodgers Talks?
So what improvements are they gonna do to We the People Park?
She beat me to it. We the People Park is the next one for $40,000. Is that what Tammy's doing?
No,
Improvements, that's different.
It's for, that's what
Could you elaborate on the We the People Park?
More from that, whoever you.
Were you asking for what that is, CB?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you
Okay.
elaborate on the improvements?
Yes, so I touched base with Vince on this going into the budget process to kind of identify some areas that, maybe we could help with. And We the People Park I'm there almost every weekend, except when the weather is horrible outside. And I always see out of state license plates around that whole area. So talking to Vince, what we came up to was some work on putting a pavilion in, new concrete slabs, some seating, a couple barbecue grills, just to kind of make that area a little nicer and refresh it and put some nicer things over there.
Oh,
So
okay.
Vince, please correct me if I'm wrong based on what we discussed, but that was the plan from what I remember.
I think Mayor has a question. Mayor, I know that, I believe it was Representative Johnson gave us 75,000 from state capital outlay. Gosh, I'm trying to remember, was it for I'm trying to remember, was it a shelter? I'm trying to think of what.
Yes, it was a shelter.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
But so just to go back.
We the People was.
For playground.
Oh, okay, sorry, but that was state capital outlay and they specify exactly what you can use the money for, Mayor.
Yeah, they put in a playground and dream.
But what Matt's doing here is saying that really is a tourism destination because people drive through, we see out of state. So he feels like we can actually use some lodgers tax fund to make some enhancement to that just because it is a destination where people stop all the time from out of state. So that we can't do that for every park, probably not Viro Park, just to pick on your district, but you understand. So if we can find a park that we feel like we can justify is a tourism destination, we can use it for improvements.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
Matt's still there. I have a question for Matt. So I was talking to former councilor Sandoval, and I think there's a plaque because she was part of the We the People there, and she wants to see if we could fix that plaque up there because I guess it's deteriorating also. So I don't know if that's going to be able to be in the budget or not.
Councilor Garcia, Matt.
Yeah, go ahead, Ben.
Council, you know that, I know what plaque you're talking about, Councilor. That's gonna be a minimal cost. That's something, Matt, I can take care of that in my budget. I appreciate what Matt has put on the table here. That's the first time anybody's tried to help us like that as far as lodgers in the park system. And Mayor, we're actually talking about two locations. We're talking about We the People. That is across the street from Playground of Dreams. It's separate, although it's in the same location. Like Matt said, people get right off the interstate right there. And they go and stretch their legs and look at We the People structure, and this will be nice.
It's very nice.
It's nice and busy, very busy.
It's
Thank
very
you both
busy.
very much. Appreciate it.
And I'll visit with Shorty Sandoval and get her thoughts, Counselor.
Okay, thank you.
Last one on lodger's tax is the Route 66 banner replacement, $30,000. Those are the most patriotic banners, I believe.
The 66 something. Yeah. Okay.
Different design, or they all the same design? 10 years?
No, I think
Matt,
he's gonna be
could you
about-
speak to that, the Route 66 banner replacement project? Because I think that we are looking at a little different design, and I think that's going to come back to council. Can you speak to that?
Yes, there are a few design ideas that I found in our files. They're very, very patriotic, which I know is the intention, but they're very cartoony also. And I don't think it really fits in with the visual, aesthetic of our community in the downtown area and along Route 66. So we're in the process of updating those, designing some new banners, like to coordinate with Vince on that and whoever else you all recommend to get input on that. But yeah, we definitely like to have a new design and
You
not
better
the one.
include the mayor on that.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
I was just thinking of the poles downtown on the Full Street Commons. They've got little brackets on them.
Well, I'm thinking about the west side that has no brackets.
Yeah.
How about the north side? We don't even have sidewalks, we just right there.
Hey, you're not getting it because we own.
75.
So just to clarify, this would include brackets?
Yes. The quote we have is for brackets and the actual banners themselves.
Way to go, Matt. You're my hero.
Well, Vince got the quote, so he deserves credit.
I want to make it clear, this does not include Cole Street. This does not include the north side. The south side, it's only 66 from the east end to the west end.
That's okay. I'm sorry, Linda. When they have 491 year, we'll put some up.
12,000 a year, you ought to be able to at least include downtown.
So,
It has to be on Route 66.
so we're trying to, coordinate with the Route 66 Centennial, but Matt, is this going to be eligible under promotion and marketing?
I would say so, definitely. I mean, that's all.
So I think we might want to look at downtown in some other areas, just saying. And
I'd be
because that's our
open to that.
40% that we have a hard time spending.
Yeah, I think
Yes.
that's a good idea too. Even 491.
Ma'am, if you recall, some of the
Include
issues were
Linda's too.
manpower and things like that. So, if we're gonna add locations, we need to consider that.
Oh,
You did hear what Vince said. There is that issue.
oh.
What's the issue? It's such a
Yeah.
Yeah, so what
Doesn't have enough manpower
Oh,
to do.
so you got to put them up and take them down and maintain them. And the issue with downtown too, as the mayor knows, everybody wants a banner up there. And so then who's gonna put them up, take them down, change them out, put them back, put in. So
Yeah.
that's really the issue. So
It's good to do it.
Keep it contracted out. Let the election.
I think we did use somebody once to do that, right?
4 people in there.
You had to do it one time with ceremonies.
Ceremonies, brackets and banner.
That means they're old.
So this falls under one of those categories that I was speaking of earlier, where we expand something, but it has ongoing cost commitment resources needed. And so that's just something to keep in mind. If we are going to expand that, then we need contractor money or we need staffing opportunity or whatever, that it's not a one and done type of investment to
So
be
could
made.
lodgers tax pay for a contract person to put them?
That's exactly.
Yeah, they could.
I think that's something we could look at, is that if Lodgers Cast can qualify this as a promotion and marketing, I don't see any reason why they can't pay for the contractor to put them up.
Cause that would be great if we get a contractor.
Matt, we're,
I agree with Mary Ann.
Overtime.
yeah, but it doesn't have to be, what we're talking about is a private contractor who could do
Yes.
this.
Cost
$30
efficient.
an hour.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah, I'll go for
I
$30.
know signers.
Put them up for $30 an hour.
I would.
Okay, so Tasha has left the building. That's like Elvis, except she's coming back with lunch.
Okay.
So let's see if we can get through one more fund. If you don't have any more questions for Matt, I'd like to move on to gas tax.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, folks. Thank you, Council and Mayor.
Not Omar, you know who you are.
Okay, so we're going to move on to Fund 216. Fund 216, so that you understand, this is Robert Hamlin, this is streets.
Yeah.
Not as much fun, you know.
We're going to
60 for
We're
net
gonna
cash.
start in your fat book with the operations first. Fund 216 has two primary sources of revenue. Right now, we have the gas tax that comes in directly into that fund. That is 100% dedicated to that fund. It has to be used by that fund for street type roads work.
I think the municipal league working on trying to get more money from the gas tax fund too.
I actually, there's been many proposals to raise the gas tax, and they all failed. What the municipal league was working on this year was trying to use the gift of the fund to dedicate some of that to local government. They didn't get what they wanted to dedicate. I think they got a small amount. Yeah, but most of it's going to which they certainly need.
Yeah.
Which they need, yeah, but.
They
Just
do.
local roads.
But they have to find another funding source for gas tax. And it's not happening. That was just I think that was initial intent, to identify a source, but also dedicate a portion of it. for government. They've taken all the road maintenance money and then how they allocate it to districts.
Yep.
The street and road fund says 1 cent, is that 1 cent a gallon or whatever?
That was the original. That was just, we need to update the title of this. I don't even know what no, it's not 1 cent right now. I don't know how much of the current tax we get. I'd have to do the research to find out. We do know that the revenue is slightly declining. And that's because of two things, or actually three. The pandemic, people weren't traveling as much. The prices have been sky high and they're going back up again. And the EVs don't buy gas. So, you know, all these things combined we're already seeing that hit. So we show a little bit of a decline in the revenues there. The other major piece that he gets is that transfer in from Fund 311, and you'll see it in the notes here. You can see it on your printouts. We transferred in enough to balance him at the moment, but he has more needs, as he'll express. He has much more needs than what we have on here. We're utilizing some of his existing cash so that we don't have little pots of money in so many different places. But between what he has requested here and his capital request, that'll leave his fund with zero cash. His other source of possible money, if things should change or we want to do something different, is the 311 fund has up to 700,000 that we could allocate, and that would leave nothing for emergencies or other opportunities. So I don't recommend that we go that low, but for the moment, we've got enough source of funds for him. It is not a balanced budget yet, but it's sufficient.
Patty, did we have a council policy on the 311?
Would that include
Yes,
the
we
mill
do.
and overlay program in that thing? In that?
Yeah, this is where it's all done. The Fund 311 that this is coming from, we keep a $500,000 minimum balance in there by policy. And I don't recommend we try to change that, but even with that, that's where we still have that 700,000.
It's 311.
311 is infrastructure GRT.
Well, because look at this, I mean, our top priority in our strategic planning was mill and overlay.
Yeah.
So Robert, do you want to talk about how much is in here in the mill and overlay that we currently have in this request?
Is that one street again?
Yes,
Can't hear you. We can't hear you. You gotta talk loud.
Can you sit?
I can't hardly hear you guys either. It just sounds like a bunch of newspapers. crumpled up
We need
there.
more batteries.
We had requested 550,000 to pave Aztec. I know you know, that was a request of something I would like to have done this year, which we're not gonna be able to do. We also had requested for some extra equipment in the street department, but this year we're only gonna be able to get one tandem due to the budget shortfall.
You know what, Robert, can you come over here because we cannot hear you? Can you walk across the street and come
Yeah.
over here?
Yeah.
Robert, we're gonna take a 5-minute pause so that you can come join us live because this is really important. Can you please come over?
Yeah, give me just a minute, I'll be there.
Thank you.
Charge.
I wonder if he's not on a particular computer.
I'm gonna stick it somewhere.
He's in a room with a bunch of people. Yeah, I don't think he's sitting up to his computer. Those are both dead. We're, I just changed. Is this just the front one on like 2 minutes ago?
Can somebody hear me?
We will recharge all these mics during lunch. Let's make sure that we get them all collected and we can plug them in because they're not holding well.
For beauty.
They're already dead.
Dang.
It's a few minutes.
Yes.
Yeah.
We can talk about it at the end, but we're not gonna go through those funds because there's no revenue to offset.
No, because there's no revenue and expenditure, operational expenditures, so we'll go over all those towards the end. And show them what else is still being requested that we're hoping to get funds for.
So in the street department's budget, the 216 account, I really didn't request any money in that account for mill and overlay. What I did is I requested that in engineering's budget. I requested 520,000 to pave Aztec Avenue from Strong to 602. We did get funding through the co-op. Mill and overlay, 216,000 is what we got. That's including the city's match of 60,000. So we will be able to do 2 blocks in each counselor's district. They're going to be smaller blocks this year due to, not receiving as much funding as we have in the past. But I am currently working with the COG to try to find more funding to be able to pave more streets. We are actually, we just had a meeting out at the Veterans Center. Councilor Schaaf was there. The mayor was there. JM was there. We're working with the COG to try to secure some funding to pave Hassler Valley Road from Mayamira overpass to the city limits, which is just right before the Hogs back there. And I believe that was $650,000 that we're working with the COG. Alicia is actually working on the application for that as we speak.
Wasn't the Department of Transportation or New Mexico Department of Transportation, they were going to fund it, weren't they? And we were only supposed to come up with like 32,000.
The match would, yes, it requires a 5% match for to pave that road. Which is about $32,500. And Mr. I can't remember his last name. His first name is Edward. He's with the Veterans. Edward Mendez. He said that he's willing to try to get that match out of his general fund. So it would be no cost to the city other than us doing the labor, the mill and the overlay, the work itself. Yes, from Mayamira all the way to the city limits, which is just west of the Hogsback, maybe about what, 1,000 feet west of the Hogsback.
Some paving. 6,000 feet.
What is the source of the funds? Is it the transportation program fund? Because if it is, then that opens us up to being able to use that for other roads like Aztec.
Yes, it
They're
is
gonna let us do that.
transportation fund.
Usually
Yes.
they make that be only eligible for capital. So road reconstruction, curb gutter, sidewalk. If they're letting us do mill and overlay with that funds, that's a huge precedent.
Yes, they are. Lisa Vega was actually in that meeting and she did clarify that we could use that for mill and overlay, not complete road construction.
There you go. And that's a 5% match. That
5% match, it's huge.
good news.
Priority list.
Another thing too is I know Alicia and CB are working on getting Aztec Avenue in there as well. They're putting that application in there as well.
Actually,
Yes, that
Actually,
would be nice.
Marianne, CB and I were currently working on the PFFs for this. The mill and overlay, Brandon found out from Clarissa at DOT and Santa Fe, Todd. She stated that yes, we can use TPF money for mill and overlay project. So the applications that we're turning in are 1 for Hassler Valley. 2, we're thinking of Aztec from Strong to 602 and then jumping across 602 all the way to Marguerite, being that we have that West Aztec drainage as well.
Don't you have to do the drainage before you do the road?
Well, the drainage is off the road.
You can see it flooded.
Yeah, yeah.
And I would add another phase, which is all the way forward.
We also, I think, took into account the potential for connection from Florence to Aztec for the new Alice Bridge.
Counselor, this is wonderful.
Yes, it is. It's huge.
Yes. Thank you.
It's huge.
I'm so glad we had you come over here.
Well, I can hear a lot better now that I'm in here.
So can we.
So can we.
Yeah, you're muffled.
Yeah, but as far as 216, we did have to cut out some of our equipment requests. And I think we're gonna make do this year with what we requested. I mean, it's putting a little bit of a strain on the department as far as getting some new tandems that we utilize for snow removal, and we also use during the mill and overlay. You know, at least we're gonna get one tandem out of it this year, hopefully, if y'all approve that budget. There was some other equipment that we had to kind of push back on, you know, and move out to next year. Hopefully we'll be able to obtain that equipment next year. Right. I was just going to talk about the Vector truck. We have a Vector truck. John, what year is that Vector truck? Is it a 2006? 2002 model, 2002 model Vector truck. This Vector truck, it's used for hydro excavating. The wastewater department uses this also to clean sewers lines, but the street department actually uses this piece of equipment to clean drainage. A lot of our drainage ditches have utilities in them. So we can't go in there with a backhoe and just start excavating. You'll hit fiber lines, you could hit a gas line, electric lines. A lot of these lines were placed in our drainage, which we're working with the electric department now to try to prevent this from any future projects that are coming up where utilities have their own easements. They're not installed in the drainage easement. But this Vector truck is a very vital tool for the street department. We use it to maintain our drainages that do have utilities in them.
We also use it to address some of the drainage issues within the streets around the city as well, because a lot of the streets, they have, you know, low spots in some areas, like the north side Lincoln in front of the Lauderberger. There is one of the bigger areas where it holds a ton of water. So we do use that as well to get the water out of there.
That street.
Actually, I'm working, there's an area that has sunk down on Lincoln there, right by the Lauderberger and the Pet Boys area. I'm working with the abandoned mine program. I want them to come out and do a bore because I think there's a possible mine shaft that has collapsed under that street. There's a huge void in the streets that's caused that area to drop down. I've got with the water department, the wastewater, to clarify that there was not a broken water line in that area that was causing that. They done some research on their side and said that they don't feel that it's a water line issue or a sewer line issue. So waiting on the abandoned mine program for their budget to kick in. Once that kicks in, I'll have them come out and do a bore and see what's going on under there.
Did we buy a Vector truck last year?
Yeah.
I think that was for wastewater.
The wastewater treatment plant.
Yes, I believe the wastewater treatment plant has 3, but they're running 24/7 with those trucks.
What, the wastewater treatment?
Two different.
Right, they use it for sewer lines. We'd be using it for drainage. We'd be pulling dirt out of our drainage, cleaning culverts.
Factor,
Yes.
but that's not on this one. This year?
Pardon?
Is that on the?
It's on there. Yeah, I believe Amanda has it on there on her
It's on the
side.
CIP, it's on the CIP.
Expensive are they?
You'll find out.
What is the cost of that, Amanda?
385,000.
I think it's about 385,000.
Hold on.
Guys, we'll cover his capital here in just a
On the
moment.
CIP for 385,000 out of 216, he has 2 capital requests this year. One's the Vector truck. And the next one is the
tandem.
tandem truck.
And that's
which is
349,000.
349,000.
Yes.
Absolutely need that. Yes.
Is that coming out of your fund?
No, that's coming out of 216.
So it's coming out of your own fund.
Yes.
Yes.
The more money we could find you, the more streets you.
That coming out of the gas thing where you're gonna have 65 cents left?
You know, we just don't want to request too much money due to the street department being short-staffed. We have 12 employees right now, I believe.
We just got 2 more, so 15 total.
So 15, and then I believe there's 2 more that just applied. We still have to go through the interview process. Hopefully those folks jump on board with us. But yeah, we don't want to request too much because we are short-staffed. I made a building construction crew available to the street department to assist with the mill and overlay. But, yeah, we don't want to get too much money and not be able to put it down on the ground. But I feel very comfortable with what we're requesting, that we're going to be able to get that down for y'all this year.
Okay, then we'll trust you. Okay.
Have you determined what
Hate my
streets you're gonna do in each district already?
I do have a list and I want to be setting up meetings with the counselors so I can go over those streets and get their input on them. We've sent out a list to water and wastewater to make sure that no utilities are going to have to be replaced on these streets.
Do I get a district too?
The whole city. Have any place on the west side?
Him to the north side.
But no, we do have a $1 million list and that's kind of what we go off of. We select streets off of those. Like I said, we do coordinate with water and wastewater to make sure there's no utility projects or any issues with their utilities prior to us going in and milling and overlaying. We don't want to go in and put a new street down and then they have a busted water line or sewer line collapsing.
My understanding, you know what streets the water lines are under, so you don't have to touch those.
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, that would be terrible.
Yes, that's happened in the past, but we've developed a relationship with water and wastewater where we get that clarification prior to going in and milling and overlaying.
You said it's a smaller block areas for the two streets in both districts. So like compared to like, say like Elva that's happening now, like what is that length compared to the
Was little.
Well, Alva is basically curb gutter and sidewalk. It's not asphalt at this time. We'll probably come in later on after that curb gutter and sidewalk has been put in, then we'll mill and overlay that street.
I see,
But
okay.
that street is, it's not the whole street all the way up. It's just from the tank
Yeah, and
to
it- and
the
it is-
end.
Tank to the south end,
Yeah,
yes.
so
ma'am.
it's not huge, but they don't have sidewalks.
There's only like 30 houses up there.
Not even, I
Not
don't
even
think,
that
right?
So what is the length of like when you were saying the blocks that for mill and overlay will be less? What does that mean?
John, do you know the number measurement roughly off the top of your head?
Typically, it's gonna be less than 1,000 feet for each road.
So about 2,000 feet per district.
So some of the areas will be like little cul-de-sac areas. So we could make it where we could disperse that.
And you'll start that as soon as this is approved, or when will you begin all?
That funding is actually already approved. It was a grant that we received through the state. And we already budgeted that 60,000, which is our match. So we have the funding to start that. We will be starting that here pretty quick. I would say within a month. We'll probably be out there milling and overlaying, correct?
Are the asphalt companies open now or?
Yes, actually, C&E is open. I was out that way yesterday and you could see the smoke coming out of their asphalt plant. As far as Hamilton, I have not made it out that way, but with this warm weather we're having, I'm sure they're making asphalt now.
Yeah. It's good news. Thank you.
Any more questions for Robert?
How's it going with those potholes?
Yeah.
We're actually getting the upper hand. We've been having some decent weather, no rain or snow, knock on wood.
Yeah.
So we're getting the upper hand on it. Just wish DOT could help out a little bit more, but they're short staffed as well. I-40 is priority for them. We actually did see them out on 491 yesterday. So they were working on some of the potholes in that area. Hopefully we can get them over on Maloney now.
Oh my God, yeah.
Last night there was questioning striping too.
It is.
Yes, I did hear that question on the striping. A lot of the roads in Gallup, the striping has worn off due to the winter that we had. Putting salt and cinders on the road, it just takes the striping right off. But we'll be out there as soon as weather starts clearing up and we'll be doing some striping throughout the city as well.
Yeah, that Mr. Rich was asking for striping.
In the parking lot, that's correct. But I personally don't have a budget. I don't know if Vince has money in his budget to stripe that. But we're willing to do the work.
No,
To stripe the
sir.
parking lot. We just need to find the funding.
But how much is it to paint?
I would have to get an estimate on it, ma'am. I couldn't tell you right off the top of my head.
Take it out of our discretion.
Let us know.
We'll look at it and we'll get an estimate on striping the parking lots here, both of them. A and B.
And I think he also mentioned, which isn't your issue, lighting. But I didn't know if you wanted more lighting or if the lights are.
He said some of the lights were actually not working, so, yeah.
That, I wrote that down. We can follow up with that, but.
Yeah,
So, and were you talking about just I call it the Camille's parking lot, it's the city's parking lot. And then also the one adjacent to it, I call that the courthouse parking lot because that's where we all park to go to the courthouse. But is that one also needs to be restriped?
yes, Mr. Rich did mention both parking lots that needed it. And I'm sure the one behind GJU also probably needs it as well.
Whose district is that in?
It's GJU.
Well, the thing with the striping of the parking lots is if I'm making people stripe their parking lots, we probably should maintain our own.
I agree.
Because
That's right.
that's setting the precedent like, well, why aren't you guys doing it? And it's like, looks bad. So
Especially downtown.
Right. Yeah.
I think we need to have it on a regular maintenance program.
Like I said, we're willing to do the work. We just need a budget for that, but I would have to get estimates on what it's going to cost to stripe those.
Okay.
Uh,
I mean, I'm happy to help with.
Me too. Let's-
Thank you.
I think Vince is also trying to chime in.
Or is that plastic, whatever? I mean, what
Zach,
do you-
some of them have thermal tape down and some of them are paint. The majority of them are paint now.
Thermal tape's probably pretty expensive, isn't it?
It is a lot more expensive than the paint. It lasts longer, but it's more expensive, yes.
Excuse me, Mayor, Council, this is Vince.
This is James.
I believe Vince is trying to chime in here a little bit.
Vince, go ahead and speak up.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wish we'd be there, but we're not. Anyway, as far as the parking lot, the courthouse, as you know, if you looked at my budget, you see where I asked for $18,000 for striping. That's for our parks and facilities. I can add to my quote and I can include the courthouse. Of course, that's going to be a recurring expense because Robert don't have the manpower to do all my parking lots and they need to be done twice a year at least, bare minimum. But I could include that. But while you're talking about parking lots, you probably need to think about the train station and the Rex Museum and everything else. I mean, all those parking lots need striping.
Yep.
Okay, we'll look at that.
Thanks,
Thank
Vince.
you. Moving backwards.
Robert, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
You know whose microphone?
Just
Leave it at the table or?
leave it at the table. It's fine.
All right, thank y'all.
Okay, so that concludes Fund 216. So I think, I mean, at least for the year, he's got some projects in there that will help out with each of the districts. He's got a little bit of equipment in there that he needs. And we have just enough funds to get by with that. Just keep in mind as we move further, and we'll do that after lunch, is we want to talk a little bit about the 211 split a little bit further so you understand how that funding the police impacts funding him, and you have to help determine what kind of balance you want on that. So I think with that, we can break for lunch and we'll eat as quick as you want to and then adjourn when you're ready.
Oh, my little charger. I know it's all lighting up. Thank you. Ms. Closures, I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Don't throw stuff at Michael.
So for their revenues, we have a little bit that we get from donations for food. That's under miscellaneous. 7,000. Participants are not required to make any kind of donation. They are asked that if they can and are willing to donate. We've got state grants at just under 200,000, federal grants at a little over 200,000, and then general fund transfer in $1,000. So that brings their revenues up to 746,000. They got expenditures right now at 719,000. We were really hard to make this where it was balanced so that we could move forward with it, not have to try to compete against the other departments in general fund. There. She does not have any capital requests out of this fund at this time because she applies to the state capital outlay. They're really good at helping fund for the seniors.
Patty, on this page, does it show, I mean, I know it shows line item by line item, but does it show the final breakout somewhere? On this booklet?
It does not show totals on the lines on them.
Okay, it's just gonna show line item by line item.
It does.
Okay.
And that's something that we're gonna learn as we go into this next year, how to monitor reports and create our a little bit. We do encourage you over this, as we come into budget next year to learn how to log the system. You can
Did that.
those particularly areas that you're.
I logged in, that's it. I logged this.
Yeah.
No, thank you. I like having.
So needed.
I won't use it.
We have one.
I don't know how to use
staff
them.
on programs where we combine 2 part-timers in the picture to a full-timer. Because we don't could more easily keep that position filled if they longer. employment on the part-time. Affect it cost slightly, but not enough to be material. And it's got the breakdown between congregate mills, which is home delivery, which a lot of people aren't really qualified for that anymore. They have in that way. Because qualified for the home delivery, telling us is you have to be kind of stable. You also have like family. So that's a lot of qualified. No, we're not city.
Wow.
This one is says senior citizens that was home care because home any longer. And then we have the transportation where they're moved from to medical appointments and things of that nature. They could live the best of life, quality of life. We can help. Right. If you have any specific questions, we could have Ken chime in and help overall.
So I know that I've heard that they get a lot of county residents at this center.
And reservation.
Is there a way and reservation? Do they track that? Do they keep tabs on how many are actually coming from outside the city limits?
They have a system the state system that everybody goes in. That's all the different stats they do that helps to relate to our funding. We are not allowed, because of receiving over this funding, can't ask them to contribute to anybody else. It's all about senior citizens, whether they show up for a meal, they're going to be served, whether it's here, I think that if we cross, we have people from Arizona that come over because they're so close to the border, we cannot screen them out.
So they still have to sign up though to get, they go through like a little application.
Fran, I'll take you to lunch sometime.
I've been there to you, but they charged me $7 when I went.
No, now you qualify for the dollar.
No, it wasn't that much free.
Over 60.
Not worth, sorry, it was $7.
No, we qualify for the.
quantity of food I got for.
What's that?
I think it's $1.85 for seniors.
Okay, I better go.
Yeah.
My call.
I got, yeah, I better get it. I haven't been there for.
Instructor coming from the county, is that something that we could ever talk to the county about? Or is that, no, is that just not good, a good look?
No, we could definitely talk to the county about it, whether they would help participate and help to fund, to increase our $300,000 contribution, or whether they'd help to fund it so we would have to take less out of general fund. I don't know. That just depends on our relationship going forward.
Yeah.
And, I found, we cleaned out an old file this week, my staff and I did, and we found records where the county used to help fund library. They used to help fund some recreational.
Oh, wow.
And those agreements are long gone and that relationship has changed. But there's always an opportunity to try and build more relationship, trying to make it more a united front. And I encourage, as we build relationships and move forward, that we consider those discussions.
Well, when we build a new senior center, it'll be called the regional, so that's when the county can put in help us out.
Well, they contributed to the official part. What we put in there?
They contributed 250,000, I think it is. for the design.
Okay, and isn't it gonna be named McKinley County?
It's going to have McKinley in the name.
Oh, Gallup McKinley.
They did say they wanted to be right. But I think they have, no, they have 2 other senior centers in them.
Don't they have one in Rainbow?
But I would assume that they have.
Kim, can you chime in and give us just a quick rundown of that so everybody understands? Kim, are you online? Okay, JM can fill. JM, we have some questions for Kim. Are you able to update us?
Sure, senior citizens hat on now.
All right, it's on it. Go ahead.
So in general, they're asking about how many facilities are in the county and what kind of participation we have of county residents utilizing the senior as opposed to city residents.
County helping pay.
So county helping pay, I mean, we got the 250 towards our new building. That was one contribution they made. As far as other facilities in the county, I know that there was one in Church Rock, but I believe that they stopped food service over there. I'd have to verify with Kim. One in Theru, there's one down in Rama area. I would say about 80% of our consumers are Gallup residents.
Oh, good. Okay.
So a majority of them are within the city limits. And then, you know, we get some that come outside from the county.
Okay.
And some come from
And Arizona and
Right.
anybody passing through on the freeway that wants to, I mean, that
We're gonna
qualifies.
go over there and check it out.
Yeah. What else?
Brian said she got charged last time, so.
Oh, boy.
Well, I was
That was like 10 years ago when she.
Oh, that's when I was running for office. That was $7. Okay, that was at least 9 years ago. Okay,
There you go.
weren't eligible.
You have to be.
I wasn't eligible, but now I'm very eligible.
You can't be in your 30s and eating there.
No, I'm.
Yeah, Jam, I don't think the mic picked that one
John,
up.
don't worry.
Well, it's good we know now that you were charged appropriately. That's good information. So, you know, the challenge for Kim is rising costs. I do know she's mentioned that gas is going up, food is going up, and she feels really pressured. But there's only a limited amount of funding. And one thing we did, and you may hear about this, is the delivery of meals outside of city limits. We are not sponsoring that in the upcoming year because it's just too much of a burden. Not that people don't deserve to have delivery. It's just something the city can't sustain the cost of at the moment. So if you do hear about that, yes, it was discussed and that decision was made because we can only get so far and do so much.
Area also.
White Cliffs, Demerco,
We're gonna stop.
right.
Yes, and it's unfortunate, but we've got to make sure we take care of our core service. And then if we have money for extended, we definitely could do
So
extended.
then they can't, like, say, they can't send a family member to pick up a meal for a senior, no?
So we're no longer doing grab and goes.
Take out, oh, grab and
Yeah,
go.
that's a state's decision to do
Okay.
that. They want seniors back in the
So you
congregate
have to
setting.
be able to come in or live in the city.
Right,
limits.
right. And if they do live outside the city limits, they can go to one of the other senior centers and see if they qualify for a home delivered meal. They would have to work that out.
That's to the state.
That's through non-metro, one of the senior centers in the county. That's who they would work with. If they're in the county, if they're in the city, we do have consumers that do qualify for home delivered meals. You gotta meet certain criteria, but there are some that do. Otherwise, the grab and go was really popular. You may hear some kickback on that, but that's not our decision. That was the state.
Okay.
Mhm. They're trying to there's more to the senior program than just getting to eat. And they want people back together. They want people doing that socialization, you know, just the whole interaction that they get from that. And it was also a huge added cost to provide all those disposable containers. And so it's more green for us to be able to have them in the center and eat.
Do they still have their little group that's like their board that?
Advisory, oh, yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
Counselor Garcia and I saw a few
Oh, yeah.
of them.
But they don't have trips to Vegas anymore, huh?
We can start that.
They
They used
do
to
take
go.
trips every once in a while, you know, depending on fundraising. They've gone down.
Because they used to have like bingo or raffles or.
They still do that and they still do that. As a matter of fact, when we went last week or 2 weeks ago, they were having a fried bread sale to
Oh,
raise money. So, yeah, they used to have all kinds of fundraisers and now that COVID's over, they usually go to their Special Olympics and I think that's what they're raising. it for.
okay.
They've been down to the gem show.
I'd say Special Olympics, but Senior Olympics.
Yeah.
I'm
Senior
joining,
Olympics.
I'm joining the senior citizen.
You could be on the bowling team.
But they don't send you to Vegas.
Oh,
She's out. If, along with these activities, do they have like, like different departments, like the library comes to mind, maybe some others, have like a list of activities they do, and then I'd like to post that, so people
Yes,
just
they do.
are aware, they do. How do I,
Come and visit.
is it online, like on Facebook, or how do I find the calendar? of
We have a
events?
mailing list that we send it out
Oh,
to.
it's a
We'll
mailing
include
list.
you on that seniors are on. If
Okay,
you would
I
like
mean,
that. you
can I
post
just-
it.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of hoping.
They
to
have
be like
arts
on
and crafts,
Facebook
they
and I
have
could
food
just share it, but
tournaments. Oh, don't go.
they probably don't use.
We don't
Facebook.
have a lot of Facebook
Yeah.
users at the center.
Good point.
I'm on that.
I'm a cool senior, so
There you
hey,
go.
I'm on Facebook.
Facebook might be a good avenue to, even my 90-year-old in-laws have Facebook. They have a joint account and they look. And so it might be another way to reach out and try to get more
We'll have
participation.
Kim
Us seniors. don't.
work and put it
Tell
up. there.
Kim to put that Facebook page together and
Actually, that's not a bad idea, because I think more and more seniors are doing. that.
That's how old
Get a
do-
grandkid.
How old do you have to be a senior? Because
I visited.
65. Yeah.
65,
five to get meal, go to the
Yes.
senior center.
62.
65, my parents have Facebook and they're old. They're not.
They're old.
really old. They're not old, they're not age.
Okay, before we get our foot in our mouth too badly. So is everybody okay with the seniors? And we'll move on to the next.
Yes, that's fine.
Just super quick, we're going to glance at this.
We're going to lunch at the senior center.
Just a matter of fact, we've got Navajo Gallup. This one's a GRT. This is paying for part of the construction as we go so that we don't have interest incurred while we do construction, which is IDC. We are probably going to end up getting most of this money utilized in the next year or two, as I mentioned this morning, and then we will have to start financing some of the construction. This shows a huge deficit for the year because we're using cash we've already accumulated for the year. We will end as predicted, whether it's a good projection or not, it's hard to say because we get a quarterly bill and we just take care of it as it comes in. We may have $6 million left at the end of the year. So this is to pay for ongoing construction as well as the financing payments that we have associated with this. It's a GRT of about 2 million a year that we're getting in.
This council.
And then the partnership with this is with McKinley County. They contribute $1 million a year towards this. And we're also utilizing this money and paying the construction fees and the financing cost.
When it says like the negative number, we're in debt that much after paying this amount, or?
It means we are out of balance for the current year. We are using cash reserves. When you see to the right, this big surplus and it shows it as a deficit, it means we will be utilizing cash. And that's why I included that cash sheet for everybody. So you wouldn't think that we were going to have an issue. We do have cash reserves and that'll bring this fund down to just under 100,000 if we have to spend that much.
How much is in our cash reserve?
We're starting with Fund 221, which was the GRT one. We have $10 million available. 222, we have 2 million. And then we're going to add 2 million and 1 million respectively. And we just don't know what our construction costs are going to be, but we're going to continue to pay cash up front as long as we can, and then we'll convert it to financing. When we first started doing the cash as you go, it was about a 4% financing cost that we're deferring and not going to incur at all. We don't know what the current rate would be, but.
Can you give me that cash reserve money for the street?
Sorry,
Oh,
it is definitely restricted. That's one of the things with fund accounting, and that's why we try to go over these and try to get you to where you understand them. No, this is Navajo Gallup money.
Oh, this is
only.
just, that's the reserve just for Navajo.
This is just Navajo. Every dime that comes in here is dedicated by agreement, statute, ordinance, whatever. And so it is just Navajo Gallup funding.
Okay.
Okay.
When do you think it's gonna end? 2029? What's the goal?
Yeah, but we're
So,
gonna.
many of the current staff and maybe some of you will be done serving with the city by then. Latest prediction we have, I think, was in 2029. And the water will start to flow. We will have enacted before then, rate study starting to look at our O&M costs that we're going to be occurring. We do have a little bit of funds that we're saving up that is a Navajo Gallup fee specifically to help offset some of that but it's going to change the whole structure of water as we get close to there. It's
gonna be more water, so we should pay less.
We have to pay for the transfer pumping and we have to pay our share of the operating. So it's a comment. I think if you ask Mark DePauli, he thinks that 2030 is aggressive. So we'll see.
I was aggressive.
Yeah.
really.
I mean, on paper, it's December 2029, but there's so much to be done still.
Have a pipe going from McGaffey Lake because it's pretty full now.
That'd be nice.
We would have to treat it.
$1 million a year for that.
Yes, they do. That was the second fund on there.
Is there
There is a cap.
It was a 30-year agreement, I believe.
30-year agreement?
Right.
And so as this goes forward and it starts to get close to that maturity, then we'll have to revamp, relook at everything and analyze and see what needs to be done going forward.
When did this start?
2009. 2009.
2009?
The public law establishing the authority and the initial funding was passed in 2009.
I think we started receiving the funds in about
The
2011
agreement with the county.
or 2012 was the first year the cash started to flow. And what it is it's an agreement to match the GRT up to a cap on their end of $1 million. So as long as our GRT holds as it is, we'll continue to receive $1 million from them.
Just another comment. This project isn't going to happen if the amendment legislation doesn't get approved by Congress. Because bless you, because they need now 2.1 billion. And they
If you want to write and call your senator and representative.
They went there and heard.
This is the one thing to do it.
But it's not been introduced yet.
To beg them.
It hasn't been introduced yet.
The new.
Right. They haven't been.
I don't know. I haven't been asked.
We haven't emailed us about.
We haven't decided, just kind of allowed. We're allowed.
But we are.
Okay, so, well, we're paying all that money that we pay. I mean, it's being passed to the taxpayers essentially
Yeah, we go by
for
ourselves.
the Navajo Water Pipeline.
It is, and
Ratepayers.
it is. So there's a couple things. So the GRT is funding the 221 fund, which is the one bringing about $2 million a year. That's a GRT. So everybody that purchases goods in the city is contributing to that. The other piece is coming from the county. I don't know the source of the money, so I don't even want to speculate exactly how they're achieving it. But it's the community that's paying into this. And then we're also getting money through NMFA. Every time we get the loan, it's a loan grant. So we are getting grant money from the state to help supplement this as well.
Okay.
And we're hoping for more. We're continually asking and jumping through all the hoops and doing everything we can to share the wealth on this and bring our costs down. And we're paying, is it 23%, I believe? They did a cost thing way in the beginning and we pay a portion of total costs.
The 23% of all the different people paying into it, we're paying 23%.
Okay.
Seems like a lot.
So the next fund to talk about, this one's new. This is our 280, which is cannabis funds. This one brought in one payment at the end of fiscal 22 of about 20 grand. And now we're bringing in about 200,000. This is what we're going to estimate for the new year. We've got $12,000 in tax and rev fees already in the budget. We do not have any operating budget against this, but I know Vince is going to chime in if I don't tell you.
We had agreed with Vince that
Yes.
cannabis should go to recreation.
So
With him, well, I don't want to divide it or anything. We agreed.
We did agree at the council. When we had this here deal.
Okay, so yes, and we had that discussion this week. He is going to come to council in the near future to do the current year revenues, to have those budgeted that he can utilize them. We have not yet approached that budget at all. So for this new year, we could, let me see if we even have the lines in here that we would need. We could definitely just add it in here with a to be determined by Vince. Which.
Because Vince already there, he has a, well, you know, a gigantic list of stuff.
That's just a drop in the bucket.
Not
for him.
even, not even millions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, two.
Most people see. are buying
Yes,
more.
there you go. She's putting it there. So that'll go to them.
We don't have any other revenue stream.
Mm-mm.
Right. They need, he
Mhm.
Hey, Vince, are you there?
Vince?
I guess he figures we were done with him. I
No.
think we had a discussion about this and going forward in the budget, I know Patty, you wanted some sort of ordinance or some official action, but
Vince did. Vince wanted an official ordinance mandating it. I was recommending not tying the future's hands that well. That's totally up to you. But based on your feedback right now, I added a subline in here just called Parks and Recreation for 188,000. And then Vince can tell us how he wants to utilize that. I'm sure he won't have a problem utilizing it. And so that puts it at exactly a balanced budget. And so there's two things paid, the fees to tax and rev. They sweep those. We have no choice. We don't pay later. They sweep it before we get the funds. And then 188,000 that would be just designated for Parks and Rec. And then we'll split it into the appropriate lines when he designs a program.
we told him if you have a park equipment that you want to do now, we can just bring that to you. We don't have to wait for the budget. And so I think he was going to back and look to see if he had a project that he could do for that amount of money. And then going forward, it's just going to be an estimated revenue for next year.
Oh, great.
Patty, this is Robert with this Public Works. I'm on the phone with Vince. He said he lost all his internet at the Parks Department. I do have him on speakerphone. Vince, they were talking about the revenues from the marijuana tax, I believe.
Yes. We kind of got it covered. We're just putting everything in under other contractual at the moment. Vince, you'll have $188,000. And if you could let us know over the next few days, just pull this out of your hat and tell us how you need that allocated among the lines. We'll have it in there in your preliminary budget.
Well, the one we have for this year, I'm gonna use that. I'll be using that at the Joe Vargas complex, but like I said, like I mentioned on Monday, when I take it to council in 2 weeks, I'm hoping, what I'm gonna be requesting is I'd like that money, those funds dedicated to Parks and Recreation.
Yes, we just
I don't know if I'd be doing it through a resolution or an ordinance, or I don't know what steps we gotta take, or what direction the council wants to take, but that's my hopes.
Well, they just directed us that it is for Parks and Rec. That's why we put the 188 for next year already in the budget. When you go, you'll get this year's funding allocated. So I think we're set. I think we're good.
I mean, my concern is that this year it might be okay. And then next year you'll be short and you'll go, oh, guess what? Let's give this money to somebody else. And we have to keep these parks up because we let them go into deterioration and then it's costing us more down the line. So I personally, before I leave, would like to see an ordinance dedicating cannabis proceeds, a resolution, whatever, that strictly gives it to recreation, to Parks and Rec, because their needs are too great.
Mr. City Attorney, can you?
Attorney.
What you could do is adopt either an ordinance or a resolution that sunsets or renews unless it is terminated. So it's in place and it lasts for a period of time and then either stops unless it's renewed or has to be altered in some way if it's going to be renewed. If you just adopt a plain ordinance, then it will be in place forever until another council comes along and decides to repeal or amend it. So if you want to go in between forever and today to something like 2 years from now, you would adopt a resolution or ordinance that sunsets at that period or requires renewal, or it could be 3 years. You can choose any time limit you want.
Until forever, until someone chooses to change it.
That's the case with every ordinance.
Until all our parks are fixed up, which is never.
Forever.
You're gonna have to keep it forever.
Now those are just the range of choices in terms of how you structure.
I would say in perpetuity.
I would say,
Enough
yeah,
to get started?
ordinance, resolution, just to protect the Parks and Recreation from other counselors coming in and change.
So that's the part.
So he can get to work on that. It does take a little while because once he gets it drafted and reviewed, then it has to be published and, so by maybe July 1, we could
It'd be
have
set
something.
for Parks and Rec, whatever.
Great.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I think that was great.
All right, Robert, thank you for grabbing Vince for us.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
We can hear him.
He's still not.
Yeah, we can hear you great now, Robert.
Yeah. But I still can't hear this that well. He was on the phone.
Okay, moving on. This one is on your strategic priority.
Had internet.
He was, oh, I thought he went, oh, that's why.
Detox.
Yeah, we couldn't hear him.
That's 290.
290. So Fund 290 is one that is on your strategic plan as an item.
Yeah.
This is our LET money. The primary source and use of this fund is 835,000 from liquor excise tax through the county through their allocation method. And then we contract it all out as expenditures currently through NCI to do basic detox services. We have not had an ability yet or had a request from the county to even set up the meeting to discuss this. So right now it's unsecured funding, and I don't know when we're going to get this meeting set up, but we're anticipating the possibility of having some trouble of securing the 835 from them.
I know at strategic planning, we had discussed the possibility of filing a declaratory judgment and get the court to decide how the distribution should go from here on. I'm going to raise a concern that may or may not be founded, but sometimes it's lorded over our heads. If we don't do something, they're going to pull those funds. And I feel very uncomfortable when that happens because we rely on that funding for detox.
Easy now.
And it's a very necessary thing within our community that I want to know that that will be secure funding, because I have been in this town when we lost detox. And that year we saw 14 people die to exposure. We saw people passed out in the street. I thought I was going back to when I was a young child, walking over drunks in downtown Gallup. I don't want to see that happen again. As a counselor and as I move on to just being a normal citizen, that I want to see that there's at least some secure funding for Gallup detox. That's my opinion. Thank you.
So are you wanting city attorney to move forward on
Oh, I do, but I think the
declaratory
council has to
judgment?
decide.
What's your direction at this point?
What? I'm sorry, you were ignoring me? Yeah.
Well, the way the contract reads right now, we're supposed to give what's of the liquor excise
The
tax.
state law says that the sufficient money to fund the largest detox center in the area needs to be funded first. And then if there's any money left, it can go to other eligible uses. And the county's policy, as they've expressed to us in public meetings, is they want to go to 50-50. And that's not what the statute says. So I had it on my to-do list to set up a meeting for the liquor excise tax committee, but I didn't think the timing was good.
Yeah.
So I've kind of put that off till we get past a few other hurdles. So, but it is true that that was brought up. And so.
Is this, sorry, I had to stop really quick, but this is in regards to having the, like, we talked about going to a judge or going to somebody to declare, and then it would be given to us separate from the state, right? And then it would.
It still goes from the state to the county. This is to force the
In the
county to
state
fund it.
statute that the county's a fiscal agent.
Oh,
If there are two parties interested in how a statutory scheme works and they don't agree, there's two different interpretations of how the statute is supposed to work. The only way to resolve that difference is to go to a court, say, you tell us what the statute means. We say it means A, they say it means B. Here's why we think our interpretation is better, et cetera. Seek what is called a declaratory judgment from the court. The court would declare, the proper interpretation of the statute, and presumably that would resolve the dispute. In some cases, you can get supplemental relief along with the declaration. If somebody's still balking, not following the court's declaration, the court can enjoin behavior, it can direct behavior. Presumably that wouldn't be necessary here, but that's what would be done. And I agree upon my review of the statute, the one and only priority of the statute is the one that we've been discussing. So I think, you know, if we can't resolve it through bargaining, that's the only thing that's left to do.
Why do they want 50% of it currently?
Because they have things they want to fund. And the thing that's so frustrating to me is that the county has access to other funds that we don't. They get DWI allocation, we don't. They have access to that like state liquor excise tax pot that we don't. So they do have other options for funding. They got the rice money, but I guess that they blew it at the jail for that. That went away. But they do have options. And so, but I mean, Deborah Martinez isn't here, but she would say, why don't we just use it from where the source is? Meaning the liquor excise tax is paid by the people that are selling alcohol and drinks, and mostly they're in the city. But that's not what the statute says. But I'm just saying it's 50-50 because they have uses that they want to use it for.
They want to use it for Four Corners or DWI.
And if I could, I know this is not totally germane, but when Deborah and Cindy worked on the PARD grant application that was just submitted to the feds, she reached out to Four Corners and said, because it's a $202 million grant and we just got 1.5 in the fast. Don't know we're going to get it. There's only going to be one party and it's nationwide now. But she said, could we partner with you for $500,000, whatever, so that you can provide some of the services that we don't provide? And they said, no, we don't have the capacity to do it. So for me, that was a watershed moment.
What do they base it on?
They did give us a letter of support, however.
What we get from the county, is it based on a percentage or something? Because $835,597. I mean, that's 2 years in a row that we got that amount.
That's because we've been very tight with it. I mean, we could have done inflation, we could have added, but we fund the basic services of the behavioral health techs, you know, a portion of the administration. That's all that we fund to run the detox center itself. We've used the PARD money to do everything else, the at-risk unit, the nurses, the extra transportation. So all of the things that make it a much more humane experience, the cook meals in the kitchen, all that's funded by PARD. So the $835,000 mayor just pays for the basic people having come in, blow the, you know, testing their alcohol level, having them just monitor, that's it. And that's about $835,000. We could have been increasing it, but we didn't want to, since liquor excise tax was not going up in terms of our collections, we decided to just figure out how to keep it at the same level every year.
Up about 3 years ago, we got an additional 300,000 above this, and that was paying for our PSOs. And we now fund those out of general fund, which, as you've seen in the last few years, our pressure on the general fund funding has been increasing tremendously. And that was one of the big shifts.
Yeah, they gave us the 300,000 for the PSOs as well. And then now you can see that's gotten to 600,000 in the general fund. So we've been backing off so they could have some funding for some other things. But if we don't get the PARD grant, we're at the wall.
Make a trip to Washington, the PARD grant.
Yeah.
Well, you did, and you got their attention. You really did. And so but the problem is the federal government said it had to be competitive nationwide, the way that it was interpreted in the past. And so when they reauthorized it, they made it competitive across the country. And that's the problem. So we'll see.
I have a separate question that has nothing to do with this. You had in this book all your accounts, but it's not alphabetical order. It doesn't tell us what page we go to when we're following you. So is there a system for that, or do we just have to search through 500 pages?
We're going numerical front to back.
Okay.
So by fund number.
Yeah, we're going by fund.
We're going by fund. Okay.
By fund. And we thought that'd be a little bit easier to follow so that it just from one page to the next.
That's my book. I messed my book.
249, Amanda says.
Yeah, that's super helpful. I appreciate that. I will not get out of it again. 240, 249. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm for if we want to go to the, I know that was what Council Patrick was saying when we watched it, but like, we're saying that you want to go to the courts to determine or no?
Well, that's what it says here.
We don't spend the.
From our strategic plan, that's what we wanted.
Yeah, we talked about that.
We don't control it.
what the declaration.
Once and for all.
Because we're the,
What is-
because it says, the statute says we're the biggest, right? Or it says it has to go to, the majority of the funds has to go to the biggest DSHOPs, which currently we believe is our DSHOPs, right? We're not in, is it similar to Four Corners or no?
That's voluntary, you go in. Ours, we can pick them up and take them.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's kind of up to legal to interpret that for us, but we were under the understanding because we had the building, we own the building. And we were running the service that was the intent, that the majority of it was to go to fund all of those costs and then anything left could go to other services. And it seems like that's not being held up to its fullest. So if you guys are ready, then the city manager and city attorney can go forward and start getting that done so that, because we're in limbo right now. We have no idea what funding we're going to get for next year.
Could
We have to.
make an appointment with the county first just to talk it over before we do that, just because considering all of the recent developments of other stuff, it might be helpful just to, in our transparency, to meet with them first to go over. it.
There's been another development today, so I'll have to get back to you on that. But I think the meeting that we have is the liquor excise tax committee, and it's the mayor, the city attorney, and the manager, and then the county commission, whoever they appoint to it. It doesn't have to be the chair. And then they're,
So we met early on with it. They wouldn't give us a decision till almost at the end of the year.
right.
And we had to fund it with fund balance.
And this year, guys, we don't have the cash and fund balance to do that. So we're going to need, before this comes back to you, we need a decision and we need to have something in place. So, hopefully we could get Anthony to set up a meeting right away because we've got to have an answer. I agree. We can't just turn these people out on the street, but we also don't have the general fund money to just keep putting into here.
Ironic, last year they just went ahead and gave it to us. We haven't.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The county did?
Yeah.
Well, we did have a meeting, but they didn't make a decision. And then in the end, they just did.
They did, and we just,
Now it's leverage.
So this budget is very, very tentative at the moment. Okay, the next one I'm just going to show you for about 60 seconds max is Business Improvement District. We are a pass-through for this. We are also a contributor.
So they get number, so they.
We're going to Fund 293.
It's 251.
They have about 120,000 that comes in the tax assessments every year. It's pretty steady, pretty consistent. We match that with our 100% match. And then we pay it out. We do charge a small fee on our matching piece just because of all the costs, because we generate, create, and do all of the billings for them. And then we receive all of the payments for them. So we do that, but it's 240,000. It's exactly a balanced budget and it's pretty solid. We pay them 2 times a year in January and in July, which is right after we receive the majority of the funds. Because
I have a question on this. So, I mean, are we, I guess just in fairness to Main Street, we're paying them so much less, and I feel like they've been bringing in significant funding for us on projects downtown. And I'm just curious of how much money is being brought in by bid compared to Main Street, because we're paying, it says we're paying 240,000 to bid, and we're paying like 50,000 or something to Main Street.
Well, we're paying 120, not.
Oh, we're paying 120, okay.
Whatever they contribute,
Not.
we match it.
it got built it's a tax increment. And the ordinance was built that we would match up to 100% of that tax. And it's a little bit different structure, a little bit different agreement than we have with the Main Street organization. We do not have anything that shows, we don't have a good measurement of what the Main Street does bring in. And that would be another general fund expenditure that would be competing against it with all of the other priorities that you guys have.
Well, Main Street is a state-supported program, Counselor, and of course, BID is a local initiative, which I completely support. So it's such a wonderful opportunity for the private sector to tax themselves. But Main Street is a state-supported program. Daniel Gutierrez told me they just got another 10 million in capital outlay for next year, which is just awesome. Thank our legislators for supporting that. So they do have that. So, and they have a kind of a set salary for Main Street directors in terms of city size and all that. And then they kind of expect that to be our contribution, but we're getting way more than our return on investment on that. The issue, we used to have somebody on the Main Street board was on bid and the other way around. And I think that would be really helpful to ensure that communication. I'm starting to see them talk to each other about maybe doing some projects together. We'd love them to do the Indian dances. We'll see about that. But I'm just saying, I think that if you had joint board members, one on one and the other, that you would have that communication that would happen. That might be something that we could go back to.
Bid is the one that actually brought the Main Street in.
And it's wonderful.
A lot of work.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not against the bid. I mean, I was a bid director and I was actually the one that helped get all the signatures from the property owners to actually implement the bid, which I can tell you was really painful. The property owners at that time were not happy. I got yelled at a lot. But I mean, so I think I was just curious because I know Main Street did a lot and I know we just give them considerably less. And then my second question is on the 120,000, this is a match to match based on what the state gives them or based on what the property owners are
The
paying?
property owners pay. It's based on actual
The
receipts.
assessments.
It's not based on the assessment, it's based on the cash. So if we have a property owner that's a holdout and doesn't pay, we don't match it.
I see, okay, so we assume it'll be the same as last
Yes,
year.
it's an estimate.
It's usually very, very, very consistent.
The same, okay, it's pretty consistent. Okay.
Next in your book is going to be Fund 311. This is the infrastructure GRT I've talked about a couple times. The way the ordinance is written, and this is very loosely interpreted, is 50% of this is dedicated to streets, 50% can be dedicated to operations. Right now, they've got a projected revenue of $2.2 million. And that's just staying flat. And you just see here, it's GRT. We try to invest that money. I need to move over to the actuals, sorry. We try to invest that money when there's sufficient funds in here. We're starting to get a little bit low on this fund, so we may not have any that we'll have invested this year. If so, they gain the interest whether we had it planned to do it or not. And there's no other activity in here for receipts other than the infrastructure tax. For their expenditures, we're primarily doing it as 2 transfers. Oh, where's my? You'll see a lot of other lines in here because we still have some projects that are being maintained out of here. Those are in projects, they will roll forward. They will continue to utilize the same cash that's already dedicated to them, so they don't impact requests for new funding. So what we want to talk about here is the request for funding. We have in here 2 lines. One is police. This balances them at a net zero in their 211 fund, $905,640. That is utilizing a little bit of cash they had on hand. And then the streets department, we're putting in $1.4 million. And that would leave this fund at $700,000 remaining that could be allocated should we need it. Robert did mention trying to get funding for some additional streets projects. I don't know if all the matches are included. I'm not sure where he's left on that, but right now what we have in here is already using 148,000 of cash reserves, which is fine because we do have the cash, but you need to understand this is not sustainable. Any questions or discussion?
So, okay, so if so he wants to get all this funding from the state with the match. So the match would come out of this fund or out of general fund?
The match will come out of here if it exceeds what he's already got set aside.
Okay.
Next up on our list is Fund 375. This is a fairly new fund. This is Vehicle Replacement Fund. This is funds that are transferred at the end of the year from general fund from unexpended expenditures. It was a mechanism we put in place in recent history so that we had a way to try to get funds into here so that we had a place to properly fund capital equipment and vehicle needs for the general fund departments. The enterprise funds is, I just need to restate it, although it's obvious they need to be paying for their own. So their capital stays within their funds, but the general fund departments are funded out of here. They do not have any operational costs. This is all equipment. So this is where CB is going to have a nice long chat with us on vehicles now. And they have 5.2 million in here. Right now, we're requesting about 2 million of it in the current year. We anticipate normally it's only going to gain $1 to $2 million. So we're hoping to as soon as we get caught up in the next cycle or two, that we can maintain, we're trying to play catch up. We're hoping as this moves forward, we won't need this large of an ask each year for the equipment. And as soon as we get him a new mic, he can get started.
You turn to page 11 in your book. Looking at Fund 275.
Sorry.
Go all the way down to warehouse. Number- Bottom of the. Page sheet. There's vehicle 100,000 warehouse forklift. Any questions on that? Brand's here if you need to. I know they need one. They don't have. one. Oh, yeah.
So that's actually the largest forklift we have at the city, and a lot of other departments utilize that forklift from the warehouse because it does have the highest. And it's dying.
We had it, with the warranty on that thing.
I think we got it in 1911 or something like that.
1911?
Got to put coal in it and it works.
We're the Wright brothers.
Okay, next page, page 12. Line number 2. Facilities management, $30,000. UTV replacement for facilities. 103. And the next one down right under that is UTV replacement facilities.
I've got to be out.
Again, 30,000.
That's fine. You should be there.
What is that?
So the facilities, gentlemen, they use the quads to clear the snow.
Oh.
Again, they're extremely old, obsolete,
Oh,
need to be replaced.
just didn't know what that was.
Okay, going down the page to line 31. This is in Vehicle Service Center, a equipment replacement plan. Actually, nope.
Nope.
I'm sorry, that's not in this year. Right under that. Field service truck for 185,000. Amanda?
Oh, right now, we're using our full equipment to main vehicles that are not able to be brought to the vehicle shop is an old electric truck that we kind of just threw stuff in. This is gonna actually be an actual vehicle service vehicle.
Okay, fine. And this will come out of the vehicle replacement fund?
Yes,
Okay.
Okay, next page, page 13.
Okay.
We are on line 35. This is for parks. 130,000 for a tractor loader, 570.
this tractor is utilized by all of the different parks. It's just a smaller tractor that helps clear debris, aerate, smaller tasks like that, that they do use all year round.
Next.
The
Next line, do you want me to go? You might as well just go because you're gonna have to explain.
the next one is a replacement trailer for parks. One of our trailers was stolen this last year, and this is just to replace the stolen trailer.
13,000.
Did we recoup anything from that? Don't, do we get insurance there?
Was it the deductible? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, it was.
It did.
It wasn't valued.
Takes the.
So the
Okay.
trailer that was stolen, even though it's still in good shape, was like a 1982.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay, so add no really value.
At least they
Okay.
didn't steal a new one.
Okay, okay,
It was depreciated.
okay.
Next, they're asking for the air tow trailer, which is just basically a trailer that has hydraulics on it to go up and down. And the reason they're asking for this is because the employees strain themselves trying to push the mowers and things up on the existing trailers. So this one will actually lower for them to get the mowers and smaller pieces of equipment loaded easily.
Well, that sounds like a risk management thing.
Yeah, Jan.
That's why we're doing it.
Because we want a prevention.
So these next few vehicles, just to give you all a little bit of history on them for the Parks Department, as you may know, it's very hard for us to get employees at this time.
Sorry.
These vehicles that we're planning on replacing in the Parks Department is going to take away the vehicles that they currently have that require CDLs. So this is going to help the Parks Department tremendously because they'll be able to have all of their employees drive these next few vehicles rather just than the ones with CDLs. So they'll be able to accomplish more instead of waiting and taking turns with employees that do have CDLs.
And that's for these last four, like 139.
Correct. So the 3,500 with snowplow spreader, currently the Parks Department have 2 trucks with snowplows on them, and they have to do all of the Parks and Recreations parking lots and areas with just that vehicle, those 2 vehicles. The 5,500 is going to replace a large tandem dump truck, and the 5,500 will not require a CDL. They're not utilizing the tandem dump truck as much as they would because of the shortage of drivers with CDL. So
Wow.
this will help compensate for that. And the same thing goes for the vehicle below.
Okay.
The last 2 vehicles, the 2,500 and the 1,500 is just to replace the older vehicles that are basically costing us more money than they're worth. We're continuously having to put maintenance into these vehicles. They're used by the Parks Department very regularly. And the reason why we're looking at replacing them is because a lot of our vehicles we've passed down over the years to the Parks Department from other departments. But now we're to the point where we're catching up with it. So we really need to get them dependable vehicles that are going to be a lot less expensive in the long run.
Is Vince gonna get a new truck or he's still gonna?
He actually got one this last year.
Can't find out, you don't know where he is anymore.
Oh, wow,
His truck got replaced this past fiscal year.
wow. And so you can afford all this out of your fund, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
How much will be left?
They could buy a bike next year. That's it.
There'll be $3 million left.
Next page, page 14. Page 14, very top, line 1. This is fire.
This fire department SUV is for the battalion chief, one of them. And also the next one, and it's just come up as a regular in the vehicle replacement plan.
I see. Oh, so expensive. Okay.
The next line 3, the UTV replacement. They already have a UTV that they utilize for search and rescue. It's a 4-wheel Polaris. It's very old. We're having issues finding parts for it. But also the UTVs that they come out with now is gonna they're better equipped to help with the purposes that they use the UTV for. Search and rescue, they have the longer beds on them now to put the gurneys and things of that nature. I'm sure you all have seen it, around town. They use it quite a bit at Red Rock Park. When they have emergencies there, different types of events, they keep it on standby just in case because it's small and they can get it in and out of crowds.
Amanda, can any of these at the UCB be purchased locally? Because I don't have a company in town that does this. I do recycle. Right? They do things like that, all those. And they have some super fancy ones and.
We can, but it's gonna cost the city more because we do have we do have Sourcewell contracts where we get these already equipped and specialized for the fire department.
We utilize the contracts, not ask them to put it out for bid and hope that they submit a bid for this equipment. And a lot of times, not cost effective, even though we take their local preference into consideration. So,
I thought sole source though was if you can't find it anywhere else.
no.
I misspoke. I meant contract pricing, not sole source.
It meant existing contracts. We do have quite a few contracts out there that we utilize for specialized equipment. And that eliminates the competitive bid processing. And like I said, most of the time we end up with the same vendors because it's specialized, not in this case, but then we end up saving money that.
Yeah, I figured that the vehicles like fire trucks and stuff have to come from special.
Right.
UTV, that seems like maybe that could be less special.
Right.
I just would love to give our money back to city, like own local businesses if at all.
We've tried and they don't come in the low responsive bid. So it's not that we're not trying, it's just that that's just what's happening. We even might do that in this case. We're not specifically saying that that's what she's gonna do.
Yeah.
She's just probably using it for pricing at this point because of the budget.
Gotcha.
Ladder truck, we already talked about, right?
Yes.
Okay, further down the page, line 18. Starting. Take it away, Amanda. Same page. Not this year.
17 is not this year.
It would start on line 18.
Line 17, line 18, now you confuse me, is the K9 unit. Our K9 units really need to be updated for the police department. They are probably the worst within the department is the K9 units. Not gonna be 18 and 19. I believe we have 2 retiring and 3 coming in. Is that right, Patty? Do you remember?
I think we're getting to, I don't know about the retirees. I don't know what they're doing.
So there.
Chief Pablo, are you online? Could answer the question about canines?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we do have 2 that we, within our budget, we were able to find funding in reference to getting 2 canine. And we're working on that grant, the federal grant to get into compliance. So we were able to pull some money from our own budget to get those 2 canines coming on in. We do have 2 right now, but those are coming up in age for retirement. So those are still, but remember, we cannot utilize those for any of the drug searches or because they're imprinted with marijuana. So right now, those 2 canines that we do have are for search only. So we'll be getting 2 that we'll be able to use more or less for narcotics.
Like to have some houses for your new dogs to go search out.
I'm sorry, it's hard to hear who was speaking. Was there a question?
All right, this is Councilor Piano. I was just saying, Councilor Garcia has some houses at those new 2 ready to go for those dogs to sniff out.
I'm sorry. I don't know if it's my side. It's
okay, Chief.
Never mind.
I don't know.
They just have some houses ready for those dogs to be working on. So they were just commenting they're ready for the dogs to come in and do that kind of work.
Okay, make sure you put it a reservation in because there is a lot of houses there.
We'll start a list for you. Because this isn't working, obviously.
Go ahead, Amanda.
The remaining police units to be replaced are just off of age and mileage. We do have a lot of vehicles that are failing, but we also have an issue with people wrecking into our police officers and things like that.
And we really don't think that we're gonna see much state support of replacement vehicles for police anymore?
I believe that I saw in the capital outlay, and also I think there was money in junior bill too. We just haven't gotten a final report on
Oh,
that.
okay.
But I think, don't quote me, but I think it was 30,000 capital outlay. And I think 80s, I forget, 85,000 in junior bill.
So then if you get that, does that go in her fund or it just goes to general fund?
Well, usually we decide what vehicles need to be replaced based on an objective, non-arbitrary analysis. So if we happen to get more money from the state for that and didn't need to replace any more, then we would use that money for the vehicles and the rest would go into others.
Okay, okay.
But do they designate in the state outlay funding that there was like that, like not, the line item particularly says police vehicle?
Yeah, oh, no. No, we would use that money for police.
So then she would
But then
pay
we wouldn't
that.
have to use the 375 and we could use that.
Oh,
money.
okay.
Right. Oh, no, we would never know to use that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we would get in trouble. Okay,
Okay, next page, page 15, line 12. I'm assuming this, if it's on a truck, it's a construction
this
department,
is
Laguna saw.
It's a Laguna industrial panel saw. The panel saw that's currently in the construction department is having some issues with slippage. It is equipment. It's not a vehicle. And it does need to be replaced. I'm not sure how old that thing is because everything on it has been worn off. But it's very old and does need to be replaced.
so does that come out of the vehicle fund?
It's
It's
vehicle and
equipment.
equipment.
Okay.
And that's it for 375.
Okay. And then that still is gonna include the money for the fire department though, for their, is it out of that fund? right?
Yeah, that change will be made in here and
Okay.
reflected as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. So I do have some good news for you. We are done with all of the special revenues, special expense funds. Our next group is debt service. I will save you guys some pain. There's 16 funds that we have in here that are servicing debt. The revenues come from either general fund, the utilities, the Navajo Gallup, whatever the source of appropriate funding is. It's an in and an out. If you want, we can go through those, but I really don't see the need to go through them one at a time. They are in your books. You could kind of look at them, see what the obligations are.
We promise we'll study them.
There's quite a bit there. We typically don't spend a lot of time on these, but they are listed on that cash value sheet so that you can see all of them. They're in your books so that you can see all of them, but they are a part of what's going to be requested when we do bring the budget forward for the actual
And
approvals.
16 departments, you said that.
There's 16 loans that we're funding through a variety of departments.
16 loans through a department.
Yeah, and a lot of them you'll see like in MFA, you'll see, the variety, you'll see the titles listed on that worksheet. But we maintain each one in its own fund because it's more simple, more direct and easier for tracking and reporting.
I'm sorry, apparently I'm deaf. Did you say 16 or 60?
1/6.
1/6.
Oh, yeah, 16. I thought you were saying 60. Oh, so we're saying the same thing. We can't hear you.
1/6.
I'm all congested.
What was that about not qualifying for the senior?
I know, I'm qualifying. I'm deaf. I can't even see here.
Yeah.
6. Okay, I wrote it.
Okay, yeah.
I'll meet you guys.
That's at 1/5.
So we're going to kind of breeze past those and I'll certainly answer direct questions if you want to go through any of them as you get further into reviewing this or if you have questions. But they're just the obligations. You've already approved the obligations a long time ago and we're continuing them as necessary. We are going to be working with RBC to see when our next funding options are as we work on the 10-year plan. So we continually look at this and the debt cycling needs. So our next fund, we are going to move into solid waste fund 504. Solid waste is reached a point where their revenues are insufficient for current operational and capital needs. Does anybody have the page number yet? 270. In the fat book, 270.
Okay.
So what you can see if you look at your screens is that their revenues are about 3.7 million. That's a slight increase. Their last rate increase was in 2012, was in 12. So it's over 10 years ago. And we've mentioned this last year during budgets that we could see based on current operational costs and the cost of capital replacement that we were starting to exceed our income. We've reached that crux point this year. So what's happening is we've got revenues of 3.7 million, operating expenditures of 3.6, which leaves $92,000. He has enough in there for one regular vehicle for the department, but he needs $800,000 to buy 2 new trash trucks. So this year we are not even proposing those, but we do need you to understand that we need a rate increase in there for the upcoming years. And just based on just super rough dollars, that would be approximately, that's a 21% increase.
Oh.
So we're going to look at the smoothing of it and see, but just looking at 800,000 a year for 2 trucks, that would stay pretty consistent that we need that funding.
Can the vehicle replacement fund pay for the 2 trucks?
No. No, because what happens is enterprise funds are to be ran like a business, their business type in the reporting, their business type in the management, and they need to be ran like a business. And that's what the rates are for, is to try and make the entity whole and maintain the proper level of funding to operate it. We can look at different things like not necessarily buying 2 trucks every year. We could look at changing operational expenditures around, but I am not supportive, and we would have issues if we try moving these things to other funds to support them.
The increase was taken in 2000.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I thought it was.
Living increase has been like 3% a year.
And that's something we've recognized that one of our previous utility directors implemented a CPI into the electric utility. It was very great, very smart. We didn't realize until after he was gone, and I'll give credit to Richard Matzke for that. It is turning out to be a really good thing in there because it basically will keep up with operations. And, you know, it's not a fail-safe method, but it is a good method for a scheduled increase every year to just keep up with that. You know, and typical, even our Social Security is trying to keep up with those rates. Everything's that's how the world is moving. And it's a good base point to do that. So we want to consider putting that in when we work up the ordinance, is that it would be X% plus CPI going forward.
So what do you think what do you envision the what amount would that be?
Right now, we're thinking it's about 6%. Normally it's about 3 or 4. Once the feds finish all these increases, we're thinking that they're going to hit, the investment group and some of the business leaders think it's going to hit about 6%, the rates are, and that's going to start pushing the inflation downward. So it's going to peak this year at about 6% maybe, and then hopefully start dropping down a little bit. The higher interest forces the CPI down.
So
CPI, we think will drop once the feds finish raising the interest rate to 6%.
So you're recommending or that we put it within the scope of what, an ordinance, a resolution, what is that? Where it automatically just goes, it doesn't come before council to approve.
So what we're recommending is once we figure out what the initial rate change we need is, that yes, we build CPI in as an automatic increase every year. And we usually put it in the ordinance for about a 4 or 5 year stint. And then we can review it every year. And if things start to fall out of norm to where that's insufficient or too much, then we can come back and change it. But it is really hard to come back, say every year or every 2 years to try and adjust rates. It's really traumatic. It's very difficult. It's very time consuming, and it's actually very expensive for the department that's having to fund it, because we're paying outside experts to help guide us to make sure that we've got a lot of experts involved and a lot of eyes on this to try and make sure it's something that makes sense while trying to make it as affordable as possible. And as you know, with the water, we're still struggling with that.
Will the, I mean, I know we can't count it till we have it, but will the 7.5 So money that we've seen in a line item from the state for capital improvements.
This is solid waste only. So we'll talk about that one when we get to it, but this is solid waste only. Solid
Sorry.
waste stands on its own. It has, as long as it's been established with the city, at least in this system, since 2006. And it's done really well. It's been sustained really well. We just should have stopped and tried to raise the rates a couple years ago so we could do a minor change and flow into this. But there was so much going on with COVID. There was so much that we needed to put our efforts into the water and wastewater concerns that we have not addressed this. But we did bring it up last year that we were at that point. And now we're at the critical point where it really has to occur this upcoming year that we do a rate increase.
What's our cash on hand right now for, or 100, I know like our policy states 180 days. What is it for wastewater currently?
Wastewater is predicted to have $244,000 on hand at the end of the year. 180 days is roughly about 1.7 million. And that's what if we had to go out and do an emergency purchase of a trash truck, because the other day we had one that potentially could have burned up. You're talking 600,000 out of pocket. We'd have to, well, depending on insurance. But if we had to pay it out of pocket, it'd be $600,000.
So what is it right now, as we stand right now in this current moment for days on hand cash?
I don't have, let me see if I have that worksheet.
Solid waste and wastewater are the same, right? That's the same? Wastewater and solid.
No. Solid waste is trash.
It's a trash picker up.
Talking trash.
Just trash. Okay. Sorry, I said wastewater before, sorry.
So here's where we're at the present moment. And it doesn't, oh, I'm sorry, it doesn't show on the screen. No. Let me change my share so that everybody sees this.
This is solid waste, and then plus they want to do wastewater, and then they want to do water.
So if you want to kind of put this into your brain, because we're going to go through all of these. Right now, solid waste, their average cost per day is just under $14,000 a day. So they have 197 days cash on hand. And our predictions and what we're recommending and what we're able to afford for next year include showing that we can spin this down just slightly. When we move on to water, they only have 123 days cash on hand. So going forward into the new year, we are not utilizing any cash on hand because we are still under the current policy of 180 days cash on hand. Electric is at about 251 days cash on hand. You'll see in the new proposal, he's got a huge substation proposed that will eat this down to about his 180 days. And he's got other capital, but that's the big ask he's got for the current year. Wastewater is at 156 days of cash on hand. And you can see here that water is about $27,000 a day to operate. This is on a 365-day year. Electric is 84,000 and wastewater is about 15,000. And these are with very, very minimal capital in them for the water and wastewater. So they're not a realistic figure. It's not a sustainable figure, but that is what's in current year budget.
So when we were talking, when Councilor Piano was talking about the 1.7 million infrastructure money we got from, well, we haven't got. It's been signed that we're gonna get. 7.5. So it's for water. So will that affect any rate increase once we get that?
Not really, because for the upcoming year or two, the majority of the projects that he has, and he can go over those as soon as we get to those funds, they aren't necessarily the cast iron replacement, they're other lines and needs. But let's get through the solid waste so we don't jump around too much. And then we've got both of them in here to help guide us through that. I think that's about everything we could say for the solid waste. If Adrian, do you want to talk for a minute and give them your take on all this and what your needs are?
Yeah, and to go back to, I heard you this morning talk about the possibility of adjusting schedules and doing something like that. We've done that in the past. So it's something that we could possibly entertain as well to say it has some savings. But other than that, like since we haven't raised the rates, I've asked in the past, it was previous directors. And then was told, no, we're worried about water and wastewater. So this kind of went by the wayside, right? Trucks are doubled in price now. Also trucks ordering today are taking now 2 years to get. So if we don't get funding available soon to purchase, now we're looking about 4 years down the road before we get another new one. So that could put a hurt on our fleet. We're okay right now. We're expecting 2 to be delivered within the next month or so from last year. But as we move forward, we can't, there's no way we can wait that long.
So do we order, do we have to put it down payment on them?
No. And when we order new ones, we trade in what we have, our oldest fleet. So majority of our fleet is fairly new. I want to say 2017, 18. We have a few that are below that, and those are the ones that will be the next trade-in. But for the most part, like I said, we've been doing okay, but it's now's the time. It's just come.
So you'll be coming to council with your projected rate increase, and we'll get an idea of what that means in terms of money per household.
Yes. A lot of factors, yes, but
Not residential.
there's a lot of things that we are doing free right now. Cardboard service, we're doing for free. Cleanups, the big thing that you guys all like. Free coupon, dumping coupons, free pickups in May and October. I mean, all that has to be looked at.
I think I have a question that I think like that would be really helpful, like when you do come to us with a report for us, when we do talk to constituents about just showcasing, because that helps me like the things that are being offered for free currently. When you said cardboard pickup, do you mean the recycling? Is that what you're referring to, or is that?
We have a commercial cardboard program throughout the city, and we have almost 40 locations that we service for free.
And that's something you need to think about.
Yeah.
I've also recently, somebody mentioned about doing curbside pickup and recycling. We have looked at that in the past. There's a possibility, just know it comes with a big cost.
Good cost. I mean, these are, yeah, I think like, I just may not be aware of like all the things you're saying, like the cardboard and all those different things that are being offered for free. I think it would be helpful if there's like a list of that, so that when we are reviewing that, we can see all the different things that services, you know, that are being offered and
Sure.
take that into account. And then just for my own sake, so for clarity, this is, so if we came with the increase for the wastewater, well, solid waste, sorry, I keep calling it the wrong thing, solid waste, that would be, they'd all be separate, or it's like there was increases, they'd all be lumped together?
No.
Separate increase. Okay, just wanted to make sure I understood.
We in the past, and this is about as far back as only 10 years ago, we had the utilities all combined. And solid waste was still on its own, still self-sustaining, still standing on its own 2 feet. What we found out is, as we started reviewing this, is it was really hard to maintain proper rates. Not everybody has all the services. And when we started breaking them out, we found how they were way imbalanced. And that's why electric is standing so well on its own feet and able to go forward. And that ordinance, again, was written really, really well to keep up with the cost of power changes and the cost of the economy changes. And that one has allowed electric to stay maintaining on its own. They were carrying water and wastewater, and we've been struggling ever since we've gotten this broken out to get water and wastewater to where they're able to carry their own weight. We still, for reporting purposes, report them as a joint utility. And that is something we're still not able to fully break out. Once we can fully break it out, that'll affect our loans. Right now, we can't break them out until they're more self-sustaining. And then for reporting purposes, they'll each be reported separately on the audits. So he does have one truck for capital that we'll mention and go over.
Page 17.
And that money would come from his own account.
Yes.
So is this a truck that when it says director, the director drives to and from work, or what does that truck do?
That is my truck. My current truck that I have is a 2009. It's barely, I mean, it's decent, but it's almost got 100,000 miles on it. But the age is what, and it's an extended cab.
So,
I don't drive it to work. I could, I'm eligible to do that, but I don't.
okay, so you just drive it around during the day instead of a personal vehicle. Is that accurate?
When I can drive around, but I'm for the most part in the office doing a lot of paperwork.
So this is a 62,000 one?
No.
No.
55,000.
Oh, I must be on the wrong page.
On page 17, fiscal year 2024.
17.
Under fiscal.
Right here, okay, sorry. Okay. That seems reasonable. You gotta have a good vehicle.
We've actually closed a couple of projects that from units that we received this year to actually cover that cost.
Thank you, and we know you work hard. We know you do. I do. I know you work very hard and your guys work hard and they were nice enough to come after it. I fixed it. Now they can just pick it up and see.
Adrian, on your rates, you also have a discounted
affects
senior
only,
rate as
but-
well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's one thing nice about the solid waste is we do have the senior rate implemented. And so some of our older fixed income individuals do have that advantage.
Senior. He's gonna sign up for it.
I'm old, but I'm not.
Isn't it a small?
Yes, no, it's not. It's a, the handicap service is a smaller container, but it's the regular rate price.
No, I need my normal big one.
What's the
Very
discount?
attractive.
What's the discount on that for seniors? Is seniors on a fixed rate that they get that?
The senior rate is $9.15, regular rate is $15.20.
Oh,
Let's get rid of that senior. Just kidding.
that's seniors. They can afford it. No, just kidding.
No, some can't.
No, I'm joking.
It's about a
I know.
60%.
Not afford it. We're gonna go with it.
But
That's
a
about
good-
a
I didn't know that.
40% discount.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Mhm.
Did not know that.
That's nice.
That is, that's a really nice discount. I didn't know that. I didn't know that was happening.
Great, just get, but for fixed income. Okay, that's okay. I can afford to pay the full price.
$14.
You're a rich senior, 15. It's probably gonna go up to 16.
Our next fund on the list, I'm just going to mention is our Navajo Gallup fee. That is funds that are collected for the operational costs of Navajo Gallup. Obviously, we're still not operating yet. And that's the funding that we're hoping is going to offset some of that huge impact when we first get started to help ease us into less of a rate increase. We'll analyze that as things continue. So now let's look at Fund 506, which is water. We've had a lot of great discussion and debate over this water fund over the past 12 months. We are still continuing that discussion. Here's today's stats on it.
286. Wait, let me get there. 286. Thank you.
It's on page 285.
285. 285, oh, sorry.
Yeah, let's start with the operations. I'm just going to kind of go over the revenues. So if you could tell us what page operations are.
288.
No, 288. Okay.
Start of operation. 297.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to talk about the revenues for just a moment. We've got a projection in here for the upcoming year of $6.8 million. That does not include a new rate ordinance that we're working on yet again. And we're going to do another 5-year forecast. We've been consulting with RBC and they're waiting on today to conclude so that we can give them the starting figures of where we want to start this at. We're showing the operating expenditures that are proposed at the moment at 5.27 million, which is leaves for them. Actually, we finally were able to get this on the better side. We've implemented the WAPA rate. I know there's been a lot of discussion on that, at least on the books. I don't know if they've got that worked out with customer service yet, but for our budget projections, we're showing that WAPA rate is implemented, which saves the fund quite a bit of money and shows that there's 1.5 million left over for capital uses. He currently does have 1.2 million in capital requests. So he's got this essentially balanced for the year, but that's because they've deferred everything they possibly could. And I'm going to turn it over and let these two experts talk about this. All I can show you is the numbers, but they need to tell the story.
Yeah, so as you guys know, we got, I don't know, $40 million in projects that need to be completed.
Hold it by your mouth. Don't be afraid of it.
No, red is green. Green is on.
Okay, so we got several projects that are in our books pending.
Afraid. Don't be afraid. It won't bite you.
Right now, we're very limited on staff. We've got 5 trainees in the department. We're having a hard time getting certified employees, getting them where they need to be. Is just across the state. That's what's hurting across the state in every municipality, entity, whatever. They're just not out there. So we've got a lot of projects that we need to do. The funding, we're losing some of our employees to private contractors, plumbers, all that. As you guys know, wage increases, that's really hurting us. Other than that, we're holding up operations as we can, but as you know, the infrastructure is very old. We're getting a lot of breaks, a lot of overtime for these guys. We're actually burning them out. So there's something that needs to be done. Like Patty said, we probably got that $1 million for capital will be for one project. And that would take up our Rio Perco issue that we had here not too long ago. But right now that project is sitting at $1.2 million to do. So that leaves the rest of the city that we have with broken infrastructure that cannot get replaced.
I mean, but we have 7, I mean, we haven't got it yet, but according to the state line item for capital projects, they designated 7.5 million.
Mhm.
So that will all go to water, right? Not wastewater, not call it water.
Water.
So, I mean, I know we can't account for that because we haven't seen the money, like show us the money, but I mean,
But
it
we're
is,
pretty sure,
it's in there. So, and it was approved. So it's pretty solid.
Correct. And we've also got this new program or new request mandated by the state to do lead and copper testing. That's going to be a whole lot of work. We're possibly looking at contracting that out. I'll let Kurt, maybe if he can explain a little bit more on that. I haven't really been following up with that. It's been Michael DeClerc, the superintendent. But there's going to be a lot more requirements that we're going to be faced with. A lot more testing, a lot more sampling, checking lead and copper on all service lines that we have. Again, it's just that we've got tons of projects, and as we've been talking about, stuff's been kicked down the road for a long time. Other than that,
How many employees are you down? You said you're short-handed?
we're allocated for 22 in water, and we've got 5 vacancies.
And what is the program called you were mentioning? You said that now is designated by the state that you have to do?
It's the new lead and copper regulations.
Lead and copper regulations. Okay.
It's actually mandated by the EPA. It's federal.
It's
You have to be
federal.
Certified for that?
Just to hit a couple topics, we have identified of priority work, roughly $40 million worth of projects priority, updating infrastructure that was put in with the railroad when it came through. So we've gotten every bit of value out of the infrastructure that the railroad put in between 1910 to today. The next boom of growth was in the 1970s. Put it in perspective, all that stuff is now 50 years old or more.
average design span of something is 40 years to 50 years is typically what governments can afford to do, right? Cost goes up tremendously if you try to get more life out of it. So everything's met or exceeded its design life. We're very grateful for the 7.5. You know, I know Munoz tried really hard to get us all 30, like we needed. $30 million was just for cast iron replacements in the city that was put in, most of it in the older sections of town developed by the railroad. That's just with the way town developed. The other 10 million of that was to supply water sources. And that's on the production side of the books. The one problem with all the cast iron line is it was put in with the railroad to get back to the lead and copper like you're asking about. Cast iron pipe all had lead joints. So they used a lead packing to seal all the joints up. That's how they sealed those pipes. Of course, that's led to problems, particularly when you change water sources like we're anticipating to do here very shortly. After Flint, Michigan, and some other communities started experiencing property problems and health concerns, they are implementing a new lead and copper rule. So we have to do a complete inventory of the entire system and identify all sources of lead in our system. The first round of this, and of course, when was our system built out, majority of it, right when lead was kind of in favor. We need to get a complete inventory of the entire system, identify all the sources of lead, and that's the first step that the EPA, and then we have to find funds to replace and remove all that as we go through. So this is on top of the other bills that we've had come down. The law has a lot of stuff that's going to make it very hard for municipalities to deal with. There's one provision in there. If you identify lead upstream of a customer and you can't change it out, you have to provide them a Brita filter. Well, we have anti-donation, so we can't do that. So there's a lot of little things in here that are still being worked out. And I'm just giving you one caveat. I don't want to scare you guys with it, but the rule's new. The enforcement's going to be, how they're going to enforce it's yet to be decided, but we do need to start doing this inventory. And it's as onerous as it is, we're going to have to do this anyways with the changing of water source, because when we switch from the groundwater to the surface water, we couldn't do that to our customers. So when you see the blending study here on there later, we were getting ready to do some of this work, but now we're being mandated to potentially replace it all.
So 2 questions. Would you be able to get, like, once you guys do this inventory, will you be able to tell us as a council, like, where those are? I mean, maybe they're in like all of them.
We're going to have to, because we have to notify each individual customer. That's part of the mandate. So not only will you guys be notified, each individual house will be notified. I don't want to get into it today because it's kind of technical, but there's primary, which is lead. There's secondary, which has galvanized with some lead components. So there's a bunch of different categories that it could fall into. I'm not going to say I completely understand it yet because it's relatively new. We're still trying to wrap our heads around exactly what needs to be done and how's the best way to go about it. But the lead and copper rule is going to be a big cost for the department.
Why is copper mentioned? Is it a poisonous too?
Yeah.
If copper's in your water, but copper's relatively stable when it's in a line. So I'd say 90% of the, I shouldn't say 90. Well, the majority of houses in town are going to have a copper line running from their line to their house. It's when lead and copper are together when you get a lot of the metals so if you have lead tied to copper, that's when the problems occur. So it's a lead and copper rule for that reason.
Are the feds gonna have any grant opportunities or anything, since they're the ones mandating this new stipulation?
There is a pot of money. There is places we can go. How it's going to be administered is yet to be decided. You know, the rules are changing every day on how it's going to be enforced. There's going to be a lot of competition for those funds. And if it's administrated like everything else, like a water trust board or Clean Water Act, it's going to be a loan. And you all know the problems with debt service going forward. I'm not going to say there's not grants. I'm sure there's going to have to be, and I'm assuming the feds will have a lot of grant money to do the inventory. They will not have a lot of grant money to replace infrastructure. It's just the way it typically works.
You can hear me. 7.5 million. Coming our way.
it's intended for, says water resource. And then it's fair replacement. It doesn't say cast iron. Lead, and I'm assuming that lead joint. Make that up. The question is, in your priority project for next year, how many of those, how much money of those would be eligible for replacement? Because if you're doing something that doesn't give you like enough money, then we're gonna
Of course, it's fresh off the presses. We do need to see how loosely we can interpret that, like you're saying. In the office and with Adrian's help, we have identified 5 or 6 projects that we would like to get out first that are critical. The first one would be we'd shift some of that funding to make sure we could get the I-40 Porco line. I know we're not on the capital side of it. We'd like to get that line done. We'd also like to.
is that
It is cast iron. It was built in the 70s. So it's a potential source. We'd also like to do Green Street, which was built earlier than that. The Ilson crossing the railroad, that was the original line put in by the railroad, I believe, crossing the railroad tracks. We'd like to get that one replaced. Those are the 3 big ones. In the west side right now, with the amount of crossings we have out, I don't honestly know how they even fought the fire at the Kachina packing. I really don't. I ran the model. Theoretically, we should not have been able to put that fire out. With the number of crossings we have out with Rico Street, Ilson, and the crossing at exit 16, there's no reason we were able to fight that fire.
so let's get back to the budget. From Adrian saying, I'm not sure that. Those priority projects you just mentioned that most likely will be eligible. How much does that total up?
So, no, ballpark, those 5 or 6 problems would spend all 7.5. And I'd say about, out of the 4 or 5 we were doing, I'd say 3 or 4 of them are already on the shelf, ready to go. We'll put that money to work the minute we get it. We won't wait, I think is another key thing to mention. We could add more projects. I will say this, for those of you following CPI, it's been extremely high the last 2.5 years going up. I think if you notice some of the reports that came out today, CPI was basically flat for the last month. Which is huge for us to start planning, because I don't know how many jobs we've put out and we've been 10, 20% short. Hopefully with this, we're able to catch our break and pricing on material starts to stabilize a little bit. That's the one silver lining that was in the news today. I'd have to go look and see where we're at on the priority list. You know, the one thing this does is if the 1.2 million we were going to spend on the 16-inch and I-40, it frees up this budget that you're seeing on the screen there, that 1.2. You know, if we can spend the lead and copper money on it, it allows us that 1.2 million to do something that we'd have to do that's not necessarily lead or copper related, or if that makes sense.
Well, we expect to get the grant, but usually it's grant.
But does that answer everybody's questions?
It was a godsend, it's going to be really important project, particularly across.
Yes.
And I don't know, how much do we have over and above the 7.5?
We have 1.2 in the request.
How much can?
Oh, we can't. We don't even have enough money to technically fund the 1.2. Technically, right now, we have 0 capital money.
Right.
To maintain 180. And I know some other enterprises maintain less, and I've looked at a couple of those, and it's because they are such a large enterprise. Having less days cash on hand is still huge dollars. We're a smaller enterprise, so if we drop that down, that leaves us a lot less cash as a cushion to work with. I mean, it's your call, but it would change our emergency fund significantly.
So then when you're figuring a rate increase for water, you're going to include, are you going to include the projects that are unfunded in that calculation that we can't do?
Yeah, so the way it typically works is we put in a reasonable rate forecast of what we're going to need. The cost that we put in there is going to be operations, and we usually put an inflation factor. Historically, we would put about 2% in there for inflation going up on those costs. This year, we're going to have to approach it a little differently, knowing CPI just came in today, I think at 5%, which is usually one of the marks we use for when we're analyzing these things. And so the operations are going to show a bit higher of a step up than they typically would have. But then for capital, yes, we take everything that needs to be funded that we reasonably don't have assurance that it's going to be funded by a third party. And we put those in there and we say, okay, for this fund to sustain itself, here's the rate increase we would need. And there's different ways that it can kind of be smoothed out by using financing. And that's factored in there. And that's where RBC looks at our opportunities for how much and when we should try and time the financing in there to keep it as smooth as possible. But the last time we came here, when we brought the last ordinance forward, it was the 15, 14, 13, 12. And I'm not sure that I don't think we can even keep it that low in the next proposal. Because what's happened is we've now gone another 6 months in time without that cash flow at all. So now we're a little bit further behind the curveball. And the longer that delays before we implement an increase, the more of an increase we need once we get to that point. And that's just a matter of math. It's not, well, you didn't give us what we want, so we're going to ask for more. It's just a matter of math. And I hate to be the gloom and doom, but that's part of my job, is to try and make sure you guys understand the money, make sure the departments at least get to express what their absolute needs are, and that we consider the opportunity and the options of how do we get it funded and how do we keep them flush.
I have a question, Patty. So, I mean, obviously, it seems like we would have some sort of increase, but I had to think with the cash on hand. I understand what you're saying, but with the cash on hand now for 180 days, what is that? You told me before, but what does that leave us as a cushion? How much? Over $1 million?
Yes, it is. It would be about half of operating costs, which would be, say, $2 to $3 million.
Okay.
Let's go back to that slide.
And then what's a comfortable? So I mean, if this is if you were lower if the council decided to lower cash on hand from 180 to 150 or 160, I'm just making up numbers, but you lowered it. What do you think is a reasonable? Yeah, like cushion, I guess, for that cash on hand. I mean, could it be
my recommendation is the 180. If you want to know a different figure, give me the days right now and we'll see the number on screen as soon as I share it.
I mean, I'd like to know like what it would be if it was 150 days on hand. Still giving them cash on hand. The cash on hand is to give them that cushion, right, of additional dollars as things happen.
Okay, I was just making sure I had the right share. So you say maybe 120? 150? That would mean the cash on hand for water should be $4 million.
That's a lot.
But so let me explain one thing about the cash on hand. Regardless of what level you set that out, we can come to terms with whatever you want. We could adjust the policy. We'll do that. But if you look at it right now, his operations, and I need to switch screens. I apologize for this part of it.
3.5 million.
Sorry, I'm not the most technologically savvy person in the room. His operations right now are a little bit over $5.2 million. And that's as bare bones as they could get it. They might be able to, if they could get fully staffed, we might be able to save some money on the overtime. But until he gets fully staffed and everybody's certified, that's not an option to change that portion of it. That only leaves $1.5 million for capital. If you look at his 10-year plan, this year he's got minimum capital in there. Going forward, that figure changes dramatically. So regardless of the day's cash on hand, we need to find a rate structure that is going to support his operational and his capital needs going forward. Even if he's at $0 cash on hand, we have to find a rate structure that's going to bring in enough funds to support all of those needs going forward. And as they just explained, yes, there may be some federal funding and some other assistance that's going to help us with these new FDA. I don't, EDA, the lead and copper mandates. But we don't know how much of that cost we're going to bear. We know, I guarantee you, we're going to have to pay a big piece of that out of pocket. And it's going to be very labor intensive. And I would not be surprised if it's also going to require a few more staff to go through to do all of these components, or we'd have to have contractors coming in to do it, depending on who and what type of help is available to get this testing and reporting and everything done that we have to do. So yes, if we drop the days cash on hand, that might allow us to not need a rate increase to finish building cash up to get up to 180 days. Totally your call. But going forward, we still don't have enough of a rate to sustain this fund.
Yeah. No, that's understandable. I just was curious because obviously then the 180 days would be more than 4 million in the cash on hand, right? Because obviously
180 days is about half of the operation. So with what we've got proposed in the new year, 180 days is going to be about half of 6.4 million. So yeah, it'd be a little over $3 million. If you look at, I brought the stats on Farmington Utility because they're one that I actually have numbers on. You know, they do 25%, but I'll have to find that page here in a second. It's huge, huge dollars that they have. It's not a matter of, 3 or 4 million. It's very big because they have a very, very large entity. So the smaller your entity, the more cash you really need to have on hand.
When you took that up for 150, it was $4 million.
that seems backwards. Why would it be more for the less cash days on hand? That should be reversed. 180 should be, and the 150 should be less than 4 million, and the 180 should be less.
All right, let me go back to that
doesn't make
screen.
sense.
I'm trying to talk and look up numbers. So this is 150 days,
Yeah, and it's
4.1. So
7.
180 days, and I probably just misquoted that. 180 days is about 5 million.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah. So a utility like Farmington, for their electric enterprise, they keep $26 million on hand.
Yeah, we're good.
Water, they're keeping 8 million, wastewater almost 4, and sanitation almost 2 million. They are so large that is a sufficient amount of cash on hand. It just depends how much of a contingency. The reason you keep the cash on hand is because say one of our water tanks totally collapses and blows apart, we're going to need money to fix that.
Yeah.
And if we don't have a sufficient cash on hand, then what are we going to do? And it's not that that's necessarily going to happen, but we want to be prepared for most contingencies. We could definitely, and we'll do, I can bring forward and adjust that cash policy plan based on what you want as the basic cash. When we worked with RBC, that was very much an industry norm. It was not unusual. And as he stated, some areas, did he say Silver City and some of them, they were well over 300 days cash on hand was their requirements. The smaller the entities, the more days cash on hand is recommended because it's a smaller pool of money for emergency needs.
Are they paying, have we done a cost analysis like compared to like Farmington, these other cities on what their rates are for their customers?
I think first we could talk about that.
I'd be curious.
Yeah, so Farmington is probably the worst comparison you could make to the city of Gallup system. But I'll be upfront, their water is extremely cheap. And in fact, your water rate continues to go down for them the more you use. It's totally reversed. They're getting water out of the river. The more water you use, in fact, you get penalized if you don't return that water to their sewer system because then they don't get credits for returning it back to the river. So their water balance is completely different from ours.
Okay.
Um,
And they literally lift it 100 feet out of the river, deliver it to all their citizens. We're lifting ours 200 feet over a hill and we're pumping it from Farmington in the future. So it's just, it's a bad comparison. If you want a better comparison, you need to look at like Flagstaff or Santa Fe.
Okay.
But I mean, so yeah, it's just hard for our system to compete with Farmington's.
And in all honesty, it's really hard to compare our rate to somebody else because we're not like anybody else. We are unique. We have our employees, we have the size of our town. It's just, we can't say just because their rates, if say Flagstaff is at a certain dollar amount, that should be what we set our rates at, and then try to structure our operations around that, because we're different.
I will say this on the days cash on hand, because I think Patty said it best. It's basically your emergency fund for a catastrophic failure. 180 days may or may not be the sweet spot, but if you're looking for a catastrophic failure, we may be more likely to have one due to the age of our system, right? We do have some stuff that's 100 years old. So, I mean, I don't know if 180 days is the right spot or not, but I just want you to put that in the back of your mind that we probably have more risk than say a Farmington, who's a relatively lot newer city with less aged infrastructure.
Well, I mean, on the bright side, your 1,561,711 will increase to about 9 million for capital projects after we get the state funding, but that doesn't solve our problem going forward unless the state continues to give us like $8 million every year. That's my fingers.
Ideally, if the state continues and going forward will give us lots of money, rather than use that to supplement the rates and not increase them to be sufficient to maintain this utility, it would be the wisest thing for us to use that to get caught up on our infrastructure. Not use them to just get by, but to use that additional funding to get caught up on our infrastructure. Just like the state keeps giving us, and they're going to give us another one of these tax rebates. If you're using that money to get by on, you're really shooting yourself in the foot, because as soon as all of that stops, then now you have that shortage of income. And I just don't know how many analogies to try and come up with. And I guarantee you there's 100 ways we can do this, and you own this budget. It's totally at your discretion how you want to do this. But my best recommendation is we use that money to the best of our advantage to get ahead, not maintain and keep doing that. Yeah, we still want to continue to work on our infrastructure, to renew it, to improve it. The further along we can get with that, the less we're going to have in repairs and maintenance a few years out, not now. And then it will stabilize the need for rate increases and hopefully stabilize what we're going to have to be able to charge the consumers and how hard we're going to have to work these guys. I've seen some of the payrolls, and because payroll used to bring them to me very regularly, we're talking over 100 hours in 2 weeks for these guys. And that's more on the wastewater side, I think, than the water side. But, these things aren't fix it on your next shift. These are here and now. And the more we have of that, the more risk.
Yeah, and to that point, when we look at the water's operating and maintenance budget, you're going to notice that we have we're having to throw more money in operation and maintenance, because these guys are spending 100 hours a week. We are having to replace segments of pipe, right? So the operating and maintenance things go up because we're constantly putting repairs on old 100-year-old lines. So it takes a lot of time. If we took a one-time bite and got a significant amount of the reconstruction done, I think we would start to see a reduction in the O&M costs, because we wouldn't be spending 12 hours a night going 5 blocks away to shut valves off because everything's broken or chasing leaks. I think that would start to shrink. The problem is that we've been putting out fires for so long that we have no idea what a realistic O&M cost is with consistent replacement of older utilities. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, that does.
Yeah, I've said since I came on council that we are so reactive. We're reactive. That's the water utility is reactive to what happens when a pipe breaks. We run in and try to repair. And that's one thing that I always wanted the city to do, was do an analysis of the life of these pipes. Schedule regular maintenance in the future. You're just always doing that so that you can maintain a good infrastructure. And the only way to do that is to start replacing these lines and getting ahead of all of that. And unfortunately, it is going to take a rate increase. And I know it's the worst possible time, but I mean, it is what it is. I'm sorry, folks.
We can manage this year with what there is, but we need to get it implemented sooner. So what Marianne is asking is, what do we absolutely need to move forward? Because we had the WAPA change, he trimmed some of his budgets and I updated all the shared services where they contribute to this general fund, where we have to pay into risk management. He is currently stable with what he needs for the current year at a bare minimum. So we are still going to bring forward in the very, very near future, a water rate proposal to you based on what is in the 10-year CIP. We're going to take it out about 5 years to try and smooth it. We're going to look at funding. But we're not going to be able to just flat out reduce it because of the $7 million we're getting from the state, because that money is going to go towards super old, super needy lines that have to be done anyway. It's going to allow us to take care of that need while we hopefully generate funding to take care of existing needs that are also a burden onto the system. So we don't have to have the rate increase July 1, but the sooner we increase it, the less the increase will be when we do get it implemented. Because the longer we wait, the higher it's going to have to be. And we've already kicked the can down the road about a year after waiting 2 years during COVID. So you've seen the preliminary figures. I don't anticipate that improving any, but the numbers are just going to be what they are. And, you know, we've got all our experts involved in coming up with what has to be done, what needs to be done, and what we think are the best laid plans. And then RBC is going to help us put together all our opportunities on how we do it and how we smooth it with some financing. And CB, do you want to go ahead and go through their capital real quick for 506 for water? Yeah, just the water portion that's in 506. Yeah, actually it's listed as, sorry. Yeah.
Okay, the page number kind of blended up in there.
Thank you.
Okay. In 24. Actually, all starting at. Everyone is 24, starting at the top, and these are all dealing with Gilson.
Right.
One at Gilson Crossing reconfiguration, valve replacement, 28,303. That's for planning. Gilson Crossing reconfiguration, valve. $7. Gilson Crossing valve replacement construction, $522,000. Crossing valve replacement management, $56,700. Project contingent. D22 planning, $40,000. Down. $70. 22 water monitoring is $10,000.
Look out, water pipe.
That's it for. So page 20, the next page. Line 57. Looking at a production unit, replace unit 253 is $105,000. And then down the page at line 74. Water distribution system improvements, construction management, $250,000. That's everything for water and Fund 506.
Is it 306?
It's listed as 306. That's their capital fund, but it's going to be funded directly out of 506.
Okay.
We move it out of operations into the capital because sometimes they take longer than 12 months and it gets hard to maintain capital funding versus operational funding. So we move it up to 306.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna do the next one a little bit out of order. I know Electric's here to speak, but since we already have Adrian at the table, let's move to Fund 508 for wastewater. Fund 508 has absolutely, and remember this is wastewater, he has cut all of his capital because there is no money for capital. This is based on just current year operations. He has 5.5 million in revenues, just over 5.5 million in expenditures. We'll adjust somewhere in here to get this last little bit out. We had him pretty imbalanced until I had to update all the shared services and that, and those are minor changes. So basically he's got a balanced budget with no capital. So Adrian, Kurt, do you want to talk about their needs a little bit?
Yeah, same thing kind of here with water. We've got no room in our operations budget to really cut anymore versus that 2,000. I'm sure we could find that somewhere. With a lot of projects going on, we've recently identified a lot of manholes that need to be replaced. Several areas of the city, some are collapsing, some are very deteriorated. Some of the wastewater lines that need to be replaced as well. And then I'll let Kurt delve into that a little further. But the same thing here, we've got millions and millions of dollars that we need to replace in wastewater.
I mean, unless you guys want to go through project by project, again, but I gave you the infrastructure spill. When the water was put in, the next thing put in was the wastewater. They're all about the same age. If you guys have specific questions on specific work we'd like to do, I know you see our wish list, but I mean, I will say this. I think a lot of this repair work too affects what Robert Hamlin can do with streets and potholes, because when a patch is never as good as a street, it's just, that's the way it works. So that, unless you guys have specific questions, I don't really have much more to add.
So then we're looking at a rate increase for wastewater. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, we just raised it, what, 25%?
We did a 5% increase. We went back and reviewed all of that because our memory and our recollection of it was faded and different between all of us. So we put together a 5-year plan, but when that was increased, Dennis Romero was here at the time and presenting along with RBC, and I was behind him in support along with Jackie. What was asked at that time, and I apologize, it fell apart. We had all the staff turnover and everything else going on. Dennis was working on coming back with rate proposals to offer perhaps a senior rate and some of the other things like we have in solid waste, to recognize that the seniors could perhaps get a discount and how that would impact the rest of the ratepayers. Because of the changeover and other things that have occurred, that did not happen. So we failed in our commitment to bring that back to you as city staff. We now recognize that, although we had the 5-year plan, we only had the 1-year rate increase in there is approved. So we now need to redo it, bring it back, and we're going to need direction from you when we start the discussion. Do you still want us to consider a senior rate or any other variables in there before we get too far into it? And we're going to have to request that as well. Honestly, with all of these coming in at once, maybe January would be a realistic timeline to have these ready for approvals or ready to be implemented. We bring them forward to you in the next few months so you could review them, you could understand them. We could brace everybody for it, but unfortunately, this one is definitely upside down. This one is not sustainable. This one, regardless of days cash on hand, he is operating at a net zero. And that's without any capital, guys.
We got an idea of how much of an increase?
Like 10, yeah.
That was fun. The only comment I want to say is keep in mind the revenue from whatever. It is. So if seniors pay less, everybody else. You know what I'm saying? So it has to, you can't have your revenue.
Yeah, it has to balance out. So if you have any class of ratepayers or anything in there that's going to not, somebody's not going to carry that full weight as everybody else, it definitely raises a bar on the other employees. Because whatever, right now our revenue requirements are 5.5 million minimum just to meet operational needs. And that's not really meeting them, but that's to get by in the next year. The capital needs beyond that would be $1 to $2 million at least. And so you're looking at 20% just to keep up with that.
Entire order or do you? Very distracted.
Wow, at once. Maybe staggering them. I mean, this one is the most immediate need, right? The wastewater. It sounds like, because he's operating in a negative balance. Take that one first.
Yeah, we could do wastewater first because he definitely needs some capital money to take care of business. And then, and I think his basic O&M is 250,000. We put that under environmental surcharge, if I recall. So we are supplementing it with the environmental surcharge fund, which is not ideal. It's just the only way we could come up with having some opportunity for this fund to be able to do repair and maintenance. Okay. So yes, wastewater would be our first priority, then water, and then solid waste. And Chuck can sit there and smile because he has a really good ordinance in place at the moment. And we're not going to be revising his rates that I'm aware of.
Can I sit with Chuck just to make myself feel?
You're welcome to stay there with Chuck. So
Can I chime in on the wastewater? Somebody trying to
speak.
You guys are talking about rate increase, and I don't know if this is going to help or give you guys some kind of idea, but we've been pushing this idea and we were told to go ahead and do it, but we're still kind of figuring out how to do this. Is we're getting a lot of customers calling us back for, especially on the wastewater side, to clean out their system. If the plumber tells them that they're back up and it's on the city side, then we get called out, and we're spending most of our time going around from plumber to plumber and cleaning out systems. And we did we had 137 reports in the month of March for sewer callouts. Out of that 137 callouts, 63 of them were for Fire Rock Glove Factory line.
Oh no.
So, and most of the time it's just to clean out, and our side is not even filling up. It's our side is fine. It's the customer side. So we come up and ask numerous times if we can charge these customers calling us constantly as a service charge. I mean, a one-time fine, but then they keep calling us when they get a backup. One, because it's free on our side, and then their plumber just, charges them whatever call out they get. But most of the time, it's us having to do all of the work. And we're not even, and you're saying that have no money, but we only have 4 guys on the wastewater team, plus Reyes, who's our lead operator, who is running ragged, going everywhere with these guys to manage over 300 miles of sewer line. You have to compensate somewhere. We have to do either a rate increase or start charging these customers to call outs like this. 63 reports for Fire Rock and Glove Factory line, all because it was backing up on the property side. And so we have to go out there and check. We have to answer every single call. We can't say no. We have to go there and check and verify our lines are fine. So take that into consideration of how can we get these customers to actually do their side so they're not calling us constantly to where we're overworking our guys. And then maybe we don't really, our rate increase may happen, but we could also get money back from these customers who are calling us constantly.
Would we have to write something? Would we have to write something like a thing?
It'd be an ordinance.
That says.
Legal?
That says that if you go out there and answer that call and it is not on the city side, you are charged for that time. Because I think that's only fair.
We have that for solid waste. Solid waste, like if I call and say, hey, I missed the dump truck, can you come back? They charge me.
Yeah, that's true.
Nicole, on those 63, do you still do something to clear their line, or do you make them call their plumber back to do the job on their end?
No, we have to go there, and then, it's not full. Our lines are not full, but we just go around and double check. Yes, sometimes we have to vacuum some up. Sometimes we do have to jet our side just to verify that our side is functioning well. But most of the time it's a customer side.
So you don't necessarily resolve the customer issue, but you're still spending time on it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go out there.
And just to give you a brief summary of that, just for a call out, just to go out there, review, possibly jet a line for our manpower, our Vactor equipment, all of that into play. That's between $2,500 to $3,500 per call.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's pretty good. So how much would we charge the customer that much?
Yep.
Yeah.
Charge them cost plus at least.
We had to go check.
I would definitely be
Yeah.
Well, right now, I think the contractors are having the city called out no matter what. They know it's free.
They're right. So sometimes we do, I know this happens, but secondary basis, we know that.
$160,000 about at 2,500.
And sometimes their gunk comes to our line. And so we have to jet just to see. And it's a lot of money.
Thank you for bringing that up, Nicole. I think we definitely need to do something about that.
Now, and I'm also stating that the same thing with the water side. We're getting a lot of calls for turnoffs and turn-ons for the water side. That takes 15 minutes. And out of that 15 minutes, our guys, the time, the material, our unit costs, it's about $600-700 for 15.
Yep, they don't let us turn off our own water.
Right, that's the question. My understanding as a citizen or a resident is I'm not supposed to touch that meter. So if I have a water break inside my house, I have to call the city to turn it off.
Yeah.
And a lot of these times it is, I guess I'm not sure where this came from, but yes, it is a policy that we have to go out there and shut off. But at the same time, we have most of these shut on and shut offs are for customer service, to go over there and shut off the meter and verify if it's a leak, if it's working, functioning, and all of these little itty bitty stuff that customer service, their meter readers and their technicians that they have, they could do this. And we could do our own job on this side. And so just little things like that add up that we could be saving on our side.
Are you saying you would want to build customer service? I'm not
I would
following why
like
that's
to do
not a
that
city
for
function.
all these little meter turn on and turn offs. I would like to build customer service for it.
You know what? You're getting the full benefit of customer service at no cost to your enterprise. You want to proceed very cautiously on that. Electric
Well, the
pays all
thing
of their
is,
fees.
When I attempted to be a plumber in my own house and I had a flood and I called the city, it was late at night and the poor guy doesn't live in town, I guess, because by the time he came, it was a big flood. Yeah. And I realized I'm not a plumber, but I probably would have paid the money to get it turned off, but I don't know how to do it.
I think that's a city function. I don't think that's one that we would pursue. And I think she's talking about customer service, our own employees saying, hey, I need it done so we can check this, that, and the other. But right now, 100% of customer service is paid by the electric department. So to try and start feeing them for support is kind of non-productive. Yeah, it's biting the hand that feeds you. So that particular case, but the one where we're getting called out to do work for non-governmental units, basically to help with their lines. Yeah, we could look at that. Just like if you call on your modem and you say it's not working and they say, I'll come out, but if it's not on our side, I'm going to charge you for it.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, I don't know what else to do.
Just to give you an insight on that, for the distribution, we had, for the month of March, we had 87 reports. Out of that 87, 35 of them were for our actual water department reports, meaning water leak. We had to do some valve change out. We had to do some work on our side. 52 of that were meter customer service reports.
From our customer service department or from the customer themselves?
No, customer service department.
Yeah, again, that one's biting the hand that feeds you because that whole function is paid by electric. So I think that's just the departments working together, to be honest.
Yeah.
So we're paying somebody to go out and turn off the water for customer service for 15 minutes. That's going to cost us, our department, $600.
Yeah, we understand that. I appreciate the information. Okay, so there is no capital. We bumped it all. Okay, so we're going to double back to electric. Adrian, thank you very much. Kurt, you're welcome to sit in that chair and enjoy a nice, more easy chat because the electric department's in a different situation. Let's take a few minutes break, guys. We'll take about 15, please. I just took my break. She's got one. Thank you.
It is a doornail.
507, his revenues we mentioned are slightly above, so we're good on that. I'm not going to explain. When we look at his expenditures, he was one of the first funds done. He does show an overall slight decrease, but here's when you guys look at the books and you look at his items, maybe not travel. He's got a lot more detail in here than what you're used to seeing. And this is how we want this software done next year. This is what we're encouraging every department to do. Some of them did it, some of them didn't. And this really helps. So you see Selectron, that's our primary ERP system. The MillSoft, I think, is the asset management. I may be lying. But he breaks down each component and then you see the roll up of them. And you'll see this in a lot of these and it details, some of them are pretty generic, but it does give you a lot of detail. Many of our departments did this with their travel and that helps us to see exactly who's going where and what's being done. Let's turn it on. Updated a little bit. He's still going to have to trim another $30,000 out of his asks because if we're going to continue with the 180 days cash on hand, because when I updated the shared services, the funding that goes to general fund and the funding that goes to risk management, it threw him out of whack. He had it exactly perfect and we had to make that change. Just so you know, because of the WAPA, we budgeted for that rate change in the new year and that actually decreased his revenues by $1 million doing that. The water department gets the benefit of that break that we get in that rate. He's got $5.7 million in capital, but since he's here and live, I want to give him a few minutes to talk about his operations and then we'll roll into his capital request.
Thank you.
So Chuck, take it away.
I don't know why.
Sure. Can you guys hear me? Is this on?
Yes, we can, if you put
Okay.
it right there.
Put it to my face. Okay, so where do we start? In the capital, you said?
Operations first, just the highlights.
Yeah.
Talk louder. Oh,
No,
okay.
but people can't hear you online.
Oh, okay, right. Forgot. Okay, so do you want me to just start here on travel and work all the way down, or do you want me to bounce around?
Generalities, just.
Okay, generalities. I don't have it, I can't see very well that far, so I'm going off my book, so give me a second here. So you've already talked about the Selectron. I'm here in 4420 maintenance contracts. I am including in there, this is the Millsoft annual, so that is something that's a recurring cost that we had to add in. That's a little different. In the maintenance for the 4440, this is maintenance of equipment. We're asking 25,000. Now for the equipment part, we've increased it because we've been doing we have a program that we've been maintaining where we're keeping up to speed on this. And that's about what we figured. It might go up a little next year just because of all of the big heavy equipment and everything that's going on with them. So we're trying to basically work on the maintenance form for this. So we're not having to rely on brand new trucks. We're trying to kind of keep up to speed on everything that we do have currently. We have over here, this is 4490. This is maintenance of other. Now, one of the things that was not really touched upon that we do need to do, and this is for the safety of our linemen and all the other electricians that deal with the higher voltages. We've breaking it down into dielectric testing of these gloves. Now that happens biannually, so twice a year we take care of this. And so we want to make sure that that's shown up and accounted for, as well as the dielectric testing of our units, our trucks, and our hand equipments. So this is basically the first line of defense. So this is obviously required. If we jump over here, this is one of the things that is a one-time cost on 4493. This is our stations and meters. Now, right now, we have 4 unmetered water wells on our system that we have to convert. And in order to get those readings, we have to build these CT/PT banks. And so I've accounted for that cost right there for 43,200, and that's for 6, because there's also an additional 2 wells that are going to be built, I believe, sometime before the end of this fiscal year coming up. Okay, jumping over here to the maintenance of the traffic light, that's going to be 4494. There's a large portion of this is $90,000 that we're asking for in this. And the reason for that is because this is for any traffic related incident. If somebody runs into it and we need to contract that out to Bixby, they're very expensive to maintain. So now this might seem confusing to you on the maintenance of the streetlights. This is 4495. Now, I know a lot of people look at this and they go, why do we have a maintenance of streetlights? Because we just did a whole new thing of transferring all these streetlights. You have no idea how many of these streetlights get hit. And just the metal pole alone costs us $1,000. So that adds up. I mean, I'm sorry, I've never seen so many. The giant targets must be put on these things because we lose a lot of them over the course of a year. We do, and we do recoup that. Sometimes a hit and run and nobody gets any information on them.
How many of those are down right now?
How many of them are down right now?
Yeah.
Right now, there aren't a whole lot that are down. We've been doing a pretty good job of putting them back up.
Okay.
You see a lot of them on the on and off ramps. Those get hit a lot. And then every once in a while up on the intersection of Ford, that seems to be a really nice target put on there.
Oh.
That intersection of Ford and S-Tech are 66. Yeah, so we've actually been doing a really good job keeping up with those. I know it takes us a little while, but the only reason that you've seen a lot of them down in the past 6 months was just due to us not being able to have our supplies come in. And so we've just had to put it and wait until we get that shipment because they've just been put off for so long. And we're trying to stay ahead of them. We're trying to order in increased amounts so that we get them here so that we're ready when it, you know, Cinco de Mayo's coming up. Over here on 4530, this is professional services. We've broken it down into the 3 different entities that we typically go out for service with. This is T&D, DePaul Engineering, and then RBC we have for $20,000. So we've kind of shown a breakdown of that. Our attorney fees, this one, I can't see. Where are we?
Are they contractual?
No, 4520 attorney fees.
I got ahead of you.
Okay, so we've got 90,000 in there. Okay.
What's that? Yeah, attorney's fees, explain that.
Attorney fees, that is for our utility attorneys. That helps us with making decisions like we have with the Navajo Gallup. So and that's actually a capital item we'll go into. But the 90,000, what we're doing here is typically we tried to bring that down to 30,000, but in light of what we have coming up here with the Coles Gray project, and I know we're going to be utilizing her services here in case CDC comes out with us and there's some contention. I want to make sure that we have enough to prepare for that and to set up with the agreements and everything else going forward. So that would be the reason why it's so high, is I'm trying to anticipate what's going to be utilized here coming up this next fiscal year.
It's in Continental Divide Service. All right.
Now, we are allowed to serve up 5 miles past our city limits. So we do have a legal standing, we have a strong position to serve them. And this is a very large load. Their load is estimated to be 3 times what we're serving Gallup right now. So this, absolutely.
Well, we need the revenue, that's for sure.
This will definitely help with that.
So if you had to trim $30,000, where are you going to trim that at?
I don't think I'll be able to answer that right on the spot, but I can find it.
Correction.
The greater, no, I didn't.
We'll figure it out on that sheet.
We could have saved that with all that money you just came to ask for us in city council.
I know.
Just kidding.
We'll work with Chuck over the next couple of days and get that 30,000 adjusted somewhere.
I mean, 30,000 seems like a drop in the bucket because water department at this point, so feels like you'll probably be able to figure that out.
Okay, so continuing on here, I'm going to go into on the contractual services here in 4540. Typically, we've only put in for the Greater Gallup Economic Development for 125,000. But we have a few new things that we're adding into here. One of them is going to be the Tantalus. Now, this is the other one was the service fee. This is the annual fee. And then this includes the cost of training our folks to basically handle the TUNET system, which will be coming up online here before the end of the year for our AMI, and as well as all the other customer service benefits. I know it's pricey, but once we get our staff to be able to operate and do this without having to call in for help, I mean, we're going to greatly benefit from this because I anticipate this is going to be with us for a very long time.
So is this the new metering thing? Metering
Yes,
system.
that's the annual cost for upkeeping it.
Wow.
The M&V study for $2,000. I mean, what that is basically for the streetlight savings that's going on. They're basically measuring all of that value savings, and it's a requirement. It's going to be with us for the next, I think, 8 or 9 years. The Enchantment Energy Consulting. Now that is our power scheduling. So that's included in here. I'm going to jump over here to other services in 4590. We have broken it down into our 811 fees, our substation vegetation spray, which we have to do annually. Miscellaneous services is typically accounting for things that come up that, you know, it's there for us. And the New Mexico dispatch. Now, this one has been this has been helping us tremendously. It's been able to give us audit reports for after hours so that we can cross-reference to make sure that they're really going out there on a call and not just calling a buddy to call us. So this has helped us to track all of that overtime.
So Chuck, I think, because a lot of your lines, you've actually got overall reductions. Let's just jump down to your other operating costs. That's your biggest one, and it has a bit of a change in it. And just give us kind of the highlight of your increases here. We are focusing mostly on like 10% increases. So we want to talk about your purchases for resale and then your subscriptions, and then maybe a little bit about your telephone real quick.
Okay. Can you shoot me the account numbers you want me to go over specifically? That'll help me. 4710. Oh, okay. So the purchase for resale power. This one went up significantly, but this is going up because this is following the CDC increased rates as well. And so if you look over across, I've broken them down into the different entities that we pay for the purchase power. We have Continental Divide, we buy power from WAPA, and then we buy power from the Gallup Solar. And then the other ones that you see that are labeled PNM, Tri-State, and the WECC compliance. The PNM and Tri-State, those are transmission wheeling costs. So they're basically just charging us to push power through the lines. The Tri-State Energizing Mendoza for 36,000. What that is out there in Mendoza, we have a substation that's in standby right now. So it is not actively being used, and we're saving a lot of money keeping it offline. But when we have to transfer power loads, like if we're going to work on a substation, one that you might recognize is the No station that we're doing the relays for, we have to take it online in order to safely operate and move the equipment around. When we take that huge load off and we redistribute it onto our system, we have to activate the Mendoza sub to help offset that so we don't overload the other stations. So that $36,000, I anticipate we're going to have to turn them on at least once this year for that no replacement. And so that's what that is for, if anyone was curious. And the Gallup Solar and the CDC, all of the different entities that we're purchasing power for, I've scribbled down notes showing how much we're buying in megawatts per megawatt hour. So that's there if you guys ever want to look into that. And yes, it did go up a little bit more from last year. So I think we're at $14.7 million we're going to be paying out for all the purchase power. It's another one that you want me to talk about.
4714. Just real quick, it's not huge dollar amounts, but it's got a 33% increase. And then your telephone has a 34% increase, which is the very next line.
Okay. So you want 4714 subscription and dues? Okay. So that is including the MillSoft. We have what's called a field site subscription, and that's like a smaller version of the MillSoft program that we're letting our guys use with iPads that help them show and get to the trouble call locations faster. And so we're training our guys on how to use that. It's just another tool to help like newer employees who don't know the area, like a mapping system that'll show them exactly where to go. So that just helps it helps in the reaction time to help so they're not wandering around trying to find it. The APPA, now that's an annual due that kind of sneaks by a lot of people who don't recognize it, that we have to pay as being that we are an entity that purchases large power. This is a requirement. So I don't think it was typically budgeted for. It kind of just came up and then it had to be adjusted in the past. So now we're making a line item so that we don't have to do that. The AutoCAD renewal, I mean, a lot of these other things are basically just programs that our engineers use up and that need to be renewed every year.
Okay, and just a quick mention why your telephone costs are so much higher.
Yeah, the telephone costs are going up because of our T1 lines. And these are the ones that we're trying very hard to get off of, and we're working on it. We're almost there. We just have to basically find our FCC license number. We're stuck behind a password. I guess it was purchased back in 2012. I wasn't there. So I'm on the phone trying to get that reset so that we can keep going on this. But yeah, those T1 lines have gone up 400% back in October. And it's because they're trying to disconnect them, but because it's mission critical for us that they remain online, we have no choice. So we're kind of stuck until we can get off of them. So hopefully, if we can get this taken care of, we can get off the T1s and then we will not use that much. But until we find a solution, we have to budget for it.
Why were your subscriptions up? Like, what did were one of those new though? That like, why the percentage is up so high? I know you went through each of them, but why were they up so high?
It's the same reason as for the APPA. Like I said, that $13,000 was never officially budgeted for.
I see it
And
was.
so, yeah, we had to keep doing adjustments to it. So this is basically saying this is where it comes from.
I see, okay.
Okay, we want to go through your capital. You've got 5,748,000 in capital. CB's got the list on that. Do both, do both of those together. No, do both of those together. 307 and 507. Yeah.
Page 15. Stop with the page, number 1, we start section 20. These are replacing 3 customer care unit 181, 182, and 183. For $38,641. Four. And just an act to explain it.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Number 5, the capital inventory transformers.
I'll figure it.
How many transformers is that? For 132,000?
Say that again.
How many transformers is that for 132,000? Page 16 under your capital for fiscal year 2024, capital inventory transformers.
So that is all transformers that are new that we purchased at a warehouse for new construction, or if we replace it out in the field. So it's not a particular number.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
The way a lot of his materials work, just so you understand, is the warehouse keeps inventory in stock as they're utilized. They're issued and expensed out to the department on an as-need basis. That's when the expense is incurred.
Okay, I see.
Service line extension. $4,400. That's the real. Next line down, capital service line extension other, $49,600. Next line down.
Not that you're boring.
Professional
up at 5.
$18,000.
Oh, look at these substations are expensive.
Line, Gallup water supply advisory services, other $20,000.
To Navajo Gallup, and that'll clear up his shortfall. So make a note to move both of those to 221. 221.
What's happening now? I'm sorry.
We'll move both of those Navajo Gallup advisory services to Fund 221. That resolves his little cash crunch, and that also is a better matching of the expenditures to the proper fund.
Okay,
Oh, there we go.
so now you only have to find 12,000 to
No,
remove.
that's 40, that's 48,000, 38,000.
Oh, it's 2. Oh, sorry. I didn't highlight this other one.
You
Yes, sir.
said I need 30,000 to shave.
Yeah,
Now you're
Okay.
good.
And we're
Just-
going to take both of those items and move them to Fund 221, because if they're tied directly to Navajo Gallup,
Mhm.
then that other fund can appropriately pay for them.
But you could still take 30,000 and put them in our discretionary funds.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Or you could just walk out with $8,000.
Is someone going to take me out to lunch or dinner or?
We have snacks in the other room.
Oh, okay.
Give us 30,000 for our discretionary, sure.
Line 12, there are 3 in line 12. New Sunshine Substation construction at 2.3 million.
Yeah.
New
I woke
Sunshine
up at 5.
Substation Materials, 2,209,000. New Sunshine Substation Industry is 300,000. And we're going all the way down to the bottom of the page. Line 42 is engineering staff unit. 38,000. One. And figure there, 225. 430,000. Total is 5 billion. Well, minus the.
What's that?
Minus the 38,000.
8,000, just. Well, that was a good deal for you. You gained $8,000 at this meeting.
Questions for electric?
This is, how much is left in this fund now? After these 5 million something capital projects?
Let's see. Yeah, he's trying to he's maintaining his 180 days cash on hand. So he'll start and finish with approximately the same amount, which is almost $6 million. But you see here, one substation is over 5 million.
So then you show this minus 202-203.
That's so he's using some of his cash in the current year. Oh, sorry, I misquoted that. I'm looking at 3 sheets at once. So yeah, this proposal right here is going to use a little bit of his cash, but he has enough to pay that plus his capital, and then he'll still end with this 180 days, but it's still going to be a little over $5 million.
Okay. Oh, that's awesome.
But it's great.
Yeah. That's amazing.
That is, it's very nice.
That's
Yeah, as much as possible, he's got a really good ordinance in place, and we're hoping that it keeps up with the cost of everything. As we start to go online with the new contract for purchase power, we can put together and reevaluate the rates, reevaluate the needs, and look at where things are at that time to see about updating that ordinance.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we can move on. Thank you, Chuck, so much. We're going to move on to Fund 515, which is the airport enterprise. We may want Robert here. Robert, are you online? Are you available?
I'm online. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, yeah, he's sorry.
Yeah, I think we can hear you good. Are you able to hear us?
I can hear you fine. I just can't hear the counselors. It's very difficult to hear the counselors, but I can hear you, Patty.
Can you hear me now?
How about you run over here real quick, just that way everybody can see and hear each other.
Hello? You've been using the
Yeah,
same mic.
there, Shorty.
Thank you.
On the report, because we just have different mics.
Okay, so while Robert's hoofing it over here, hopefully he's a fast runner. Just real quick on the airport fund, you know, we've taken on the new air service. We have great grants to pay for a lot of those costs. We're working out the kinks on that. But some of what is not covered by those grants is just some of the basic operations and maintenance and upkeep. We know we're trying to find funding for a new building. That's a whole third-party funding thing we're trying to go for. Right now, the issue is that he's got 73,000 in revenues. Those are primarily from the hangars and the rental we get from the hangars and a little bit in landing fees. We're hoping that we get some better fuel money coming in because of the FBO, the fact that there's now air service. So I'm hoping that we've actually underestimated the revenue a little bit. We won't know till about mid-year to kind of re-gauge that. But his expenditure requests, they exceed what he's got on hand. And so he's going to be utilizing some cash. There is a little bit of cash on hand. He has a total of $62,000 cash on hand. And that's it. There's no reserve, there's no anything. It's just 162,000. So right now his operations are showing that he needs $47,000 of that cash for operations. Then he's got another 17.5 in capital. So as is, we would end the year with just under $100,000 cash on hand. Then for the next year, his needs outweigh that $100,000. And so then we're going to be upside down. So the cost of providing this air service is giving us some challenges. And we want to talk about that. We want to prepare you so you understand there's different ways we can get money in there if we don't get grant money, but there's limitations to how much money is available to fund this because it typically is going to come from general fund. And so that's kind of where that is. This fund is not one that's ever really made money, but we did separate it a few years ago because in order to qualify for all these grants and to qualify for the air service, we needed it separate for tracking, reporting, and to show that it is its own enterprise fund. So we've got some concerns about it. We just don't know the future. We don't know what funds are coming as far as assistance and help. So it's a lot of unknowns. For the upcoming year, we think we're solid. But I want him to talk about the needs and what he's got in here operationally and then the capital that he's got for this year. And we may tap a little bit on the next year, just because I think there were some bigger dollars in there. Yeah, so we'll just, okay. Okay, so Robert, just, you don't have to necessarily go through the lines, but talk about the air service and what costs we have to bear for this, because the ones that aren't eligible for the grant, we may not have enough in revenues to cover it.
Basically, the things that we don't have funding to cover is some projects at the airport, not necessarily for the airline service. All that's been taken care of through the REASE grant for the airline service. However, we do have an upcoming project that we had in our airport CIP is for design of a new terminal. And we're looking at, let me see here. Yes, so looking at getting some funding from the FAA, some funding from New Mexico Department of Transportation Aviation, and a match from the city was very minimal. Let me see here, guys. I can't see too good. I left my glasses at home.
Everybody that sits there can't see. Can't see and they can't hear.
Here and I can't see. 477,000. I believe it was like 32,500.
Or not, but if you get a chance, we've got a pretty big project here that we really need your expertise on. You can call me back whenever you have
Chuck,
time.
mute your,
I appreciate it. Bye.
Chuck, mute your mic, please.
Oh, whoops, sorry.
Well, at least we know how he sounds on the phone.
Very polite.
Very nice, yes. It's working.
Okay, I think we're good now. So the FAA has been giving us 159,000 every year for a few years. We've been letting that build up. We finally have with our match of 32,500, we're looking at $477,000 for design of a new terminal. However, we don't have the revenues or the cash on hand in the 515 account to come up with that match. So what I would like to do is push that out a year and let that fund build up. I've been working with the FAA to see if they're willing to let us push that out. However, I have not got a firm response back from them yet. We actually had some folks here with the FAA today at the airport. However, I had to miss it. A very important meeting with them due to our budget meetings. Wasn't aware that this budget meeting was going to happen until last week. It was actually a lot of the airport improvements and then also an inspection on our airport. So I had to have Christy and Aaron attend that. I have not had a chance to get with them and catch up on that. But as far as our operations for the airport, we've left everything pretty much flat from what we requested last year. You know, we do have the FBO there. Now we're making revenues on our fuel cells, landing fees. We're working on getting all of our hangar leases, our land leases brought up to date. I've reached out to the new city attorney, Dave. I need to be working with him on getting some of our contracts updated. They've expired. However, we're still receiving some revenues, but we just need to let those build up so we can try to get these projects done. You know, we have airline service, a new FBO there, but we're working out of a late 1940s building. And we have major roof leaks. So it's pretty sad that, you know, our terminal has just been neglected over the years, but there really hasn't been much going on at the airport. Now we got airline service there. You know, a lot of people are coming to our airport, and I'm kind of ashamed by it, by the looks of it. It's just so run down. But like I said, our back's against the wall because we just don't have the funding to move forward on these projects. So like I said, I asked the FAA if we could move them back a year to allow that fund to build back up. That way we can make our meet our match. But just for the design of the terminal, I believe it's 32,500. Pardon?
23,000.
Yeah, it's pretty minimal.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good chunk of change. And then we also have another project. It'd be a rehabilitation of our runway. Our runway was redone about 4 years ago and starting to get a few cracks in it because, you know, I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but the area where the airport is used to be a lake bed. So the soils are all clay. So there's a lot of movement in the ground out there. So our consultant recommended that, you know, we get that runway resealed, seal the cracks so it preserves the life of the asphalt. That's another project that we had to push back as well. And that match was very similar. I don't have them on top. 17,500, which is very minimal as well. But I asked to push that project back to a year as well.
Yeah.
He has the map in as a request in the CIP. 17,000.
Oh, yeah, he
On
did.
the rehabilitation.
I mean, shoot, with that, could we take money out of our just some of our discretionary? That's pretty low, 17,500.
He's got enough cash right now for his current operational ask and that 17.5. My concern is going forward, if we're not getting more than we're anticipating off the new FBO and it's just too new to know, that we will have a problem. So I just want him to express to you guys kind of what the operations are and where we're headed. But for the 17.5 match, it is currently in the calculations and we have sufficient cash for that item.
And then for the terminal, Mary Ann, you had mentioned during our first budget hearings that there is possible some money coming down from the state for airports. So, you know, I'll keep an eye out on that and hopefully I can find some more funding to be able to get the design of the terminal done because we're in dire need of a new terminal as well, especially if we're going to extend this air service. I think it would be nice to have a good building to work out of, you know, and make it more welcoming to the folks that are coming into our airport. Guys, I got to tell you, this airline service has been pretty much booking out every flight, going out and coming in.
Yeah.
It's doing very well.
Yeah, so House Bill 2 was where it finally landed, 55 million in general fund monies is going towards.
Oh, she rather popcorn.
Haven't said which report. It'll be distributed.
Wow, we really hit the jackpot. Woke us up.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, yeah, okay.
You were going for 135 and ended up with 50.
Well. So we have to apply for it.
Through DOT.
Okay. There's a lot of public, holy crap. I should have shared this with all of you. This is so, oh, I'm not sharing mine.
Thank you for the popcorn. Oh, it's delicious.
I'm hugging each other.
Good. Thank you. I'm okay.
Say, but according to JM, it's gonna be, which sometimes is better because when we do it. So there might be some possibility.
You say, ooh.
Right, speaking to Senator Munoz, I believe he has allocated some money for Gallup's Airport. I just don't know the amount yet. As a matter of fact, he had that conversation with my airport superintendent, Aaron. Actually, it was on Monday. They had that conversation, so I'm not sure.
There is for airports, he's certainly supporting. But I don't think it's designated.
Okay. I think so. You know, we've taken a lot of steps to move forward towards a new terminal. We've done multiple studies on the existing terminal. We're working on a conceptual site plan right now with our consultant Armstrong and their consultant or sub-consultant Gensler. So we'll be having a meeting with them next week and hopefully we'll have a site plan. So yeah, we're moving forward, just baby steps, but we're making progress there.
Oh, yeah.
Robert, are people still having their planes, their private planes there?
Pardon?
Do people still have their private planes?
Yes, there's
Okay.
several private planes there and a lot of folks lease hangars from us as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
We have some that have been there for quite a few years, the same person in the hangar. And we have finance bills them every month and most of them consistently pay.
And our rates are pretty much the going average or the national average. I've done some research. I thought our rates were low at first. Once I met with Curtis, started seeing what they were charging. But we're pretty much where we need to be on those. It's just not a ton of money to be made at the airport on hangar leases or land leases. Great. Yes, we're getting a percentage of the fuel sales now. It's going well. I want to work with Christy, our grants and contracts manager. I want her to start going out to the airport more and actually making sure that our FBO is being very honest with us. I want her to take tank readings. There's a digital meter on each tank, the jet fuel and the avgas. I want to just make sure that they're being truthful to us. But we are making some revenue on the fuel. Yes.
The mayor asked how much the hangar rentals are. Do you recall?
I don't have those numbers right in front of me. Christy mainly deals with those.
I believe it's either 200 or 250 a month.
It's not a whole lot.
It's pretty minimal for the value of what they have in there. I pay almost that for a boat and it's only half that value.
Right.
But you know, if we're competitive if we're competitive within that market, there's not really much room to move with that, but we do have a pretty good group out there that consistently pay us and we appreciate that part of it.
Another thing, we need to keep tabs on those hangars and make sure people aren't living in them because they are so cheap. We did have an incident where there was a lady living in one of the hangars. Yeah.
Mine actually, I would totally do that.
She had her plane in there. You know, she was an avid pilot, but she ended up losing her license. And found out that she was living in the hangar. That's back when Stan was here.
She can afford a plane, but she couldn't afford a home. What?
Yeah.
I don't understand that.
No license.
It's about priorities, I guess.
Oh my gosh.
I lease one of those things. If I got a few cars, I'd like to park in there.
That's another thing too. We had an individual parking vehicles in there instead of a plane. We had to
Oh.
get him to get the vehicles out because that's not allowed by the FAA to have vehicles stored in those.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Oh, certainly. Yeah, we get money in every month on that. And so that's what I was kind of mentioning. We'll look with Robert at mid-year and see kind of how that's going to help him start planning for the new year after that. So we're hopeful. It's just a little bit early in this process to kind of have a consistent pattern of revenues that we're going to receive. And if Christie's kind of checking them, then we can rest more assured that we are getting our fair share. Because a lot of this is kind of like the GRT submissions and the lodger's tax. Until somebody checks you, it's all on the honor system.
Right.
And once they know that they're being checked, then the honor system seems to be a little more honest.
I know we've been having tons of military helicopters come in, so I should see an increase in the fuel cells here this month.
Oh, good.
Yeah, tons of military movement.
Just the fuel cell income right now on average.
Pardon?
For FBO, how much is the fuel sale income?
Roughly about $2,500 a month is what we're getting.
Oh, so not a ton.
It's not a large amount. Now, with the Blackhawks that are coming in and the Apaches, on average, they're purchasing about 400 gallons each.
Oh, so we should need to get, how do we get more of those in?
Yeah, so those helicopters generally burn about 400 gallons per hour.
Wow.
Yeah, so they fly from Albuquerque, land here in Gallup, buy about 400 gallons of fuel each. Then the next stop would be Flagstaff as they're going towards San Francisco.
So Marianne, I have a question, or Patty, somebody. So we don't have like $30,000 in the general fund we can put up for a match for his terminal thing? Because I mean, that's minimal.
Yes, we would budget that in the airport, but if there isn't like this. The problem is we need to probably wrap up with that for the general fund.
Right. So within the airport fund, we have the 17.5 that he discussed in here. He has 98,000 remaining after that, so we could still afford the $30,000 addition to that. It's just in the next year, we may have some challenges with cash. What we would do with this fund, if we need to supplement it, because obviously we don't want the air service to go away or whatever, that comes directly from general fund as a transfer so that we still maintain all of the expenditures in there, because there's FAA reporting and different things we do. We want to maintain everything in that department. It just comes from general fund. So again, this is another thing along with the seniors, along with all of our departments, we're all competing for those same dollars. And that's where the balancing act comes in. And we're going to go through that for a few minutes as we wrap up today.
Okay.
But I just want him to give you the basic idea, the big picture of this, and to kind of understand where we're going, moving forward on things. There's always going to be more need than what we can totally fulfill. But for right now, we've got to make sure at least the basics are covered, because we do have an active air service out there and we have active customers renting and buying fuel out there.
Right.
And don't we do a fire, or somebody's using the like we have a little fire building or something out there as well?
The electric department, their standby individual actually sleeps there at the fire station when they're on call. And then also the fire department, they go out and check their equipment monthly.
Okay.
There's a fire truck in there. They do have some firefighting equipment in there. However, I'm pretty sure it's well outdated.
Right.
Yeah.
And are we getting some money from like tourism through, because I remember Matt talking about like some beautification stuff out at the.
Yes, I've been working with Matt on doing some beautifications. However, I didn't want to put a ton of money into the old terminal.
Oh, yeah.
If we're going to tear it down and relocate it. He's wanting to do some minor facelifts to it, put some planters outside, maybe do a little bit of painting on the inside of the seating area. Just clean it up a little bit. But recently we had put all new lighting in the terminal. That was through a grant through the state aviation department. I'm looking at putting a couple windows in. They're leaking
pretty bad. So replacing a couple windows, doing some minor repairs, but I hate to put a ton of money into it and then we tear it down.
Can we get a vending machine?
I think a vending machine would be a great idea to put in there. I just probably need to reach out to a local vendor to see if they could do that. Our FBO does have some snacks. However, it's mainly for the people flying in buying fuel, not for the airline service.
I know whenever I fly, I'm like, oh, I want some snacks.
It'd be nice to like have bottled water for them. We actually did get the kiosk mounted. We'll be working with IT to get the kiosk hooked up to the Wi-Fi out there at the airport. We installed that yesterday. I know I heard Matt's talking about it earlier, but we did get the kiosk installed.
I'll have to go check that out.
I believe we currently have a vendor that has a contract with us to put drink and snack units in buildings, and then we get a commission off of it.
Oh.
So you could work with Fran to extend that to the airport if they're interested.
I'd definitely be interested in that. I'll get with Fran.
What about Jet on the Stick? How's it going?
The Jet on the Stick. We have been working diligently to get somebody to come out to restore the plane. We can't even get nobody to return a phone call. Christie's got a list of probably 12 people that she's contacted. She's gone to multiple FAA conferences, reached out to the folks at those, trying to get contacts of people that do this kind of restoration. They've given her several contacts. We've reached out to them, but nobody's returning calls. So they're probably dealing with staffing issues as well. The $100,000 that y'all approved last year, we are going to get that put into a project. We've been Lynette's aware of it. She's just waiting till June, I believe, to get that into a project for us. But we are working diligently and trying to get somebody out here to get that thing restored. And every time the winds kick up, I'm scared to drive by the airport, to be honest with you. But it survived the 100-mile-an-hour winds we had a while back. So yeah,
It could go airborne, huh?
it didn't go airborne. Maybe it's the way it's slanted. I don't know, but
The other part of my fence went down, I didn't ask.
Someday go out there.
I don't want to see that.
Any further questions or discussion for airport?
No.
No.
Awesome.
Thank
Okay.
you all.
Thank you, Robert.
Come back.
Thanks. I
Yes.
appreciate you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Next up is Fund 516, the Fitness Center.
Uh-oh.
So we had some discussions about this one, and if you look at your screen, it's a little more evident just looking at this without all the other numbers. What happens out there right now is their current revenues are not sufficient for their current operational needs. This is without capital. Currently, they don't have any capital needs in the list to request for this year, but their expenditures are far exceeding the revenue capacity. So what they'll be doing for the current year, at least the proposal, if you approve it as is, they'll be living on their reserved cash. And there is enough for one more year at this current level. And then we would shut it down at the end of that based on lack of funding.
So is it because they have less memberships now or what?
You know,
They have more.
Yeah, I feel like they have more too.
Always packed.
Drive by there and cars all over the place.
Can I go and address the council on the fitness center, please?
Are you close enough to stop in?
I'm 2 jumps away.
Yes, sir. Please do.
Fine, and
Okay, so while he's making his way over here, one of the stats that you can see on here, I'll just move my screen so we can see it. This is based on from beginning current year to the new year. His revenue or his expenditures have only increased 15%. Part of that is the wage increases, so keep that in mind. So he's kept them pretty level. It's just not sustainable, and hopefully he could enlighten us a bit. But this is one of the things that they talked about, needing to expand the building and needing to invest more in the building. And that's where the concern comes in, is that we just don't have the revenue stream to support that. But let's eat our popcorn for a couple minutes while he gets out of the truck and runs in, and then hopefully he can help us to understand what's going on here better.
411.
The question was, if some of you have membership, So we talked about this, the COVID changed people's practices, if people stop going to the gym, it's COVID, and then it's not just really go outside. That part of it.
Yeah, I mean,
Gyms are opening, and maybe they think people are.
Because what I mean, we just put a lot of money in, I mean, of their funds. They had their revenue stockpiled money and they invested it to put, put more equipment.
Well.
To go in there and fix it up and all that and then.
They're the only gym that has racquetball. We have a lot of racquetball tournaments.
That's a plus.
And it's just like, I mean,
revenues over the last couple of years.
I don't have a membership currently, I used to, but I spoke to a lot of people and I mean, we'll have to hear the truth from Vince, I guess, but they feel like it's up membership because they said it's always packed whenever they go and it is. It seems more packed than ever, so I'm just curious, like, maybe. Yeah, so what are our rates compared to the
Why do
other
we have to be
gyms? I don't know.
competitive with the private sector who could just enough to be put in the black and put in the open?
Yeah.
For the
employees.
For the employees, yeah.
We're
Well-
talking about health for the employees, that's a plus to keep it.
Yeah, but they don't get an employee discount to go there. Then there's nothing.
So, I mean, if they wanted to have a health plan.
Wait, are they
No,
considered?
no,
Maybe they
there
do,
is
but-
no discount for them.
Talking about insurance earlier? Oh. That's good.
Thank you for coming, Vince. There should be a mic in front of you if you'll hold that up and that way we can at least hear you in this room, please.
Okay. So, fitness center, tell us.
Is membership?
Fitness center, if you recall, even last year, I requested funds from the COVID relief money because we were affected by COVID. I was told that we didn't qualify. We're still trying to recover from COVID. We're still trying to build our numbers. We're going out, staff is going out and trying to recruit individuals. But we have reduced hours because of staffing. Now, I do want to say, I understand on the business end what was mentioned, although I'm very disappointed because with all due respect, Mayor and Council, we as professionals try to do our best to give each other a heads up, but to get blindsided like that, the way I did earlier, I was not blindsided, I was floored. To hear about that. I've already got 2 calls from some of my employees. I wish somebody had said something to me. I could have spoke to staff on what's being discussed and what's been thought about. It's very disappointing to me. But I understand the business end of it. And I realize if we can't afford a fitness center, we can't. When we took over the fitness center in 1999, Councilor Polachek's correct, there was a war. I've known Mr. Rosales almost all my life. The big fight was, there was standing room only in the council chambers. The fight was there's no way a private businessman can contend with public dollars. So his fight was well justified. I remember while he was working a muscle factory above Feliciano's. So if that's the case, as we got to do, then my concern before even closing the door fitness center is my employees. And we can go and say all day long that, well, the employees will be taken care of because we will absorb them in other departments.
Oh, yeah.
That's force feeding a position. I just seen it at Red Rock. I care about my people. But if that's something we gotta do, I will be I'll be meeting with fitness center staff tomorrow.
I'm not saying we're gonna close it.
No, I know that, but I'm saying that,
That it's not sustained.
no, well, we're probably not gonna get there. We can't open at 5 o'clock in the morning and close at 9 like we were before. We've reduced our hours to almost half on weekends. We're closing holidays because we can't afford to be open on holidays anymore. We used to be open on every holiday other than Thanksgiving and Christmas. Now we're closed. So I understand, like I say, the business end of it, I understand. I just wish I had known so that it wouldn't have been such a shocker.
We just found out this morning.
But I do understand, Mayor, Council, we're looking at all avenues. The other thing is, and I talked to you during my presentation in February, is even if we do get that thing packed to the gills with people, we're at capacity. The only way to expand is to expand the facility, which means more money. And we know we ain't got it. And I hope that answers your questions. The other thing, since I am here, I do want to thank the mayor and council for realizing how important that cannabis money is. And the public will know that I've got support from mayor and council. That is huge in our world. It could really, I'm not going to say it's going to save us all, but it is going to be a huge, huge step in the right direction.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you for that.
I mean, certainly these guys, I mean, I don't know what to do. I mean, I look at it now, they're saying that 3 or 4 new fitness centers are gonna open up throughout the town, or 3 more. Besides, Bobby's already booked.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of people at his place. And so then that means more competition. And if they're open more hours, then
No, I mean, and like I said, that was the biggest deal that the city should have never, ever gotten that endeavor where we were competing against. We're not in the fitness center business. But that's the way it was, and city purchased the property. And that's where we are since 1999, but.
How many employees do you have right now?
I think there's currently 6 employees over there, 4 full-time and 2 part-time. I'd have to look at my numbers.
Vince, you may not know because I know you just walked over here, but in terms of like membership, 2 questions. How many members do we have comparatively to like before COVID? Like, I have no real understanding. Like, do we have 1,000 members? Do we have 500 members? And then what's the cost of I know there's family memberships and then individual. And do you feel like that rate is, I know we can't really compare ourselves to private, but is that a comparable rate for a membership?
You know what I think it is? I think it's fair. Matter of fact, we're pretty much in sync with Huawei's.
Okay.
Because that's what we were trying to do, but because we also have, we have single memberships, family memberships, corporate memberships. So we're pretty much in sync with them, but we're still, staffing is huge. It costs us a lot of money. And right before COVID, I put $150,000 from cash on hand center.
Yeah.
Then COVID hit.
Yeah.
So that knocked our cash balance down. But I mean, I understand, like I said, I do understand the business end. If that's what we're gonna do, I'd talk to the county. I'll bet you they'll buy a fitness center in 5 minutes.
They have their names over that. Just want to stress, this was just saying when we got enough. So we had time to think.
Right. But and honestly, ma'am, I don't think it's going to grow much. I mean, we're always just going to be either breaking even or it's going to be about it. So.
It seems like the membership, I mean, maybe that won't matter then if it can't get any fuller, but it seems like it's so full. Anytime my friends go, it's just like, and maybe it's just the hours. Does it seem like membership is down or does it seem like it's up?
You know what? For the hours we got, depending on the time of day you go, yes. You go in the morning, that parking lot is jam-packed. You go in the evening, it's jam-packed. During the mid-afternoon, the numbers are down. We went from about $63,000 people a year walking through those doors, and we're at about 42 right now.
Okay.
There's three racquetball courts at that facility, Mayor. I think those are the only ones in town. I could be wrong.
yes, so then if we move all of that somewhere, we're gonna have to build bracket courts.
Yeah, people love racquetball here.
Because it would have to be. Wherever.
If we,
Some of it is buy it.
Yeah, we may have a buyer that would be interested in buying and running it as a fitness center for themselves. And as Marianne mentioned earlier, one of the differences between us and the private market is governmental employees have different benefit structures, and so we're not able to compete with the private sector as far as that component of the employment. And just to, you ask, he has 4 full-time employees, 3 part-time employees authorized, and that's what we've got in the budget. And, you know, it's just, I mean, I'm not saying that it's not a good operation. I'm not saying anything like that. I'm just saying it's not sustainable. And that was part of the budget presentation we had recently where we talked about the balanced budget versus use of funds. And this is not a balanced budget and it is not sustainable. And, you know, revenues could change, but we need to have that talk this coming year of what we want to do to fix this, or do we want to bow out of this business?
Hi, or then I just want to ask a question. Do we have any kind of insurance set up through different insurance companies that do pay or would work with us? So like if I'm a private citizen and I have Presbyterian insurance, and then we work with Presbyterian, and then because you know there's a lot of like gyms where your insurance, health insurance provides free, and then they like reimburse. So would that be? I'm just thinking off the cuff. Would that be a way to like get the city more money if like we work with insurance and then people went, because like I'm more likely to go and my insurance is going to pay for it, right? And we get reimbursed for that.
Our insurance is paid to a silver.
Oh, right.
Yeah, we have reached out. We've reached out to like Molina Insurance, stuff like that, different groups. It's just, you know, I mean, as far as the numbers, those numbers are correct. And we're not heading to a good place. And I don't, like I said, I don't really think it's it can expand if we don't expand. And the only way to expand is to spend the last conceptual plan that we did there in 2018 was $2 million to remodel within a facility that at the end of the day, we had outgrown. So. So I understand where you guys are at, and I do appreciate it, but.
We offer special rate for city employees.
No, as a matter of fact, Councilor Shaw, thank you for asking. That did come up during strategic plan. I mentioned to the city manager about 2 weeks after that. If we did something like that, I didn't think it was fair for us to take it on the chin. We're over here talking about not making enough money, but then they're going to want me to give employees a discount. To me, that would be something the city would have to pay for and give us the full rate like we do with every other organization as far as corporate.
Completely agree. Actually, what if we had a wellness program, we would probably put one in our budget, insurance like that, actually pay the amount of this, he's still working. But we subsidize. Because it's not fair to have, as a business, to have to make it.
Now we do offer it with the water.
Yes, sir.
We could do the same.
And it's the same model.
Well, I don't think that decision's been made, but it's the conversation we're having about what we are doing that is not, I think that we have to really seriously look at what is not being self-sustained. And is it a true need that the city should do? I mean, we gotta look at all the free services we're providing too. And see if we can continue to sustain that in all areas. We just have to know, what are we giving away? What are we, you know, because at the end of the day, we're taking that away from all of you guys that all have needs.
No.
The general fund can only do so much.
And I agree with you 100%. I really do. You know, like one of the things that, and I won't get too deep in the weeds, but one of the things like one of my biggest fears that I have with the cannabis money, when that finally comes and it starts paying itself off, is that operations, just regular operation stuff, they're going to start saying you have that money in cannabis, use it for that. And that alone will wipe it out, you know? So if shedding ourselves of some properties helps, well, then that's what we got to do. But I also heard where we're at with solid waste. You know, I mean, that sounds to me like we're in the same predicament, but if you recall, they tried to do something with solid waste. Of course, fitness center and solid waste are apples and oranges in 2011. Well, that hit the roof. So I don't envy you guys where you're at, but I understand and I'll support what you decide to do. I just wish I had known.
Yeah.
That's it.
But, well, yeah, I was gonna say, I think that like Councilor Pelagic said, though, we would discuss it more and then give legitimate heads up to like the department and like people, like we wouldn't just be like, oh, tomorrow the fitness center is closing, you know, right? Like, so, because we wouldn't want to do that to the department or to the citizens. Yeah. There'd be ample time to give them warning, give everybody warning.
Clarify though, we're just going through the budget, and playing out the numbers. There is no recommendation in here at all.
Yeah.
We're just, this is.
Oh, I thought I heard the committee recommended to close it.
The recommendation is that at current rates, after 2 years, that's where we are, that we don't have the money to sustain it.
So let's look it up.
Okay.
As it stands. And honestly, at this point, it's all just discussion. It's all trying to put numbers together. It's discussing the ideas. There really isn't anything, I mean, there are no decisions made. These are discussions. We still have to jump back to a couple of these other funds. We still have to look at the utility rates. There's several things that still have to be determined before we even wrap up a budget to take to council that they will then submit to DFA.
Perfect.
Okay, so the next one is Fund 603.
Mayor, Council, thank you.
Vince, thank you very much for stopping in and sharing with us. We really appreciate that. So we're on 603. This fund, I did this one step different than the others because it's a new learning process. I have already imported his capital request, which he has one. And part of that was the learning process and how these things work. And then the other part was just so that we could get all the exact numbers together because his revenues come from the other funds. The general fund and the utilities funds share proportionally based upon revenues to fund JM's fund at 100% because he's an internal service department and that's how they work. So, it's not working. Is that on mine? Okay. Oh, okay. So his fund is exactly balanced. It's a perfect set of numbers here. He's got revenue coming in from the contributions from the departments. He's got expenditures of $2.3 million. Jim, do you want to give a couple highlights of basically how this comes together?
Yeah, so this is where our insurance, workers' comp, property, liability insurance is paid out of. We do a lot of our safety training, as well as staff incentives we've done out of here for meeting the required training hours. Food cards, we also pay employment insurance out of risk management fund. Currently funding the comp and benefits study out of risk management because all funds pay into that. Other than that, I'm down a little bit on my budget from last year. The New Mexico Municipal League has offered big discounts on their liability and workers' comp insurance and have passed those discounts along to their members. So you'll see that reflected in my budget. They've done it last year, this year. Not sure how long they're going to continue to do that, but make sure that my budget reflects those changes that they have. You'll see an increase on the property side of things. That's just statewide. Property insurance went up. I would imagine after this year, we're going to see another little spike in our property insurance because we have a big claim that we filed.
That fire?
That's the there is another 603 account that you'll see on there, emergency management. There's no money or anything in that changed many years ago. All of that is now funded under the fire department, and they take those costs. capital purchases. Ben Welsh, who's our community service and events provider. And he has a little truck that's one of the older ones around the city, so we're gonna be getting him a new unit. He's running around, but doing his activities and events. Other than that, if there's any questions, you can let me know.
Good job,
How
Mr.
many
Dean.
employees total?
Which we have 3, it's me, Alicia, and Ben.
Oh.
Ben needs to be in his own budget, but we just decided to
Oh, good.
take him underneath risk management.
Mm.
Yeah. Or
Okay, so I still need your attention for just a little bit longer. That gets us through all of the funds, all the good, all the bad, all the fun. Guys, you have to admit budgets are a blast. The puzzle pieces are starting to come together. I do need your direction on a little bit. The whole committee and I do need, as well as the department heads that are still with us. A couple of things I want to hit on first is the holidays. Some of the upcoming potential holidays are before the new year would begin. So I wanted to kick that out and see if you guys at least wanted to pick up the Indigenous Peoples' Day and the Juneteenth.
Yes.
Sure. And then as we roll into, we could go ahead and put the spring recess. Okay, so we'll go ahead and get those implemented.
Yes.
And that matches us to the county. It's great for employees. I think it'll be a good morale booster and just kind of bring us up to where a lot of the state and federal.
Well, that one especially I think you need to do because of where we live, like, that seems
Yeah.
good.
And we just had not yet addressed it, but based on this direction, we'll get those implemented, as well as the alternate work schedules. If you guys are in support of it, then we can get with HR and let departments roll that out right away as much as they can, because summer's the best time for anybody who wants to start the 410s to implement that.
The services are not going to be affected, so we're not going to be closed in all the offices one
The,
day.
the requirements will be,
Monday through Friday.
the requirements will be for your department to do this, you have to be staffed 8 to 5 to be able to maintain basic functions. If it turns out that your department is so short that having somebody off on Friday or off on Monday, which is typically how it's going to fall, then you're not going to be able to participate. You know, it's going to be kind of a trial and error. Finance is a good example. We've talked about it among ourselves. Jackie would be here on Fridays. I would be here on Mondays. So we would alternate. We're usually each other's fill-in. In my department, I've got 2 people trained to do payroll, so they would alternate. I've got 2 that can do AP. If they choose, they would alternate. And then I've got 1 new employee and 1 vacancy. They would be alternating, covering each other.
The option if they don't want to do.
If- Yeah, and I actually have 1 person in my department that has expressed probably an opt-out, that they don't want to do it. That's perfectly fine. I have no problem with that. There's going to be no peer pressure on this. It's going to be if you want to. It's just a morale booster and an attempt to try and get people motivated again, give them a different way to focus. And in all honesty, for exempt staff, a lot of us are here 9 or 10 hours anyway.
Yeah.
So, you know, it may make us focus a little bit better and get more done so that we really can have that other day out of the office. And we'll have to kind of work with that and see how it works.
I have a question, 2 questions. One, is the city attorney can't do this because he's a team of 1?
Mhm.
Well, that's two.
How does that work?
But then
Right.
two, the manager's office. Or
That's
it's gonna be
hard.
weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
There are some departments and we know HR is right now a team of 2. It probably wouldn't work for them yet. And he's new enough. He probably wants to still be here and continue learning. And he's very, very gung ho and very energetic. And I asked him last night at council meeting if he'd verify if there was a minimum wage increase that I missed. And I already had an answer this morning. So he's very much a team player. He very much understands a lot about how these things should function. And yes, we do know there are departments, even in city clerk, it may be a challenge.
Yeah.
The director is the one in charge. The director needs to take care of their departments that are under them and make sure that we meet our obligations 8 to 5, Monday through Friday.
Can I make a suggestion? I think the city manager, it won't be me, should approve that because it'll be very difficult for the city manager.
Yeah.
COVID, but we're there and we're not there. We're confused and ultimately internal.
So if you have sufficient staff, then it should be something that's considered in your department. We can turn into the city manager as soon as anybody's ready to roll forward with it, the schedules, so that everybody's aware that we've got our minimum staffing set up. Here's whose schedules are what, so that we can have schedules for that and everybody's tracked. But it's the thing with COVID that was different was people were asked to stay away because we were trying to limit the number of exposures we had. We expected people to work remotely, and come to find out as it progressed that we had people that didn't have Wi-Fi, they didn't have internet, they didn't even check their cell phones. And it was a failure. The work from home idea that we did at that time was mostly a failure. They didn't have the IT technology. They just didn't have the internet services. So that we know needs change. We've also got an audit recommendation that we develop a work from home policy for those that are going to get paid for working remotely. And that's something, that's just an internal thing that we need to work on with HR and develop that as we work with our new employee and potentially a director. But I don't see this as negative if say, one department or the other does it or doesn't do it, because it should be an opt-in. I don't want people to feel pressured that they can't do it because somebody else only has a department of one, or that they have to do it because, like in our department, almost everybody is interested in doing it. Neither side, the one that doesn't want to do it or the ones that do want to do it, there's no pressure. There should be no guilt. There should be no animosity. This is meant to be an employee morale.
Is the city manager gonna say that it's gonna be allowed, but maybe
We'll develop a process.
internally develop a process of let you know how the coverage is gonna occur
Mhm.
for the 5 days.
Basically a covered plan and then.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then if it doesn't work, I mean, the county experimented with being closed.
That's what I was
and
gonna
it
say.
didn't
It didn't
work.
work. So that's what I was gonna say. So maybe talking to the county, just like out of curiosity, why didn't it work for them? Because I know they tried to do that a few years back.
The county tried to close Fridays.
Completely closed. on
Okay.
Friday, though. They didn't have any department.
So
The county at that time, they didn't have anything.
can I get focused again? Because I know we want to get out of here. I know some of you have other commitments.
That'd be like 8 to 7.
So basically, in general, if the employee, the department's going to have to manage it. The employee has to be here 8 to 5 during that day, because that's part of the normal workday. We need everybody here for that. But they would basically work from 7 in the morning till 6, depending on the HR rules that apply to them. And they could either take a 30-minute break, which some do already do now, or a 1-hour break. But they have to take a lunch break. That is in the policies.
And then I would say that I don't want services to suffer. So if you only have one person, then I only have this one person that can write a check, one person that can do a PO. Oh, cross-train your people so that person on the day that you're gone can do that work.
City's pretty good about cross training.
Because nobody, the public should not suffer from
City's
this
pretty
at
good.
all.
That's the expectation. That's why the way I mentioned, like what we talked about just with my department is an example for you. We've been cross-training. We've got a backup for almost every position. Occasionally, there's some odd need that comes up and only one person's normally dealt with it, but they're not everyday occurrences that we would have thought to cross-train on. So, yeah. So we'll get that going and we'll update you on how it's going to work and what we have. So we need to roll back to a couple of things. You know that utilities, we're going to bring electric we fixed his while he was here, so his is in balance. We're going to work on water and wastewater, bringing forth some rate increases. And also then the following that will be the solid waste increase as we move forward. The fire department, we had a shortage there and we worked that out so that he's fully funded and everything's taken care of on his end. The final piece at the moment is general fund. General fund is based on current cash policy is short $1.4 million. If I move over to our cash estimates, we can have a couple conversations here. I have too many files open on my computer.
You want to wait? for-
Okay,
what is it, Sue?
just making sure you're seeing the one I'm seeing so that we can look at this live. So currently, based on this year's money, our 25% reserve is 10.382, which leaves us the $376,000 available for next year. If we change that reserve, instead of being 25%, which is 3 months of cash, if you were to change that to 20%, that brings our reserve down to $8 million, and that alleviates some of the pressure going forward. That would allow us to better balance for the upcoming year, but still understand that we are spending more out of general fund than we are taking in. So whether you adjust your cash balance now so that we can get through the next year without having to do cuts and a lot of programming changes, or if we start cutting the programming now to balance it and keep the 25%, that's the direction we need today. If you could give us some direction on that. Do we want to change reserve balance so it's kind of done? Or do you want us to keep the reserve balance where it's at and continue to fight to get this down to a more feasible rate so that it's something we can sustain? This is a one-time change if you change this balance downward, unless you want to go even less than 20%.
I really.
There's 20% we can drop it.
That's because. But we're out of whack in the general fund. Still have many capital requests.
Why are we out of whack with the general fund?
Because our needs are far exceeding our revenues. Right, John.
Okay. So our general fund has the, sorry, between being sick and being healthy, I'm kind of like brain dead, but this is like the 10 million, excuse me, is what we have in general fund right now, or this is, what is in the general? fund?
Okay, so right now in general fund, we have revenue in the amount of 35,000, operating expenses a little bit higher. Operating expenses are 35.8, but we have another $1.2 million in capital requests. So in order to fully fund the coming budget in a non-sustainable budget, we would need to add in about $1.9 million is our need. We could achieve just that if we change the minimum reserves from 20% to 25% downward. So it changes us from keeping 10 million on hand as reserve to 8 million on hand as reserve, just totally rounding it off, freeing up the $2 million we would need to finish funding the operational needs and the capital requests. I really want you guys to think about this and understand that if we do it this way, we're pretty much done with the budget, but then we've got a huge challenge for the new city manager over the next 12 months to figure out how to balance this come next year.
How much of that is just balancing the general operating? 1.2 is cap.
The operating budget is
Is that next?
600,000.
600,000. 600. Well, how do we, so we either reduce the cash on hand or we cut projects. Is that-
So you can do a little bit of both. You can reduce the cash on hand so that we can work with some of this. We can reduce operational expenses and we can reduce the capital requests. You can do one, both, or some.
1.2, so that's not a lot of money.
Yeah, that's not.
It's not a lot of money. And that's from a lot of things. Then we've been through all these budgets. I started seeing that. I don't see any significant place. I mean, you could cut overtime by 10%. I'll go back at the end of the year. You can cut travel, which we said you really don't want to do because you want to train certified people. Even 10% travel, I mean, we've aggregated those numbers and looked at percent travel and overtime. It didn't do it. So what that is getting at is cut services. That's where you're at.
It really is. Just a reminder, so we can do this real quick and so the things we have in capital is we've got 50,000 for the pump house. We've got 900,000 for the public safety building, 75,000 for concrete. We've got 60,000 for Christmas decorations, surge pit, fencing's 40, 25 for the surge pit, 6 for a lowering device. I recommend we don't cut that one. We may need it. The library design is 51,000. She's got a train interactive table for 17.2 and 5850 for Rex Museum playground. And these are programming for the youth. So all of these, as we went through them, it seemed to be well embraced. They seem to really be well liked. Unfortunately, a couple of them are kind of a has to. I mean, I kind of think we have to have the lowering device. I kind of think we have to finish this piece for the public safety building. We probably need the 50,000 to go with the affluent line and all the money we're investing into the golf course.
Plus, if you cut any of those smaller ones, it doesn't matter anyway, because it's not going to bring you up to
They might
600.
be nice too.
Yeah, there's a minor, it doesn't bring you up to the $600,000 deficit. So you'd have to cut a larger project or cut several smaller projects to get to that amount anyway. So I mean, I don't care. This is my opinion. The rest of the council can say what they want, but I'm fine if you want to go down to the 20% or whatever for cash on hand. But I will say my outward frustration that we keep saying we don't want the enterprises to go below their cash on hand, and we're allowing the general fund to do that. So tit for tat. I mean, I don't like that. And I think if we're going to allow the general fund to do that, we got to realize that might happen with the enterprise funds as well.
It is a policy issue. I would just say that when we look at enterprise funds, you look at industry. And there is an industry debt. When it comes to general fund operating budgets, I worked in a lot of cities, and the standard tends to be. I'm just saying, but there isn't
For general
but
fund.
generally across the board, it's something. 25% is very conservative. It's great when you have money. The state went. Remember, they had 4%, and then they had 25%. That's because they had. Yeah. Trust me, in the future they'll be. But that's about this. Sometimes it goes down to 10, but typically
And
25 is great, but you don't.
this will bring it down to 20.
The city of Gallup always says taken a very large percentage. I can remember back when the state requirement was only 8%, but we were always at like 20%. But then again, I mean, say we take the 20%. Visit this whole situation in 6 months, right?
We could definitely revisit it. We could look at changing the policy in the interim, not making it a full policy change, but making it a policy exception for this year. We could do it that way. The thing I'm trying to express and caution that I really need you to understand is this is not sustainable. You know, if you're having to withdraw a little bit from savings every month to meet your monthly obligations, make your car, your house payments or whatever, that is not sustainable at some point, unless you've got somebody putting magic money in on the backside of that savings account, you are going to run into trouble. So what I'm saying is, yes, we could take it from our savings. It's a solution. It's not necessarily the one I like, but it is a definite solution. It is feasible. It's not sustainable. And that's
The general fund. How can we increase revenue to the general fund?
so that's part of what I started off with the slides. The things you can consider for general fund. The ugliest ones are going to be like GRT and property tax. Those are really tough. We're very high on those, and I don't have current rates on where everybody's at, but that's not something that I think anybody likes, anybody wants. We could look at some of the fees we charge. Those are pretty minimal. I mean, but maybe we do need to look at a little bit for renewal and replacement with some of the things we do, like the ball field usage is really, really high. And we know we need revenue. We know we need money for the turf. We're trying to get, the state may be funding some. We thought we had some for our own, then we had to reallocate it for the police building. Maybe we need to look at all those agreements and make sure that we're charging correctly. Maybe we need to visit with our MOU with the schools to see what our shared uses are on those. And is it equitable? Is it appropriate? Do we both get something to gain out of it? Or is there a way that there's a better share on that? Those are things that the city manager and the budget team in the new year can work on all of those things.
Thing you could consider right now, what we've done is a balance. You know, we don't spend all the money that we budget. Staff turnover is a big issue, but there's some. So right now, our 5-year policy, we're putting in a vehicle replacement. Well, that's a good thing because we needed to catch up. As we start to catch up, some cities take a portion of that and put it towards the next year's pack. And that's policy.
Yeah, the norm.
And then but you don't put, so if you have 5 million for vehicle replacement, you could say a portion of that's going to be for next year's capital and not just limited to equipment. Because once you've kind of caught up, you can kind of see what works. What do you need for equipment and what do you need? But we're not putting enough money in capital. Yeah.
And so there's a couple different approaches that work with that. So with the vehicle replacement fund, they got 2 huge infusions because we budgeted so much money during COVID and we couldn't hire people, we couldn't buy things, we couldn't spend the money. Their normal expectation of funding to go in there is about 1 million to 1.5 million a year. And we're spending that much or more each year on those vehicles. So once we spend down, even if we do one-time pulls out of there, we have a good sustainable plan in there. We don't really want to mess with it too much, but we could utilize it for general fund for one-time use. It's.
I mean, you know, if you have a vehicle fund, but not all vehicles are being bought out of that fund. Why aren't they? Why aren't they? Like, if it's an enterprise fund, you make the enterprise pay for it, but why can't they be bought out of there? That would allow money to be used for capital in those funds, which we need. Like, is the water coming out of theirs or out of the
No.
water?
Oh, yes, yeah.
Is the electricity, electric vehicles coming out of?
Oh, no.
We
Just the
haven't.
general fund.
Yeah.
They're just coming out of, yeah, that's true.
The
It's trying to
general
say.
fund, any fund balance is being used to vehicles and equipment, general fund.
Right.
So back to the conversation we've had a couple times. Enterprise funds are meant to be self-sustaining and to stand on their own. And when you start commingling them and you start moving the funds around, you're utilizing funds that were meant for other uses to supplement them, which impacts the ratepayers. Yes, they would gain for that day. You know, they're going to get something that they didn't have to directly pay for, but you're taking it out of other services. We know right now, general fund doesn't have enough money to operate for basic services on. So to take that money and through this game of shifting and to start paying for enterprise assets out of that, it's kind of fooling ourselves into thinking that things are better off than they are, but it's really not appropriate.
I understand that, but you're saying the same thing essentially by saying we could take money out of the vehicle replacement fund to like on a one-time basis to fulfill the needs of the general fund. Isn't that
Because it's priced like the general.
Oh,
But at the end of the year, when whatever's left.
right, goes into the vehicle
We
replacement.
decided instead of just putting it back in the fund balance, to put it in the vehicle replacement. But you can do whatever you want with that.
I mean, vehicle replacement has how much money now after all of the vehicles they buy after this fiscal year? 3 million still, or?
Yes, we do. That's part of the data you have. It'll have $3.2 million.
And then we just got.
Oh, no, we hit it. It's going to be about 2.8 million.
And I can consider we got 375,000.
Oh, yeah, for the.
That might, that's just
That
gonna
helps.
free up that much money. In the vehicle.
And if you recall, Amanda had to come forward 2 or 3 times this year for a little bit more, because vehicles were
More expensive.
increasing before they even got the PO fully issued. So we're hoping that the cost estimates this year are good. It's kind of your call. We could revert back some money from the vehicle replacement fund, just revert it back to keep the 25% minimum in general fund. I would be comfortable with that on a temporary basis or on a one-time basis because it's just something we need to do while we get a handle on this, but we need to start planning now on how do we balance this in the new year. Because I really don't think you guys want to, or we could realistically raise GRT or property tax. We can do a little bit with our fees. We could look at all the things we commit to that are at no charge. And could we find some synergy by trimming down and maybe pulling back a little bit like we had to do with the seniors not delivering meals outside of the city. There are small changes we can make that overall will start adding up. And every time we want to add on something new, like, I asked Chuck on his new software or somebody today, what is your recurring cost? We made sure to put that in there so we can see that every year it's that particular one was $5,000 a year going forward. It's not one-time costs. And we need to always keep those in mind and keep those calculations rolling as we start doing this.
Well, the only thing I would like you to take into consideration for 375 is that with a council and the manager, and I think basically the nation as a whole, has been pushing us towards is EV vehicles. Mark and I recently were at a conference, and that's gonna be very expensive. So when you start taking down the vehicle replacement, we're just kind of gonna be pushing that further down the road as well.
Well, maybe we just do it for 1 year, not forever. Just 1 year so we can
But
replenish.
that's what I'm trying to say is that it's not gonna be sustainable, replacing the vehicle replacement plan, and the only reason why it's at the amount that it's at now is because we have those 2 years of COVID money that got put into the account. So that buildup, I guess, of extra funding that we need is what we're probably gonna need to start the process.
And you really did come through on, you know, helping the fire department and doing this and that. You know, you're funding a lot of vehicles that otherwise would not have been funded because I worked here when we didn't have that fund and.
And I would like to remind you, you did take 2.5 million in that fund. So you have made exceptions in some cases where you have. So yeah, there's policy decision you could make every year, depending. And how much you need for the equipment, but.
I-
Donated that 2.5 million or that building wouldn't got built.
One approach to budgeting that I've seen that I've seen with some of the Arizona cities that I really liked was before we even started budgets, there were policies put in place that set like say 20% of the fund was going to be used for capital needs. And that set the expectations ahead of time and it was sustainable and it's something we could definitely consider. We've got the vehicle replacement fund set up. I think the one thing we failed to see on this is the huge surpluses we're going to have. And I think the only thing I would revisit on that is probably to put a cap that will continue that transfer as long as it's at 2.5 million or 3 million. We'll keep it at that million. Anything else could stay in the fund to fund other special needs and other projects. And I say that because, you know, in hindsight, now that we've seen that it built up, we do have that opportunity. Let's pull that money back and use it for some of our other stuff. But the main gist of what you need to understand today is our commitments in general fund exceed our ability to continue those commitments. Whether it be on the capital side of it or just the operational side of it, our commitments are more than what we can afford on a regular basis. Just like what we had to talk about on the Fund 516.
Yeah.
So
I like the idea of that, like it's almost like the environmental surcharge, right? Like you have to have so much in it, you can't go below that. So you could do that with the vehicle replacement. I'm not, look, vehicle replacement obviously is a huge help to so many people. They're buying a ton of vehicles. So like nobody's like negating that. But the reality is like, okay, like maybe we had to go to like these vehicles that are electric. So like that's not currently happening right now, but what's currently happening now is we don't have enough money to pay for our project. So it's like, this is the problem, right? It's like the need versus the want. It's like all these things we want. We don't want to take money from your account. We don't want to not have enough money for projects. But like where we're at in this current moment of state is we don't have enough project money in general fund to pay for the projects. Where are we getting the money? We're taking the money from somewhere. We're cutting projects. I don't want to cut any of these projects. So.
Airport, road.
So
down to 20%.
So my
Cash on hand.
proposal at this point then, based on this bit of feedback is we leave general fund and the current request in here. We pull back from the vehicle replacement fund an amount that would sufficiently fund that. And then we look at the policy on what would be a proper amount to leave in that fund going forward based on what we now know with everything, history, averages, costs. And that will get us through this budget cycle. And the new city manager is going to have the challenge to help us figure out something more sustainable going forward for the next proposal for 25.
I'm not in favor of it. I'd rather just take it off the reserve, get down to 20%.
Take it down to 20%.
Okay. Yeah, we could definitely do that.
I think, I'm optimistic. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm optimistic about the future.
My concern is those police vehicles are $87,000. I mean, you are getting some money, but that might end. And if that helps to go towards that.
I mean, the vehicle itself.
Equip, yes, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we could, yeah, I'm fine either way. If you want to take it down to 20%, you're saying the cash on hand is normal for general funds to be 20%. I mean, I know you're on the more conservative side with the money you keep on emergency, which I think there's a lot of emergencies, but I mean,
You don't invest in the city. There's our.
right.
And we're not.
Okay, so we'll go with the 20% and we will get everything ironed out. We'll start the rate studies that we need to do to bring those plans to you. And we will be back soon with a preliminary budget for approval. Keep in mind, we do get to announce to employees as this gets approved that we are putting the 5% COLAs in place July 1. I thank you so much for not trying to fight against those. Our staff work hard. They deserve it. We've got people as we've learned now that the counties far out exceeded us. The 410s is going to be great. You know, when my audit team says they've done the research and they see that it doesn't hurt productivity and that it's great for morale, that gives me a little bit better comfort. You've done some reading on it. So I think that's going to be great. We'll work with the city manager on those.
Council get 5% COLA, we'd like to know.
Unfortunately, you can't vote. You can't.
For a friend.
Unfortunately, I know the answer to that. You cannot vote for increases for yourself.
Yeah. Sure, I'll increase it for future council.
You definitely could consider that and put in the charter for
Okay.
future council.
Next people coming in hasn't changed for.
It's gonna take over my spot.
Well,
And-
it's, well, not for that, but.
We'll work with HR to implement the new holidays. Thank you, thank you, thank you from the bottom of our heart. It's well received. I guarantee you, it's fantastic. And I honestly, guys, as hard as this is, I think we made great progress. We made some great learning. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate your honesty, your input, and we are done. 5 o'clock on the dot. We have to adjourn. Oh, hurry up before it changes a minute.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Roll, I'm gonna take roll, please.
Counselor Shaw.
Yes.
Counselor Pelichick.
Yes.
Counselor Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Piano.
Yes.
Mayor Boniguidi.
Yes, we are adjourned.